downfield.
Got up away to 25 right. I'm at 22 sitting here.
XLE 5678 Los Angeles, Terror number 2, runway 25 left, line up and wait, traffic on a 10 mile final.
And officially 10 a.m. back here in Los Angeles, California. Welcome back, everyone, for another awesome day of LAX plane spotting action right here on Airline Videos Live. It is the big Sunday show here on a new month, June 1st, 2025. And we are the Plane Jockeys back here at an Imperial Hill. Good to be back. Hope you guys all had a great weekend. Boy, here we are back in Los Angeles. Good to see you, Rudy.
Good to see you as well. There is no place like home. Good to be back. Happy Sunday and happy June, everyone. Thanks for tuning in.
How did we get to June already?
Yeah, exactly.
Amazing. The summer has almost begun.
Yeah.
20 days, no, 19 days until our 24-hour live broadcast.
All right, who's ready for that?
Boy, oh boy. Camp Aviation
coming right up.
19 days away.
It's going to be here before you know it.
Do we call this June gloom going on here today?
Not really. June gloom, I mean, it really gets gray. I'll take this over June gloom.
Charlie and I were having some dinner at the Proud Bird last night, and it was nice and sunny, and then all of a sudden, the clouds come rolling in.
I saw that.
June and gloom, and it cooled down everything.
It was a very, very warm day out to the east yesterday. Got to 90.
Boy, oh boy, it's too early for that.
It's toasty.
Vision 331, wind speed at air, at 6, turn after high, 25 west, clear, pick up, hard at high,
This is Aerolíneas Ejecutivas taking off to Toluca, Cessna Citation latitude.
So we're back with two A380 Supers this morning. Asiana A380 Super coming in from Seoul, as well as Korean Air bringing back the A380 Super flight 17.
Yes, indeed. Good to see the A380.
Because we saw that Korean Air A380 Super in New York.
Saw a lot of A380s there.
Yeah, isn't that amazing? The variety there.
Oh, yeah.
We thought we had a good variety of A380s. Of course, we still do, because if we had Etihad, it would be the icing on the cake.
Yeah. We need Etihad to come back.
Yes.
1130, bound 4 miles, 2.5 miles, straight to the south.
Bohemian Germany upgrading membership to a platinum. Thank you so much. Awesome upgrade there. Is it Lassie Gera Akurnura becoming a silver member once again? Appreciate that. And going slightly mad with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much, going slightly mad. So Drew and I have our reservations at the H for the 24-hour stream. Awesome.
Really? Oh, I love it.
I feel like we need a count of how many people are really going to be coming to this, because we already know there's already 40 to 50 reservations. That was a couple weeks ago.
That is incredible. I can't wait.
Can you imagine if that whole rooftop is full of people for 24 hours?
This is American Airlines 2239 taking off to San Antonio on the A319. That would definitely keep us awake.
Yeah, it definitely would.
I was going to say, going slightly mad, instead of lampshades, we're going to have to do lanterns for this one.
Yes, yes. By the way, this China Eastern at 777 at 300ER, now making that left-hand turn onto taxiway Lima, actually did a go-round this morning. Looked like it was a little unstable, a little high possibly, as it was heading to 24 right. Second landing successful, now heading to the gate on the south side.
Coming in from Washington Dulles, flight 2715.
It's the second United 777 I've seen this morning. Maybe we're getting more 777s for the summer season.
Nice.
So, of course, Rudy and I both have some trip reports to talk about from our trips back from New York.
This is American Airlines 1446 taking off to Columbus on the 737-800. Yeah, at least this time I'm more awake than I was on Wednesday. Boy, that was rough.
Michael Kearns with a $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Michael. Christopher Brown with a $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Christopher. Says, good morning, fellas. Fairly new subscriber here. Curious how long you've been doing AVL and plane spotting in general. Well, welcome to the channel there, Christopher.
Welcome.
The live version of the channel just celebrated 4 years back in April 10th. The channel has been around for 6 years, believe it or not. Started with just 4K videos, turned it into the live channel in 2021. And I've been plane spotting, well, since I was a kid.
Good to see you in the chat, Christopher. I think I've seen you a couple times this past week, but welcome. And yeah, plane spotting for me has been kind of a newish thing. I started in late 2019. It was one of those things where it was like 1 foot in the pool to kind of test the temperature. I didn't know what I was doing. And I went full force in 2020. 2021 is when I got involved with the channel here.
2715 Heavy, Julia Cross, 225 right, Chad, holding this pentagram 175.
Julia Cross, 25 right, contact ground, 25,
1075 Heavy, Julia Cross, 225 right, pentagram 175, Chad.
This is Spirit Airlines 2146 taking off to Detroit on the A321neo.
Detroit. And Legend Shane with a $550 super chat through PayPal. Jane says, happy Sunday, Kevin and Rudy. Have a great show. Well, thank you so much, Jane. Welcome back to Los Angeles. So good to see you there in New York. Jane coming out to the TWA Hotel there on Wednesday morning. So good to finally meet you, Jane.
Yeah, that was an awesome time. Bright and early. I hope I wasn't mumbling my words. I was so tired right off the flight from LA. But it was so good to meet you, and I still can't believe it. Felt like a dream.
We all felt like it was a dream. Thank you so much, Shane. Sit back, relax, enjoy.
Amazing support, as always.
This week has just flown by.
Yeah, it really did. Yeah, so I landed Wednesday morning at just a little bit after 5 a.m. It looked like the sky was on fire. It was glorious sunrise. And I took, I think, a 45-minute nap. And then I got word that Jane was there. So I instantly got ready and ran out to go meet up with Jane, and that was super awesome, but I was half asleep. Finally had a chance to talk to my mom yesterday, and I was like, yeah, I don't know how I did that. It was crazy.
No regrets?
No regrets. I felt it a little bit Thursday when I got back. We had an award ceremony, and I was barely functioning. Of course, went to work on Friday, barely functioned, and it hit me on Saturday. That's when I finally had time to rest, and it just kind of hit me. But feeling good this morning.
All right, good. It was a fun trip, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, totally worth it. It's great to meet Jane. Great to meet up with our friends, our viewers.
That is 1621 West 207 on Amsterdam, Doctor 125 right, takeoff. On Amsterdam, 125 right,
This is American Eagle 6451 taking off to San Francisco on the E175.
0-2596. Turn right there.
Have you heard about that near mid-air collision in San Francisco?
Yes, I did. And the first time I heard about it, I got an email from ABC News, the network, asking if we had video of it. And I was like, I don't know anything about it.
Now, that happened May, I believe, 13th?
Yeah, it was the week before we went to SFO.
Yeah, I was studying up on it just to kind of figure out, okay, what went wrong?
It sounds like the United plane taking off on one right made a turn to the left in front of was it a CRJ?
Yeah, I believe it was SkyWest. I believe it was United Express.
I think it wasn't a drag race. I think they were further back on one left, and they saw the United plane veering into their airspace.
This is United Airlines 1621 taking off to Orlando on the 737-900ER. What I don't understand is it sounds like they programmed into their FMS the trucking departure procedure, which I don't know if that's what you do on one right, because that makes you turn left. So basically they turn left right in front of that CRJ.
Yeah. It's very interesting. Will that now cause less drag races there or less parallel takeoffs on the ones?
That's an excellent question. Of course, the comments on social media just everywhere. And it doesn't sound like it was an ATC issue, but a lot of people are making assumptions that, well, this is what happens when you fire ATC people.
No, it doesn't sound like an ATC thing. Pilot error with that United flight on one right.
One thing I did read is that was the first officer flying, and that was their first time flying out of SFO.
Oh.
So.
Interesting.
Something.
Well, never know what you're going to see,
Thankfully, it was a good outcome.
Yes.
And no further incidents, but yeah, really scary.
Flying the Dreamliner heading to Honolulu, Flight 3.
The Air China Cargo 747 crossing over will be taking off on 25 right.
United 20 at 1278, hold for the Foxtrot. At 1278, hold for the Foxtrot.
No, you're fine, Steve. It's a good thing you're not tall, Steve. Going Slightly Mad back with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Going Slightly Mad. Since it's a camp theme, s'mores, fake campfire. Let me know what to bring. Just bring yourself. Have everything. That's on my list of things to do this week and next week. You start buying all the stuff, the props for Camp AVL.
This is the final week of school for me. I've made it. I made it.
You made it.
So Wednesday's the last day. And
that's so weird for you to say that.
Yeah. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And I have Thursday and Friday off. Cha-ching.
Oh, you want to do a show with me on Friday?
I was going to ask you. I was going to kind of...
Want to do a little night hawk?
I'm trying to plan things out because... I feel like I need to spend time with my dad on Father's Day, and I haven't been able to do that the last couple years.
When is this?
This is in 2 weeks.
Okay.
So I'm just trying to figure out what he wants to do and if I need to go visit. Of course, there's been some stuff going on. Just lost our dogs, of course.
Yeah.
And I just feel like I need to be there. And I'm trying to see if maybe he wants to come this way. So I'm just kind of planning the next 2 weeks out. But I was thinking maybe I could join you on Friday to make up for potentially not being there on Father's Day for the show. So,
okay. Just let me know.
That way you guys don't miss me too much.
You could do a night hawk or something.
Yeah, that sounds a lot of fun.
Ozzy Man at 55 with the super chat. Thanks so much, Ozzy Man. Says, howdy y'all. How was the bumpy flight home? Oh, you saw that video, huh? I was gonna talk about that. That was the worst turbulence, and I'm not here to scare anybody, but that was the worst turbulence I've experienced since 1994. I've talked about that United 727 flight into Chicago. That was the worst flight I'd ever been on, ever. The pilot got on back in 1994. Said, boy, we're really sweating that one out.
Oh my gosh.
Things you never want to hear.
No.
Of course, that was 1994. Now, fast forward almost 30 years later, 31 years later, all the flying that I've been on, we had just been served our lunch on the JetBlue flights. Literally just, believe it or not, I was about to tweet out something to JetBlue about their salad. The salad was horrible, horrible. And I took a video of the salad. I literally was just about to post it on Twitter and say, JetBlue, what is this? What is this? And then all of a sudden, bang, bang, we're flying all over the place. I picked up my champagne. I'm holding it because it would have just gone on everywhere. I mean, we were rocking and rolling back and forth. It lasted for a little bit. And of course, the video that I shot was probably not even the worst of it, because first thing you do is you don't think about just grabbing your phone and start shooting. So then I grabbed the phone, and then once that video started rolling, that's when it kind of started settling down a little bit. But JetBlue, you got off. Because that salad, I did tell the flight attendants later, I said, I don't know what was going on with that salad, but you need to rethink that one. That was just not even edible.
The picture I saw, it looked like the lettuce is like waterlogged, like just soggy.
It was just a weird cut of it wasn't edible, and the cheese on top was like rubber. It was bad. It was bad. And I was just about to post something calling them out on it when that turbulence hit. And I said at that point, forget about it.
This is JetBlue, flight 424, taking off to JFK on the A321.
So after we hit that turbulence, which probably lasted about maybe just over 5 minutes, the pilot came on and said, sorry about that, folks. We didn't see that coming.
Sometimes they don't.
Yeah.
Clear air turbulence.
Yeah. There was a storm. I think we hit it just over Ohio, and there was a storm that was going through, and I think we hit that just as we were exiting the storm. But,
wow.
Yeah, I'm glad that doesn't, I mean, to me anymore, I understand it. We're not going to crash and do all that. To some people, I'm sure it was very scary. To me, do I dare say I was laughing?
Yeah, it's fun.
I was laughing because I was trying to hold the champagne without trying to spill it.
At first, I thought you were just like partying hard or something like,
oh,
whoa,
geez.
hello, everyone.
No. All right, the Queen taking off 25 right.
This is Air China Cargo, flight 8442, taking off to Shenyang on the 747-400 freighter. I think what turbulence has become for me, it's really interesting to see how the flight crew handles it. And yeah, turbulence doesn't bother me anymore. It used to scare me so much.
That way, they'll talk about that a little. You're looking at the flight crew to see how they react to it, and you judge how bad the turbulence is according to how they react.
Not so much the reaction, but I'm talking about how the pilots try to navigate away from areas of turbulence. And if I'm able to open up flight radar, I like to see, okay, are we going to climb? Are we going to descend? Are we going to slow down? Are we going to speed up? What are they going to do to help lessen the severity of the turbulence? And so both flights, there and back, there was turbulence. I think on the way there, it was a little bit worse. And it's interesting. On the way back, I did notice, I feel like we're climbing. And I looked at flight radar, and sure enough, we went up to 40,000 feet. I think at 1.41.
Yeah. Oh, wow. That's really high.
And they like to slow down to help, you know, lessen the severity of the turbulence. And after that, I mean, they warned us, we need everybody back in their seats, fasten your seatbelts, turbulence is coming up. And I was waiting for it, and waiting for it. Nothing. Like, smooth ride. Yeah, I was talking to our friend Ryan, who's a pilot for the 767, 757, and someone asked him about turbulence. And the question was, is turbulence less severe, or do you feel it less when you're on a bigger plane? And the answer is yes. And it's because of the forward momentum of the plane and the size of the plane. You don't feel it as much. This is United Airlines 1278 taking off to Cancun on the 737-900ER.
I can't remember. Charlie, did somebody came on the overhead, and it was a woman, and I know our pilots were both men. Someone came over the overhead and said, please sit down right away. And it wasn't the pilots, because both the pilots were men. So I wonder if it was Ashley.
Usually comes through from the flight attendant if they're able to.
She was already sitting down. She was sitting down. Yeah. The head purser kind of ran through the aisle because he was back there delivering some food, and he just kind of stood inside the aisle and kind of put his hands up to kind of. He never sat down. Of course, he was a true pro. I'm sure to him it's like no big deal.
Yeah, but one piece of advice or piece of. I don't know, what do you call it? Some words of encouragement, I guess, of comfort, is that always remember the pilots are trying to get home too, so they're never going to put you through a situation where it's dangerous. So yeah, it's scary to most people, planes shaking, but it's all going to be okay.
Yes, I mean, yes, it is, of course. But I will say that turbulence that we had coming back on Friday was certainly, it was most extreme, most like honest, like oof.
No, I think the dropping is much worse because that's where you start to have accidents.
Yes, exactly.
In terms of people not, you know, fastened, they're gonna hit the ceiling, those kinds of things. This is United Airlines 1571 taking off to Houston Intercontinental on the MAX 9.
Aaron with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Aaron. Says, hi, Kevin Rudy. Happy Big Sunday. Have you all seen the Qatar Airways new UEFA Champions League livery? Got to be the coolest livery. I did see it online today. It's blue 777 with the regular Qatar tail, but it looks great in blue. Of course, it's a 777-300ER. Of course, we don't get those here at LAX, so we're gonna have to make another trip to New York.
Yeah. Sounds like it.
That Dreamliner, of course, coming in from Papa 8, Air Tahiti Nui Flight 8.
So yeah, I was supposed to fly on the 330neo, but we were sitting at dinner Wednesday night, and I was exhausted. And I figured it was going to be a long night. And the 4 a.m. wake up just didn't sound nice. So do I really need to take the first morning flight out? My friend Ryan was like, well, you have the app, right? And you have status with the airline, right? Why don't you see if you can switch it to a later flight? I said, oh, I never thought of that. Figured I'd have to pay extra or something. Nope. Found a later flight, no extra charge. And I found an exit row seat, which I think is now my favorite seat on the 767.
Yeah?
Lots of leg room, over the wing. My only complaint is my window had like condensation inside of the window, so and it never went away. And when we were up in cruising altitude, it like turned into little like ice crystals.
Oh.
So I never really got a good view out the window. I don't know if that's because it was the exit door. Probably.
Well, I got to tell you, I was looking forward to your review of the A330 Neo, but I guess I'll have to wait another time.
Next time. I don't know when or where, but at some point. And it's fine. I really needed that sleep, and I slept so good that night.
This is the flight to Tokyo Haneda 787-8 Dreamliner heading down to 25 right. Michael back with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much. Michael says, good morning. Good morning from Seattle. My husband and I are hooked on watching the Sunday shows with me. He's learning aircraft types and airlines. So proud. There you go.
Awesome. Thanks for tuning in.
We hope you guys learned something. We do have a 777-300ER short final there on the north side. A little hazy this morning.
It's getting worse.
Is it getting worse?
I feel like it is. Flight time from
China.
Yeah, flight 987 from Beijing. Flight time is 11 hours, 19 minutes.
Eric Tahiti pulling into the west gates. Kind of not very busy this morning. I don't see all Dreamliner there. Christopher Brown back with the $2 super chat. Thanks so much, Christopher. Says, Rudy, really enjoyed your vibes and the dancing on the BTS.
Oh, well, thank you. It's my way of kind of getting in the groove.
Were you dancing this morning?
A little bit. It's a little more mellow, but yeah. This is Volati 7839 taking off to Zacatecas on the A320 Neo.
Another Spirit A321 Neo about to cross over 25 right here on the south side of LAX. We'll head to Terminal 6. Flight coming in from Chicago O'Hare, flight 2544. JetBlue in the first mint livery. We saw this aircraft, I think, on Thursday's show there. JFK heading to Newark. It's an A321 at next takeoff, followed by American Airlines flight 27 heading to Tokyo Haneda. It's a 787-8 Dreamliner.
So with this JetBlue United alliance that's forming, I was reading that this could mean that we're going to see more United at JFK.
In 2027, yes. And what I asked the flight attendants about this as well. So they're building the new Terminal 6, which is right next to 5. Apparently, JetBlue is going to have some gates in 6. And apparently, those are probably the gates that United will probably lease.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
So the flight attendant, Jorge, who's been with the airline JetBlue for a long time, he says that basically, and JFK is kind of run differently than LAX. Apparently, JetBlue they own Terminal 5. They own all that gate space. They don't lease it from JFK. So I don't know if he's right on that. I would assume so. He also told me that JetBlue owns the TWA Hotel. I know he's kind of wrong on that one. I think they have a partnership, but they're not the full owners of the TWA Hotel.
Yeah, that sounds interesting.
So I'm taking everything he told me with a grain of salt.
Airline 102 heavy launch error, wind 230 at 6, running speed 5 left, clear to land, after 2 heavy launch of 87, flight 523, electron 65,
This is JetBlue 1874 taking off to Newark on the A321.
Yeah, that was the first A321 with the first new livery.
This flight coming in from JFK, JetBlue, 523. It's an A321neo.
Do have a Delta A350 rolling down to 24 left there on the north side.
Until we mint again. Delta A350 900 taking off to Tokyo Haneda, flight 7. We have United Flight 33 about to land on 24 right, coming in from Tokyo Narita.
American 27 Heavy 123.
Wait, did you just say that one right there is till we mint again?
Yeah.
I think that's the plane that we flew on. Coming back. I believe it was. It was a 1 year, it's a 1 year old, right? Yeah.
Infants.
I think that's it. I believe that is her. Alan Espinosa with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Alice. Good morning, Kevin Rudy from Albuquerque. Great show from JFK. You guys, Rudy, and get a Starbucks to wake up. I'll be coming for the 24-hour stream. Awesome.
Nice. Yeah, that's going to be a lot of fun. I know we've had viewers asking when is it? June 20th. We have the American Dreamliner now rolling. American Airlines Flight 27 taking off to Tokyo Haneda on the 787-8 Dreamliner.
You know who might be also coming to the 24-hour live broadcast? Camp Aviation.
Who?
Our friend Adam from San Francisco.
Oh my gosh.
Adam's birthday. He'll be 10 on Saturday.
Nice.
Yeah, what a way to celebrate, huh? We'll see if he shows up. His dad reached out to me yesterday.
I get to relax.
I think we found our cameraman overnight.
Yeah.
Adam, it's all yours.
We all get one more hour of sleep this year?
It will be Adam and Allison for your overnight hour coverage at Camp Aviation.
Nice. So did we get a RSVP? Who's going? Who's going? 20th of June.
Yeah, really.
It's a Friday. We start at 11 a.m. We go for 24 hours. Now this week I need to figure out, we have an idea for like countdown. So we kind of do it anyway. 24 hours left. Air Tahiti Nui Flight 102 coming in from Papaete, the second flight in 787-9 Dreamliner.
United 757 now taking off, 25 right.
United 1469, 1240 Niner, RNAV to Doctor, ready to direct to takeoff. RNAV Doctor, cleared for takeoff, 25 right, United 1469.
This is United Airlines 2127 taking off to Newark on the 757-200. Just had a Queen fly over. Plane Jane Queen coming in from Anchorage.
Terry with the $2 super chat. Thanks so much, Terry. Says, good morning, boys. Next Ontario trip, question mark. Tomorrow we'll be in Ontario tomorrow for more airside coverage as we welcome Skylux into Ontario.
Skylux.
Starlux.
Oh, same new airline? Starlux, Starwalker. United
Get that
Airlines.
right before tomorrow.
1469 taking off to Jackson on the A320. Yeah, let's get the bloopers out now.
Oh boy, I think the week at JFK is starting to creep up on your plane jockey.
It's officially consumed.
Skylux.
Skylux sounds like one of those skylights that you install in your house.
David Fisher with an awesome $20 super chat. Thank you so much, David. Says, thanks for the great shows at JFK. Those A220 engines definitely produce some of the most unique aircraft sounds. Wasn't that amazing? Certainly on Thursday. I felt like I was at the zoo. We were surrounded by those A220s.
Love it.
Airline 102, heavy and lean across the server, Tiger 175.
This is Alaska SkyWest 3350 taking off to Mazatlan on the E-175. At the Air Tahiti Niue Dreamliner. Also coming in from Papa 8, now crossing over 25 right. On the Pond Airways Flight 6, coming in from Tokyo to Rita, 787-9 Dreamliner, arriving on the north side. Do have a Kaleta Air Flight 629 coming in from Anchorage, a 747-400 converted passenger plane. Plane Jane, 5 minutes out, will be arriving here on the south side. No meet and greet there in Ontario, unfortunately. We'll be doing airside. And there's a lot going on at the airport, of course, with the inaugural flights with that A350. There'll be a lot of media inside. We were invited to the party, but I thought logistic-wise, it's going to be really hard to be out there live streaming airside, hop in a van, go into the party, and then come back out. So I made the decision. We'll get the arrival, of course, all the action, the cargo action, airside. We'll do that for about 3 hours or so, and then we'll probably call it a day, just like last time. But we will get the Starlux arrival, which happens around 5:30 if it's on time. But of course, we've got the Queen with the UPS, MD-11s, 767s, those FedEx 767s. And I'm going to try to get a little closer to 26 left this time, which is the opposite side of where I was.
Nice.
So we're going to try to change it up just a little bit. I know a lot of you guys were like, everything was fine where you set up before. I actually want to be a little bit closer this time. Dare I? Why not?
Yeah. I'm excited for that. That'll be fun.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow, Monday. Can't believe it's June 2nd.
I know.
Cathay Pacific A84 coming in from Hong Kong on the 777-300ER.
So with that being said, there will be no Tuesday show this week. We'll have a Wednesday show here at LAX as well as the Friday show. Sounds like Rudy's going to join me for Friday. We'll do high atop the H Hotel. Maybe we'll do the Nighthawk show that night.
Yeah. Summer.
Ontario will probably start around 5 p.m. Pacific, if not sooner.
Wow, this is a brand new MAX 8, I believe just a month old, or not even a month old. United 1791 taking off to San Francisco.
SWAT Cats with an awesome $20 super chat. Thank you so much, SWAT Cats. Since June 1st, 1921, here in the USA, United States Weather Bureau starts daily flying weather bulletins, which is now called the National Weather Service. The parent company is NOAA. 1921. Wow.
NOAA.
Yeah, 652.99, wind 24010 on M. Doctor.
Thank you, SWAT Cats. Always with that great aviation history.
Got a historian.
Air 2312
It's going to be Delta A321 Neo heading here to the south side.
So can you believe it? I already started looking for my next flight.
Oh, I can believe it. What's that?
But yeah, nothing. I was just curious. Like, can I go somewhere?
Oh, see, when Rudy, so when we got to JFK, we had just gotten off the plane. We were checking into the TWA hotel. Rudy was just getting on his plane, and he was FaceTiming us. He was actually on the 767. I said, Rudy, I know I just got off a plane, but I'm actually kind of jealous. You're on a plane.
I was like,
I get
what,
it.
really?
I get it.
It's not mint?
Well, we enjoy flying, you know?
Yeah. Then I decided, you know what, I need to just chill because I'm sure there will be more travel coming up later in the month at some point.
Yes. We got to go to Boston.
Yeah. This flight coming in from San Diego, Delta Connection 4001, E175.
Don't forget, Alaska. Hello, Alaska.
Yeah, when is that happening?
3451-1250
When it's hot everywhere else, we're going to Alaska.
2629 heavy Los Angeles fair wind 250 at 9er, runway 25 left, clear to land, plan to exit at altitude.
This is United Express 5299 taking off to Fresno on the E175.
Air Premia, the Dreamliner, now pushing back. It's kind of a 50-50 chance for a north or south side takeoff. We'll see where that ends up. Michael Fontana with the $5 Super Jet. Thanks so much. Michael says, I should be packing, but I'm watching AVL getting ready to move from Pittsburgh to Elwood City, Pennsylvania. Have a great stream, Kevin and Rudy. Oh, you can always have us on in the background. We make good FM radio. Well, best of luck on your move there.
1966 at Julia Cross, 25 right ground, 0.75. Cross 25 right ground, Gas 4001, and 25 right ground, 0.75.
It's an E-Jet kind of morning. Alaska SkyWest 3451 taking off to Monterey on the E175.
Zipping on down to 24 left there on the north side. 787-8 Dreamliner heading back to Tokyo Narita.
We also have that Queen on short final.
How short?
Pretty
Oh,
short.
short enough. Yeah.
Close to touchdown.
Plane Jane. This used to be a passenger 747. Hopefully she will go along all the way to Lima.
Roger.
LA Tower, good morning, United 1653, visual 259.
You know what, Queen that was here yesterday flew right by us at the Proud Bird. The last 747 ever produced.
Oh, yeah.
Flying in here yesterday.
Not often we see her here, right?
No, not too often. Come on, go all the way. No need to slam on those brakes.
Well,
Ease up on those reversers. Oh boy, that New York trip is really starting to catch up on me.
thirst reversers. Thrust reversers.
Well, maybe I'm thirsty.
Oh? Well?
Apparently I'm thirsty for some more coffee.
Coffee. That does sound good.
I think it's going to be needed. Get it out, Kevin. Thirst reversers.
Thrust. Thrust.
Thrust. Yes, no, I'm making fun of myself over here. Thirst reversers. All right. Alpha 8 turn off for this Queen. Well, some of their but some of their partners don't want them to have the logo on it. That's why it's all white. Yeah. Bully Dog with a $5 super chat. Thanks so much. Today is my 1 year membership. Thanks, Kevin Rudy. and all the mods for the fun.
Yahoo! Awesome.
Congratulations. Thank you so much. Skybry PSP with the $10 super chat. Thanks so much, Skybry. This is Hi, Kevin Rudy and the amazing mods. JFK was great, but Sundays at LAX are always like spending a wonderful day with great friends. By the way, great job, Allison. Yeah, Allison doing a great job.
Oh, yeah. Natural Pro. Thank you. Yeah, always good to be back home on a Sunday.
Yes.
American 238,
Alan and back with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Alan. Says lots of Southwest Airlines customers are upset with the new charges for their new bag policy. What do you think about it? You know who we should ask about this? A loyal Southwest flyer, which is Charlie. Can we get Charlie on the heads? Oh, here. Let's just plug it into.
I think we could do one, maybe?
Oh yeah, we just do one.
Bad. Let's see how bad it is.
All right, let's ask Charlie. He's a loyal Southwest, and I know he's not happy.
Okay, let's say hi.
Hi.
It's not bad. Hello.
Charlie. So Charlie, I don't know if you can hear us. You're not on a headset,
Well,
but
I can hear you now.
Just talk loud.
Thank you.
so how do you feel about the new changes at Southwest?
Well, my next trip here, I'm planning to use or fly American. So if that sells you anything, I'm not happy about that bag fee. Obviously, who would be happy about that?
Well, it seems the majority of the comments on social media are saying that is the primary reason why we fly Southwest. It's a free bags, and now there's no reason to.
Exactly. That was the one thing that really differentiated them. Because as far as the assigned seating goes, I kind of liked that idea, that change. I was okay with.
Apparently that's not starting until September, I think I read.
Yeah, that's later on.
But anybody who books a flight on Southwest up until, I believe it's May 27th, you can continue getting those 2 free checked bags. But if you booked after that date, you now have to pay $35 for your first bag, $45 for the second bag.
Oh, so you have the exact rates now. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, they keep emailing me. Oh, sorry to interrupt you.
No
they keep emailing me to say, if you get our credit card, you get 1 bag free. So
Hold that microphone.
they're really pushing that credit card now.
Yes, but you look. So we got to fly you back for the 24-hour stream.
Right.
We were looking at flights yesterday, and you were talking about the different types of fares have changed as well. Not only the bag.
Right. They now do not allow you to make changes for free.
Right.
On the most basic fare.
Yeah.
What else was it? There was they took away so many things that they used to offer.
Yeah.
And the fare was much more expensive than American, Delta, even. Everyone else was cheaper than Southwest, which is crazy. I think.
Yeah.
There's a YouTube channel. Do you remember what the name of that YouTube channel?
I can't remember.
There's a YouTube channel that. I don't know who he is, but he did a video about Southwest and their changes and said basically they just screwed themselves, basically.
Yeah.
And he went through the whole process of how good things were going until that winter storm hit Denver, which caused the chaos, and they were never able to recover from that. And then implementing these new changes is just like the last step.
Well, they had a private equity firm come in and demand all these changes.
Yeah. So when he was looking at American, the fly out of American out of Phoenix, the fare was actually cheaper. And I said, well, you don't think that these other airlines are trying to undercut Southwest at this point? People are upset. Right. And of course, these other airlines are going to come in with lower fares just to throw salt on the wound already on Southwest.
It's working.
Yeah.
And on American, I get to fly a 321neo versus the 737.
Right.
So decision made.
You're upset. A lot of people are upset. What is going to happen to Southwest Airlines? We'll soon see, I guess.
It's kind of sad, but,
Yeah, it's a bummer.
Oh, well.
All right.
Oh, do you guys need coffee?
Yes, please.
How are we doing that? You want me to go drive down there?
Oh, no, we'll have it delivered.
Oh, okay.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Charlie.
guys.
Thanks. So there you go. Someone
have it.
who's been very loyal to Southwest all these years is not happy.
Yeah, 311 Los Angeles, Air Wind 409, runway 25 left.
Our legend Shane gifting 50 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Shane. I love your new profile photo. That is the photo taken on Wednesday morning there at the TWA Hotel. Jane in the middle. Of course, I'm on the left. Rudy on the right.
Good times. Good times.
Thank you so much, Shane. Awesome support.
Thank you. This is Delta Airlines 1875 taking off to Los Cabos on the A321neo.
Japan Airlines 777-300ER. Looks like it's heading to the southeast corner of Tom Bradley.
I still love my Delta. Still loyal. At least I get 2 free bags.
Linda, what are you talking about? Did you hear about the flying solo prices? United, American,
Yes.
and Delta getting charged more. What is that?
Apparently, they are discovering that these airlines have been imposing a quote-unquote, I don't know if you call it a fee or a tax, for passengers who fly solo.
What does
Wait
that mean?
a
What?
minute. Let me check my statement. This is Alaska Airlines 1418 taking off to Guadalajara on the 737-800.
What do you mean flying solo? Like you're just flying by yourself and you get charged more?
If you are flying by yourself, you book an airline ticket. I don't know if this has already been happening or if they're starting it. I didn't get to that part in the article. But there's some sort of a solo, one passenger, I don't know if it's a tax or fee. So apparently if you book a reservation for a flight in a group, apparently it's cheaper.
What?
Isn't that crazy?
That same channel on YouTube that did that whole story about Southwest, there's other videos on there as well. I didn't watch it, but Charlie was telling me yesterday that apparently United, American, and Delta are all in cahoots with each other when it comes to ticket pricing. Are we surprised by that? I'm not.
Well, I think that's part of the reason why Southwest is implementing this. Now we're charging for bags because everyone else is.
Well, they all been playing the same game.
Yeah, but I think they messed up there.
Well, sometimes different is good.
Sets you apart. This is a Blue Mentality taking off to Fort Lauderdale. The A321 JetBlue Flight 100.
That solo thing just doesn't make any sense to me. John Zeller with the $5 Super Chat. Thanks so much, John. It says, JetBlue original livery of blue, white, and orange. Reflected colors of the NYC flag. Allison said you got the picture through my email. Yes, I did, John, and we did see that. That is the fake retro livery. I didn't, when you mentioned that the other day, I didn't know what you were talking about. I thought you were talking about the original A320 in their fleet, which I think is still flying. And I thought, wait, does the livery have a different livery? I got confused. So the A320 you're referring to is a retro livery, but it's a fake retro livery because, of course, they weren't around in the 60s. But yeah, we saw that, I think, on Thursday's show.
Do we call it a faux retro?
Yes.
I was surprised Allison didn't like it. It's interesting. Different. Kind of works. Air Premia now rolling. Air Premia 102 taking off to Seoul on the 787-9 Dreamliner.
All right, we're having a little plane spotter convention just to my left.
Oh, Stave.
2113 wind, 2409
Sorry.
I don't know, I got your hat that time. I don't know how that happened, Steve.
And Steve's not the tallest person.
Well, he was concerned that he was in the shot. And I said, no, you're okay. For whatever reason, I don't know what, maybe that, I have no idea what happened there, Steve.
You got in the way,
good.
Steve. No, it's all right.
All good.
230 lots of spare, we're going to keep vibrating full length line of way transfer, we'll cross downfield. 25 right line of way, 230
Got a United 757 now rolling.
If you guys haven't yet, make sure to hit that like button, feed the bees, subscribe for you, and make sure your notifications are all set. We'll be live tomorrow from Ontario, California for the inaugural flight of Starlux. That's A350-900.
United.
1063, Julie cross the right, keep right back down, 311, Julie cross the right, keep right back down, 175.
United Airlines 2113 taking off to Chicago on the 757-300.
Did you hear the news about Global? Well, I tell you, there's been a lot of aviation news this week.
I couldn't keep up with Global.
Global is pulling out from being a commercial airliner. Are we shocked?
It's quick.
That was very quick. And I was talking to the agency about it, because remember we reached out to them and said, hey, we'd like to shoot on the plane, kind of create a BTS of the first flight, and they were interested at first, and then they ghosted us, which we thought was just weird. And so they invited a bunch of YouTubers on this plane to basically just kind of rip them into shreds. And I don't know if that was the nail on the coffin for that airline. Not a great PR move, but nevertheless, they're done.
Well, they had their hands full.
Yeah,
Okay.
it was. I'm not shocked by that.
Japan Airlines Flight 62 coming in from Tokyo Narita on the 787-9 Dreamliner.
Apparently they're going to do charters, but they've given up on planned commercial air service.
I wonder if maybe they're afraid of more videos surfacing. At least with private chartered flights, it's less likely.
Well, I got news for you, Global. You might want to get rid of those stickers in the cabin. That's not a good look. So, I mean, I was kind of laughing, because I was like, are we going to see Global when we go to JFK? And I thought, well, maybe there's a chance. And of course, they took that A380 earlier in the week to Dresden, and of course that's a high maintenance facility, so people are saying it's going in for a D check. And I thought, a D check? You only got one A380, forget about it, you're done.
This is American Eagle 6230 taking off to Oklahoma City on the E-175. This right here is American 255 coming in from JFK on the A321.
Ron Burgundy says Northern Pacific lasted longer than Global. They kind of did for passenger service, but it didn't last much longer. They're now a charter service, kind of like what Global is now interested in pursuing. But Northern Pacific, New Pacific is still around, but they're doing charter flights for sports teams and whatnot. Sometimes we see them here at LAX. So they're still around. I don't know what kind of shape they're in at this point. Of course, the CEO that started the airline is no longer with that airline.
1553 now, Julie Cross, 25 right transfer, hold position.
Dreamliner fan HC with the $2 super chat. Appreciate that. This is Delta Airlines Flight 3822, Sacramento to LAX, arrival time at 11 a.m. Please catch us. Well, I got news for you. You're probably on the north side. Will be arriving on 24 right. You're better off to check out our 24-hour live cameras from the H Hotel. They'll have a better shot of your arrival than we will here on the south side. Definitely, you're on the, I believe that is an E-Jet. So check out the north side feed from the H Hotel. It'll probably give you a much better shot of the arrival.
Yeah, it's really hazy here today. Even if we zoom in, you can kind of see on right here. With this flight taking off to Boston, Delta 2130. It's a 25-year-old 757-200 TWA.
Boston 1430, wind 2409er, RNAV.
All right, that officially takes us to the top of the hour. And it's officially just after 11 a.m. here in Los Angeles, California. You're watching continuous live coverage of LAX plane spotting right here on your home for LAX live streams. That is Airline Videos Live. Today is the big Sunday show here on June 1st, 2025. And we are your plane jockeys here at an Imperial Hill, Clutters Park here in El Segundo, California. Thanks you guys for tuning in here. Hope you're all having a great weekend. Good to be back here at home after spending a few days there in New York. Boy, what a great show on Thursday. I was happy. As you know, it was kind of raining on Wednesday. It was still a great day. The planes were taking off on 13 right, which is not the best runway to capture the takeoff, but it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. And I was saying, oh, if we could get the 4s and the 2-2s on Thursday, it would make life even better. And of course, we got it. And it was a fantastic day, full of action, great takeoffs, great arrivals, great taxi shots. It had it all, and there's nothing like JFK. Of course, LAX, there's nothing like LAX as well. This is our home base, and of course, you know, there's planes that you see at JFK you don't see here, and vice versa. There's planes we see here we don't see at JFK, so it's great to have both major airports in 1 week here on your home for live streaming excellence. AVL, I just made that up. Anyway.
That was
it's like,
yes,
clap, excellent.
very well said. I agree.
Thank you. Wow. Yes.
That was quite the introduction.
Rudy's lost for words.
Yeah, he said it all. I agree. This is Vista America 402 taking off to Rochester on Gulfstream G450.
Japan Airlines Dreamliner flight coming in from Tokyo Narita, arriving on the north side, 24 right. More than likely we'll head to the southeast corner, enjoying that 777 that's already sitting over there. Flight that came in from Tokyo Haneda.
Request reaching Boeing 737 in sight. Yeah, 6410, maintain this separation with air traffic 124 runway 25 right, RNAV to Docker, clear takeoff. 25 right, RNAV Docker. Docker, 2 heavy LA, 25 right, line away. 11378, contact 7 out, departure. 556, taxi via Hotel, then at Juliet.
This is Alaska Airlines 1317 taking off to Seattle on the 737-800. Yesterday was International Flight Attendant Day.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Happy Flight Attendants Day yesterday to all the flight attendants around the world.
Looks like this Avianca has a special livery sticker on the back of the A320. Get a shot of it. It's being blocked by that Aeromexico cargo building. Let's see here. What is this? Is that Guatemala?
Oh, nice.
Desert 2 heavy 125
This must be the new thing in aviation. Just put a big sticker in the back of the plane.
I met up with some teacher friends after our awards ceremony, and a friend of mine, he's a new teacher on our campus. He didn't know that I did this. He was blown away, and he was telling me about a trip he just took to Colombia, and he flew Avianca, and his review of his flight was not good.
Oh.
Like, really?
Oh.
I don't know what it was, but he just said, yeah, it's not a good experience. Like, really? And of course, going to Colombia, you have to make a couple connections. And I don't know if that's what kind of gave him a bad experience. Apparently there was one flight where he had to everyone stayed on the plane and they let some people on and some people got off. This is United Airlines Flight 32 taking off to Tokyo, Narita, the 787-9 Dreamliner.
My experience with Avianca, I flew into Bogota, Colombia. Of course, they have a major hub there in Bogota, and I didn't actually fly Avianca, but since we flew United, we got to go into the Avianca Club.
Oh, okay.
And it was a nice club. The one thing that just blew me away was the area where you could get your drinks. There was no bar. If you wanted vodka, the vodka bottle was upside down, and you could pour as much into the cup as you wanted to, and that was for anything, whiskey, whatever it may be. No bartender. You were your own bartender, and you could pour as much as you wanted. I've never seen anything like that before. It was like going to 7-Eleven and getting your Slurpee.
Oh, I don't know about that.
That was my biggest takeaway from the Avianca Club there in Bogota.
You just reminded me of something. So, I'm walking to my gate to come back to LAX there in JFK, and there was something going on in one of the restaurants at the bar area, and there was police, and I just heard this couple arguing with this man. He was clearly intoxicated.
Yeah.
And he started shouting, and I'm like, what is about to happen here? I got so nervous, I kind of ran away. Like, I don't want to witness something.
Yeah.
But I hadn't seen that, I don't think ever, really. That was crazy. This is United Airlines Flight 801 taking off to Hong Kong on the 787-9 Dreamliner.
You said that was in New York?
Yeah, and I thought of that because I'm thinking that would be kind of dangerous to just have, spirits and alcoholic beverages and just grab whatever you want. 'Cause then you have passengers that overindulge and then they get into arguments.
Did I ask you or ask someone else about how was it getting from the Delta terminal over to the TWA hotel?
Yeah, you asked me, I think, on the show. Yeah, that was rough, especially after red-eye flights. I just wanted to lay down. But no, it was a long walk. B-20 something. So you have to go all the way across the B wing, where all the B gates are, and then you turn right, and then you go through all the A. There's like a mall area. There's the Centurion American Express Lounge. And then you go downstairs, get the baggage claim, get your bags, and then you walk across to take the air train.
Yeah, it sounds much more difficult.
It was long. And then you finally get to Terminal 5, And you go through the parking garage, you have to take the elevator down, and then you have to walk still across to get to the TWA hotel.
Yeah, forget about it.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't do it. And I was going to say something else. Yeah, no, it was a long walk. I wouldn't do it.
With all the equipment, I mean, granted, all the baggage is where all most of the equipment is, but my backpack had 2 laptops in it, 5 batteries, those Jackery batteries. It's a heavy backpack, as well as the case that has the heavy camera and everything. So all that, I mean, the majority of the equipment is checked in, but still to walk that long with a backpack with 2 laptops and all the camera gear, that doesn't sound
even
like
with
fun.
help. No, it's not fun. And then on the way out, Thursday morning, trying to get back, I got on the air train and I took the wrong one. Went the wrong way. It took me towards Terminal 7, 8, and I'm like, wait, I'm going the wrong way. This is Hawaiian Airlines Flight 61 taking off to Kailua Kona on the A321neo. The good thing is just get off and then, just flip around. No harm done, but I was like, really?
I'm telling you guys, if you go into the TWA hotel, if you can, fly JetBlue, because basically you go down, pick up your bags, you go to a corner, there's an elevator that takes you straight up and you're connected right into the hotel. It's about the easiest commute you could ever want.
Yeah, I do agree with that. But if I ever go by myself, probably still flying Delta.
You and your Delta.
I love Delta. This is United Airlines 797 taking off to Los Cabos on the 737-800. Thankfully everything was on time, on schedule. We even arrived early into JFK.
Yeah.
We arrived right on time here to LAX. No issues with bags. Jane's gift survived.
Yeah,
I was really
pulled that off.
I was really worried. So I don't know if you guys heard. I took the first signed article from the Hollywood Reporter that Kevin signed live here on the show. Last Sunday, I had the idea to frame it, put it on one of those matted frames, and I was really worried that it was going to break in transport because I put it in my checked bag, and literally the frame was the size of my luggage. It's an 11 by 16 or whatever, and it survived.
It survived.
So
good job packing that.
Yeah. Could you imagine I show up with a broken frame? Hi, Jane. Here you go. It's broken. Sorry. But no,
Crash.
it made it. It was all good.
It was. Nicola Carter becoming a silver member once again. Appreciate that. Cadence Injet with a $2 super chat says, hi, Kevin and Rudy. Hello there.
Hello.
Back with a $3 super chat. Appreciate that. Amelia with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much. Amelia says extra price for singles canceled on United and in Delta per the Thrifty Traveler.
Okay.
So still un-American.
This is JetBlue 524 taking off to JFK on the A321.
I gotta tell you, we're seeing a lot of JetBlue flights here today.
Yeah. So still no mosaic status?
Me?
Yeah.
I don't know. I didn't check. Did yours just pop up?
Yeah, I got an email. Said congratulations.
I don't know how that happened.
One of our best passengers.
And you have half the points that I have. I currently have 67,280 points. You had like 30,000 and you got Mosaic. And you don't have the credit card.
Nope.
There is no reason for Rudy to have Mosaic.
I'm at 36,000 points. Mosaic 1.
Oh, there's different levels of Mosaic?
Probably.
I think I'm going to end up getting the credit card with JetBlue.
There you go.
The 100 annual,
Perfect.
offering the 70,000 miles, though I think that ended today.
Well,
I'm sure they'll come back with the exact same offer for next week.
probably. Yeah.
John Zoller back with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much, John. Since American Airlines Philadelphia to Fort Lauderdale in February 2026. 8:20 a.m. first class, same price for one passenger or two. Using airline mileage is tough though. 27,000 for coach to LAX and Philly. 100,000 for first.
I was looking to see how many miles I need to book Delta One. It's looking like 800,000.
800,000?
Yes. I can't remember where I was looking though. Oh, so one flight I was looking at was to St. Martin. Do you want to know how much that ticket price was looking if I wanted to go next week?
How much?
$2,000
For economy?
Economy.
Wow.
This is United Airlines 2667 taking off to Washington Dulles on the 737-900ER.
And that was Delta out of Atlanta?
I think so, yeah.
2,000. That's the cheapest price?
And I looked for my birthday. I'm like, well, that could be another option. And it was still over 1,000.
Well, isn't it? It's their busy season right now, isn't it?
Not
or
really.
Is that in November?
That's yeah. Because right now I think they're entering into hurricane season. I was watching the live stream yesterday. Lots of people on the beach. Caribbean Airlines 737 is about to take off. They were just waiting for it. Like, I missed that.
French B is going to start flying in there.
Really? This is United Airlines 1260 taking off to Denver on the 737-900ER.
Yeah, why don't you do this? Why don't you fly French B into Paris Orly, and then from Paris Orly head to St. Martin?
Wow, that's just, I don't know about that. But, I came across a video. There's this island. It's St. Denis. And someone was filming Air France, I believe it was a 777 taking off, and it's literally like right there. Like the runway is right in front of where they shot it. But it's weird. This is a French island, I believe, called Réunion. And it's just east of Madagascar. And French B and Air France flies there, and apparently, because it's French, it's the world's longest domestic flight. It's like 10 hours to go from Paris to there.
Wow. Huh.
Crazy. And I was trying to look up, okay, if I wanted to go there, what does that look like? French B, Paris Orly. And I think they fly the 350 down to that island.
Interesting. Lynn says there's 33 hours remaining for the credit card for 70,000 points on JetBlue. 33 hours remaining. Do you think they'll have a better promotion, or do you think it will get worse? That's always, you know, is it going to get better? Maybe I'll wait. Maybe they're going to offer 80,000, 90,000 next month. No. It could be 60,
Probably
right?
not. I would take it.
All right. I'll add that on the list of things to do in the morning.
Because then you got to get it too, right? It's going to take time to show up in the mail.
Well, once you apply for it, I think you get, as long as you, I think you got to spend $1,000 in the first 90 days or something.
Easy. Give me your credit card. Just kidding.
More Starbucks. Spencer Ray becoming a silver member again. Thank you so much, Spencer. And Spencer back with the $2 super chat. Says, Kevin, are you jealous of Rudy? When is your trip to JFK? We just got back. You were there this week.
Trust me, he's not jealous of me.
Alvanor 0293 with the $5 super chat. Good to see you. Alvanor says, did you hear the news? A British Airways crew member was arrested for being naughty in a business class lavatory. I was crying, laughing, and reading it.
Oh,
no, I did
man.
not hear about that. Did you hear about that?
Yes.
Really?
Apparently was in the lavatory unclothed completely.
What?
Yes. Was arrested on arrival, and there were drugs involved. So,
boy.
yeah.
What flight was this? Was it here in the U.S. or?
No.
Wow.
Can't remember. Don't remember those details.
Jeez, no, I didn't hear about that, Alvanor. Now I gotta look it up. My Aviation becoming a silver member here today. Thank you so much, My Aviation. Jeez. Well, I'll tell you, British Airways has been in the news a lot in the last year or so with flight crews doing some interesting things.
San Francisco to London.
Wow.
This is American Airlines 2091 taking off to Dallas. Dallas. The A321.
Wasn't there a British Airways flight crew member that died in San Francisco on a layover in the last month?
In a hotel room, right?
In a hotel room.
Found
yeah.
her, right?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Tragic.
Another United 757-300 touching down here on the south side, awaiting the now crossover. 25 right. Flips Pepe with the super chat. Good to see ya. Long-time viewer of the channel. We're back with the $2 super chat. British Airways Flight 284 SFO to London Heathrow.
Yep. And I think the flight attendant was arrested in London upon arrival.
So it was an A380? I believe they have two A380s. I don't know if they have any 777s on that route currently. I know it's been two A380s. Next takeoff here on the south side, American Airlines Flight 764 heading to Puerto Vallarta. It's an A321. Be followed by American Airlines Flight 613 heading to Chicago O'Hare. This Kevin misses a United 757.
This is United 1981 taking off to Newark on the 757-200.
I gotta tell you, if you are looking to photograph or video some of these United 757s, the 200 as well as the 300, get your cameras out now. United putting in an order for 40 more A321 Neos on top of the order they already had. So they are looking to replace these 757s fairly quickly. So they won't be around much longer, especially those 200s.
Yeah.
United really loving their A321 Neos. Of course, with the issues with the 737 MAX 10, they're just like, all right, order more of those A321 Neos. Of course, everyone loves the A321 Neo. Can we get some suites on those A321 Neos? That'd be nice, right?
Oh, like the seats. I thought you meant like cupcakes.
Oh, you thought I said sweets. Sweets.
Oh, man.
Well, speaking of, I think United announced that they are going to be adding a lot more suites.
This is American Airlines 764 taking off to Puerto Vallarta on the A321.
I can't remember what the whole article said, but it was talking about adding more food options as well as sweets on their planes. You know, if you're in Polaris, you know, they have the sundae carts, the ice cream sundae cart, and I believe there was an upgrade to that as well. I don't know what the full article was. I read it, started reading it this morning when I first woke up, and of course you know when you first wake up, you don't remember half of what you just looked at, but
Yes, that happens a lot. Did I also read that there were some issues with catering out of San Francisco?
Yes, it's
with,
been a mess. A complete mess out of SFO.
Pretzels, right? If that.
If anything.
This is American Airlines 613 taking off to Chicago on the 737-800.
Apparently they made the switch. I can't remember who they were using before, but they went to Sky Chefs now, and apparently the switch has just been horrible. Planes leaving SFO with no food, no drinks, bags of garbage, because, you know, they also pick up the garbage on the plane. That's the responsibility with Sky Chefs or whoever. So there was photos of just garbage bags in the back galley on some of these planes, and that's what was taken off.
Absolutely disappointing.
I'm telling you, there's been a lot of news, aviation related, this past week.
Yes. This is Alaska Airlines 1360 taking off to Los Cabos on the 737-900ER, including, did you hear? There was a flight with Delta and there was a delay, and flight attendant allowed this little girl to sing Moana. Lots of passengers voicing their opinions.
Oh, I did not hear that.
Some saying, who let this girl sing on the intercom? Could you imagine, like, you're already dealing with the delay. You're watching something on your TV screen, and then anytime a flight attendant uses the PA system, it, you know,
stops
interrupts
the programming. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to listen, right? And she's singing. Nice voice. And I've been reading the comments. Actually, ended up in the news, I think. Interesting. And just putting myself in their shoes. You just have to sit there and listen, right? You can't do anything else.
Was it good? It was bad, right?
She sounded good.
Okay.
But it's just not the time or place. And I do agree with that. And I'm reading the comments, and do you ever think that not everybody on a plane is on a vacation?
Yeah.
You know, there could be people that are on a business trip, and maybe they're trying to work on something. Or maybe it's someone who is trying to get to their family after finding out, you know, something really bad happened, and they're trying to get to their family. And the last thing they want is to listen.
Right.
Involuntarily.
Our purser on the flight heading out to JFK, Graham was his name. If you probably saw him in the video, I gave him chocolates. Very nice guy. Very nice guy. He had a radio voice. Graham. He loved his voice. And you could tell he really, besides being a flight attendant, which he loves to do, he really wanted to be like a voiceover announcer for like the new movie coming out or something. So anytime he got on the overhead, he was very radio voice. Welcome everyone to JetBlue, flight 323. And it went on and on and on. I texted Charlie. I said, this is the longest introduction I think I've ever been on a JetBlue flight. He was just loving it. He loved to be on the microphone.
Nice.
And then there was one. It popped up. And Graham came on the overhead and said, "Good afternoon, everyone." Click.
Charlie
and I looked at each other and thought, well, okay, that was good afternoon. Quite the announcement. And it never came back on.
Was it noon?
I have no idea. No, it was certainly an afternoon. It was almost evening. He just came on and said, "Good afternoon, everyone." Click.
That is so funny. Wow.
Of course, you know, it stops the TV set, whatever you're watching. But boy, I tell you,
Yeah.
he wannabe voiceover artist for sure.
So that's all I have in terms of aviation news.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
By the way, this flight heading to Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas. American Airlines flight 2766, a 777-200 ER now starting its taxi. Bohemian, Germany. With a super chat.
This guy about to race?
Rudy, reunion is a French overseas territory.
Yeah.
We're doing some TikTok video or something down here.
Special
What car
event.
is that?
We have the Boeing 100 years strong livery, Alaska Airlines 1148 taking off to Portland on the 737-900ER.
What kind of car is this? Looks kind of fancy. So they're down here taking some video.
Here it goes. Here it goes. Nice.
Do they know we're live?
Probably.
That car is probably what, a $200,000? Somebody down here taking video.
Easily.
Where's he at? Oh, there he is. All right.
Lamborghini.
Have a go around on
Yes.
the north side. Second go around we've seen here today. It's an E-Jet.
United Express 5658 coming in from Monterey. We have a Delta 330 Neo lined up on 24 left. Could have been me.
At least $250,000 for that car. You guys know what kind of car it is? Amelia back with a $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Amelia. Says sweets for sweets.
I really thought you were talking about cupcakes and cheesecake and cookies.
You know, speaking of sweets and the mint blue sweet, the dessert option is ice cream.
I think I remember that.
Yeah, and I wish it was like a cake or something like a bakery item. Then I'd go for it. I have, not that I have a problem with ice cream, but Airplane is not a place I want to find out I have a problem with ice cream, if you know what get my drift.
Yeah.
So I usually pass on the ice cream. Charlie got it. He said it was really good. I was really kind of jealous because I really wanted that, but I took it cautiously.
Yeah. See, I can't do that. But what was it on Hawaiian? They had cake.
Oh, they had the cake.
Good.
That was really good. The
Yeah.
rainbow cake or whatever it was.
Yeah.
3-layer cake.
It's the Delta 330 Neo.
This could have been Rudy's
Could have been
flight.
me.
Well, that Neo on Thursday was actually late getting out of.
Yeah, it was a
JFK,
little
wasn't it?
delayed. I saw that. Got to spend a little bit of time in the Delta Lounge. Of course, JFK has the Centurion Lounge as well, and I kind of thought about visiting that, but I just stuck with the Delta Lounge.
How was it?
It was good. I liked it. There's no place like here, LAX. The Sky Club here at LAX is amazing, one of the best. But the one in JFK wasn't bad. They do have a sky deck, but it was raining, so they had to close down. So I couldn't go out there. I'm like, it's fine, I'll just wear my hoodie. But no, it was closed. And it's pretty big, actually, and lots of, if you're a business traveler, lots of computer stations, places to work. Seats are comfortable. The food is really good.
Juan Cruz with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Juan. Says happy spotting jockeys. Great job at the JFK streams. Hope to see you in Boston sometime this year. We're definitely going to Boston. Sorry, Boston. Boston. It was good to see Sarah, the real deal, there from Boston. Had her on the show on Thursday. Of course, we saw her take off in that freshly painted AE2 2300. That was an awesome looking livery. I love.
I saw that on the way out. I'm like, that's
purple.
That's different. I took a video of it, actually.
I love it.
Here we have United 469 coming in from Houston Intercontinental on the MAX 9.
Sarah said she was going to have the whole left of the plane open and close their window shades. She got on the plane, found an open window, gave us a little SOS.
This is American Airlines 1251 taking off to Miami, Florida on the A321neo.
Of course, we had Captain Chris.
Yeah, I saw that.
Didn't know we were actually there at the TWA.
Oh.
And he was pushing back for his flight back to London Heathrow. And of course, we were all waving up there on the rooftop deck at TWA. And his first officer started waving. And then I think Chris was kind of looking over and he's like, wait a second, wait. Oh, that's Kevin. So we got a great wave from him as first officer as they headed back to London. Posted that video on social media yesterday. And he sent me a note about that and said that people actually really love that type of video because it shows that spotters and pilots and the whole aviation community all can come together for a great moment like that, and which is absolutely true.
Yeah. Oh, that was super cool. This is Latam Airlines 2479 taking off to Lima, Peru on the 767-300ER.
Rudy, you want to go to Dublin?
I'd be open to it.
Dublin, Ireland. Apparently they're going to build a brand new spotting deck. From the sketches that I saw, it looks like it's right next to the runway. It looks like it's going to be an excellent filming location.
I'm open to that.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go to, let's take Shamrock. We'll head to Dublin.
Let's go.
Did you guys see that? Looks like an excellent spotting location. I think these airports are slowly but surely realizing that there's a big community out there that wants to be as close to the runways as possible to get those excellent shots. You hear that? You hear that? LAX?
Hello. Let's have it here.
Yes, please. All right, this flight heading to Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas.
American Airlines 2766 off to Dallas, Fort Worth. Yeah, you know, when we were up in San Francisco and I knew our friends Haroon and Ryan were about to fly out, I had proposed the idea to have the entire right side of the airplane, you know, bring their window shades up and down. But I'm like, I don't know about that. I don't want to get you guys in trouble. But yeah, it was cool to see Sarah do that.
Yeah, Sarah, thanks for doing that. Hope you had a great flight. Another United 757-200 in the older livery. Don't see too many of those anymore. Are we going to be sad when we don't see this livery anymore? The day will come.
We saw it on a MAX earlier. I was kind of curious about that.
Are you guys going to be sad?
No.
To see the old Continental livery gone for good?
I prefer the newer one.
I do too. Richard Flair with an awesome $20 super chat. Oh, stand by here. Seems like I'm having issues with the chat here today.
723 LA Tower, wind 2408, runway 25 left, clear to land.
It's like a YouTube issue.
Hotel to Juliet, Hotel 5 right, quarter 50. Airline 601 Heavy LA Tower, wind 2408, runway 25 left, clear to land. Clear now, 25 left, Spirit wind 2597, traffic ahead, continue straight out, wind 2408, on that docker, runway 25
Richard
right,
Flair with an awesome $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Richard. He says hello from Chicago O'Hare and Chicago Midway. Kevin Rudy, what do you usually stream from Boston? My friend Trevor, the aviator, has visited you guys at LAX recently. I'd like to pay you guys to visit at Boston. We usually, when did we go there last year? That was
Last week of June?
oh, it was last week of June?
Yeah.
That was hot.
Toasty.
Full of thunderstorms as well. We gotta talk about that, of what we're planning to do here. I don't have an exact date, but we'll come up with something, and obviously it's gonna be before Rudy goes back to school, so
Oh, yes.
either June or July. We'll let you guys know. We gotta start figuring all that out.
This is Spirit Airlines 2597 taking off to Baltimore on the A321neo.
The Heavy arriving on the 25 left. Looks like this is KLM.
KLM.
It's like 6:01. It's already that time of the day, huh?
Oh, yeah.
It's flight coming in from Amsterdam. Also just had to Porter, the E2, coming in from Toronto. We'll be heading to Terminal 6 here on the south side. Alvinor 0293 back with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Alvinor. Says, I watched a video of a brake failure on one of those Lamborghini Hurricanes. The cost of repair was $9,000. Oh, so that's what that was? That was the Lamborghini? Wow.
Flight time from Amsterdam is 10 hours and 30 minutes. It's the 9.
The 9.
We haven't seen the 10 in a while, right?
No, we usually see the 10. I think last Sunday we had the 10 early and the 9 later. Of course, one thing we don't see here anymore is the 777 and 300ER with our chance to see the Orange Pride. That's really what we want.
Yeah.
In terms of comfort, I think I'd rather fly on the Dreamliner over the 777 if I was going to Amsterdam. I think if I was going to Europe, I think I would choose KLM, only because I think the price is a little bit cheaper, especially for business class over others. Of course, it's the Dreamliner as well. So how many hours? You said it was 9 hours?
10 hours and
10
30
hours.
minutes.
That's not too bad.
It's coming back, though. I think it's faster going there, right?
Yeah.
This is Volati 1713 taking off to Guadalajara on the A320neo.
Number
Margaret becoming a silver member here today. Thank you so much, Margaret. And Christopher Brown back with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much. Christopher says, have you or Rudy flown on the A380 yet? If not, where would be the ideal destination? We've been on the A380 for a video shoot, but we have not actually flown in the A380. That's a really good question, because when I was in New York, I want to experience the Emirates A380, but I don't want to go all the way to Dubai. So I would like to take the A380 to Milan. Be on there for about 6 hours or so. Give it a try.
Yeah.
Better than 16 hours.
Yeah, that's a long flight. But for me, one of my bucket list items is to go to Sydney. So for me, it would be Qantas.
Qantas.
But when? That is the question.
Maybe it's a spur of the moment trip, kind of like you did to New York.
December. I was talking to Matt the other day. I'm like, I really want to go, but it's tricky. This is Delta 829 coming in from Salt Lake City on the A321.
Got the tail light up there at Tom Bradley, including the two A380 Supers. Korean Air bring back the A380 Super for flight 17, which has been a queen for many months now. A380 action there along with Asiana. Of course, we have Cathay Pacific, the 777 at 300ER. EVA Air, the 777, as well as China Eastern. 3 of those 5 tails that you see there in the shot, 3 of those could possibly all take off here on the south side. Those 2 A380s, unless they're a little heavy, which could always happen, will be taken off on the north side. Out of those 2 A380s, if there's going to be one that's going to take off here on the south side, I believe it would be Asiana, which has happened here in the last few weeks. So there's always a chance.
This is a Gulfstream 4 taking off to Montreal.
Of course, over there at the West Gates, we're missing a few. Can you guys guess which ones we're missing? How about Philippine?
Yeah.
Philippine, all. Both those tails usually already lined up there.
What's going on here?
So just a breeze, a Frontier, into Air Tahiti Nui for the moment. Give you an update on Philippine. Philippine Airlines flight 112. The flight coming from Manila, the 777 at 300ER, 14 minutes out. Estimated arrival time 12:02. Original arrival time 9:45 a.m.
Yeah, there's no LL flight today.
No LL flight. Wow. Well, we got our fill of all there in New York. Lots of all Dreamliners there at JFK. Almost to 1,000 likes as well. Thanks, you guys, for your awesome support. Turkish flight 179, the flight coming from Istanbul, sitting there on the southeast corner of Tom Bradley. That'll be flight 180 with a chance for a south side takeoff. Flight 180 heading back to Istanbul, as well as those 2 Japan flights as well. One Dreamliner coming in from Tokyo Narita, as the other one coming in from Tokyo Haneda. Both also sitting there on the southeast corner of the terminal. We flew, of course, JetBlue, which is in Terminal 5. And I told Charlie, I said, this might be might be, though maybe not, the last time we're in Terminal 5, because they will be tearing that down and reconstructing that starting in the fall. Charlie said, yeah, it's kind of outdated. But I said, yeah, but there's some character to it that a lot of terminals here at LAX don't have. And I would say I do like the new Terminal 3 with Delta. Is it unique? Is it warmy? No.
No.
It's just a big box.
This is new.
It's new. To me, it's just a big box. And that's the one thing I like about Terminal 5. There's even a skylight at the end of the terminal. I hope they don't get rid of that. I hope they put the skylight back in.
The best part about Terminal 3 is the Sky Club.
Yes, yeah.
It's
Technically, that's closer to Terminal 2 than 3.
Yeah.
And of course, they're redoing Terminal 4 with American. I haven't been in that, but some people said the new part, it's okay. Sounds like another just Terminal 3, just a big old box.
Yeah.
You know, you gotta say, as old as 5 is, it does have some character. I do like it. It has a lot of skylights, including that large skylight, but it also has small. There's a lot. It just brings in a lot of light. By the way, I did not set off the alarm in Terminal 5 pre-check. I told Charlie, it was going off for everyone. And I said, oh gosh, Charlie, just watch. It's gonna go off on me. And I walked through, no problem. Charlie right behind me. I said, how did that happen? I got through it. The last time I went through that in January, it went off because of my arm. This time, no problem. Either they updated it, or maybe I got more muscle in my arm, and so therefore maybe the metal doesn't set it off. I don't know. I'm pretty sure it was the same metal detector, but it was certainly very overly protecting because it was going off on everyone.
Yeah, you know, on the way out, I forgot to take my watch off, so I set it off. Like, sorry, I forgot to take my watch off.
Yeah, Charlie forgot to take his belt off.
This is United Airlines 2279 taking off to Seattle on the A320. See Philippine now.
This flight coming in from Chicago O'Hare. American Airlines flight 1979, a 15-year-old at 737-800 now crossing over. 25 right, we'll head to Terminal 4. And I think it's kind of funny. We flew out of the same gate that you and I have flown out to JFK and Boston in Terminal 5. Always the same gate. I think it's 53 or 55. It's that one gate in the corner. And flying out of JFK, it's always gate, I think it was 55 there. It's always that end gate.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny how it's always the same gate for the same flight.
They didn't give away your seats.
No. Speaking of, if you saw the video of me getting on that flight, it was the same woman at the gate. The gate agent was the same.
She's like, oh, it's you again.
I told Charlie, I said, oh, that's the same gate agent, the one that gave our seats away.
Oh, man.
Eva, the 777-300ER, Flight 5, heading back to Taipei. Now pushing back. We'll see where the tail ends up. If it heads to the north side, we have a south side takeoff. If the tail heads our way, pointing to the south, that would mean that it's heading to the north side for a takeoff this morning.
You know, I kept switching my seat on my way out of here. Originally, when I booked the flight, I was row like 52, like way in the back. And then seats opened up, Then an exit row opened up. I think they opened that up for medallion members, like once you're checked in. So I moved to the exit row originally, and then I thought to myself, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to sleep, thinking like I'm responsible for assisting in case of an emergency. I don't know why I was thinking that way. So I moved it, and I moved back one row on the right side of the plane, and that's where I sat. Row 35 or something. And I didn't sleep very much.
That was on the flight back?
On the flight to JFK.
Oh, to JFK. On the flight back, you had emergency exit over the wing. I will never book those seats ever again. Because later Tater and I have had a discussion about that. You've seen the video recently of a lot of engine fires. They're at the gate or on the ground, and people are standing on the wing with smoke around them, and they got nowhere to go. What are you going to do? You're going to jump off that wing?
No, you can't do that.
Well, what are you going to do? If it's a real emergency and the plane is up in flames, you got to do something. That means you got to jump.
There's exits.
Apparently
forward.
on Airbus, there are inflatable things off over the wings, but on the Boeing aircraft, there are not. Though on the Dreamliner, the exits are not over the wing. The doors are before and after the wing. But on a 737, the older aircraft, you're right over the wing. You stand on that wing, and if it's a real emergency, you got no choice but to jump. And I can tell you right now, just falling over a curb in a parking lot, how much damage? No way.
No, you still have your forward exits. You don't have to exit over the wing. And I'm pretty sure I saw on
Is that an option though? If you're is that an option? I don't think it's an option. If there's an emergency, you open up those doors and you go on the wing.
I would have to if I were in that position. But I'm pretty sure on the safety card it said that the door has inflatable. At least on
the 767?
Yeah.
Okay.
But in that case, I don't know if anybody's going to want to evacuate there. Who's going to tell me I can't use the forward exit?
Everyone pushing their way out.
But at least I have the advantage to be able to get into the aisle and move forward.
I don't think that's an option. I don't know.
If there's flames right outside the window, no one's going to exit through there.
Well, that's just me. And we were talking to the French B pilots, and I was talking to them about that. And they fly Airbus, and they said, no, the Airbus, they actually have inflatable over the wing, so you're not stuck on the wing.
Sean says the safety card says to check for fire and not to use that exit if there is. That makes logical sense. Why would anybody exit where there's fire? Use the next available exit.
Well, the videos that I saw, there was one, I think, in Denver, where it was the American 737. The fire was on the right-hand side, so people exited on the left-hand side, and so they had to use over the wing. Even if the fire's on the right-hand side, that fire can start spreading inside the cabin back over the other side of the plane. I'm just saying, when you got time not on your side, no one's going to come and rescue you off that wing. No. You're going to have to jump, and that's quite the jump. That's a jump I'm not willing to make.
No. I'm pretty sure, there's inflatables on at least on the 7.6. But you have options.
Who's thinking logically when things like that are going on? I don't know. I've seen some of these videos inside the cabin when there's not a real emergency and people are freaking out. People are not thinking logically, pushing around or not going fast enough or trying to grab their luggage, whatever it may be. It's chaos inside that cabin.
Yeah.
Christopher Brown back with the $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Christopher. Says, any chance for an Atlanta, Dulles, or Charlotte show? We've done Dulles. I did Dulles about 2 years ago. As I say, I don't think Jim liked me the other day when I said this, but Dulles, dull for 2 days. Charlotte, I think we're too far from the action in Charlotte. I know they have a park. I've seen some other live streams from there. I wasn't too impressed by that.
This is American Airlines Flight 1105 taking off to Charlotte. It's on the A321.
In Atlanta, I gotta tell you, I think we get a fair between LAX and New York. I think we get a fair share of Delta. No real reason to go to Atlanta. At least we got variety, JFK and TWA with enough Delta in there as well. All right, well that officially takes us to the top of the hour once again. And it's officially afternoon here in the Southland. You're watching continuous live coverage of LAX plane spotting right here on your home for LAX live streams. That is Airline Videos Live. Today's the big Sunday show here on June 1st, 2025. And we are your plane jockeys here at an Imperial Hill, Clutter's Park, here in El Segundo, California. I hope you guys are all enjoying the show. Officially afternoon. It's going to start getting busy here at LAX. So sit back, relax. We got you covered.
Yes, and please let us know. We'd like to ask, where is everyone watching from?
All right. We continue on here.
Where in the world are you? As Disney says, it's a small world after all.
Looks like Eva heading here to the south side. Sue back with the $2 super chat. Thanks so much, Sue. Is sitting here with my neighbors, Kat, Emma, and AVL. Sounds like a nice Sunday afternoon.
We have viewers watching from all over the world, including Seattle, New Orleans, Houston, Dandridge, Tennessee, Honolulu, San Diego, Western India, Elmira, New York, Chicago, Las Vegas, San Rafael, California, Culver City, Simi Valley, Brooklyn, Freeland, Michigan, Allen, Texas, Ontario, Provo, Utah, Sioux Falls, South Dakota, Maine, New Orleans, Mississippi, Chesterton, Indiana, San Francisco, Redding, California, Northern Colorado, East Peoria, Illinois, Indianapolis, Lake Norman, North Carolina, Ogden, Utah, Maryland, San Antonio, Texas, North Carolina, Redford, Michigan, Germany, Tucson, Arizona, Grand Prairie, Texas, Big Lake, Minnesota, Roseville, California, Rome, Italy, Woodstock, Virginia, Minneapolis, Boston, Walnut, California, Somerset, Massachusetts, Chula Vista, California, Derby in the UK. We have viewers in England, Lisbon, Portugal, Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada, White Lake, Michigan, Frederick, Maryland, Brazil, Milan, Italy, This is American Airlines Flight 32 taking off to JFK on the A321. Salisbury, Maryland, Sydney, Australia, Manchester, Connecticut, Louisville, Kentucky, Durban, South Africa, Michoacan, Mexico, Surprise, Arizona, Bryan, Texas, Bowie, Maryland, Cincinnati, Ohio, Palm Springs, California. We have viewers in Blairsville, Georgia, East Lansing, Michigan, Chatsworth, San Carlos, California, Montreal, Quebec, Ireland, Charlotte, North Carolina, Santa Barbara, Nassau in the Bahamas, Japan, Cardiff, Wales, and many, many other places all over the world. You are watching Airline Videos Live out of LAX, Los Angeles, California.
Delta 360, turn right, Hotel 6, and join Hotel.
Just had Philippine Airlines 112 touchdown on 24 right, coming in from Manila on the 777-300ER. About 2 hours delayed here today.
Delta 484,
We have two Air Canada planes about to take off here on the south side. The Air Canada A220-300 will be taking off to Montreal, followed by the Air Canada Dreamliner off to Toronto.
Excellent. Volaris, one of those airlines we did not see at JFK. Of course, we got plenty of Volaris here at LAX.
Saw Viva.
Oh, that's right, we did see Viva.
Delta 484, contact SoCal departure.
Saw Copa as well. Copa Airlines, a 737 MAX 9 coming from Panama City.
And we saw Air Mexico too.
Yes, they fly that Dreamliner. Sometimes parking it right near the gates to the TWA.
We have a United Dreamliner about to touch down, coming in from Newark. United Airlines 2679.
Air Canada 778, wind 26006. Arnett Doctor, runway 25 right, and first for takeoff.
Hi.
Hi.
Air Canada 788, heavy, runway 25 right, line up way. Runway 25 right, Air Canada 788.
The Japan Airlines flight coming up from Osaka, flight 60, now 3 minutes out, would be a north side arrival. Eva Air Cargo, flight 622, coming up from Taipei, 777 freighter, just 13 minutes out.
United 2679, heavy, hold short of runway 25 right at Juliet. Hold short 25 right at Juliet, United 2679. Air Canada 788, heavy, wind 250.
Air France, flight 220, coming up from Paris on the 777-300ER, just 25 minutes away. First of two Air Canada flights now taking off on 25 right. Airbus A220-300 up first.
Air Canada 778, contact SoCal departure.
Be followed by that Air Canada Dreamliner up next. Versus the Dreamliner that came in from Newark. Seen a lot of aircraft in the older livery. So the question is, are we going to miss it? Nah. Asiana A380 Super. That's another question. We're going to miss the Asiana livery. I'm sure a lot of you guys would say yes. This is the Asiana A380 Super heading back to Seoul. Should be a north side takeoff, flight 201. This is an 8-year-old, fairly old, young A380. That was a flight headed to Toronto, flight 788 on that 787-9 Dreamliner. We do have a DHL Polar Air Cargo. Flight 8537 heading to Honolulu. It's a 747-8 lighting up. We'll be taking off on the 25 left coming up. Eva, the 777-300ER now rolling down at 25 right. Flight heading to Taipei. Of course, if you haven't heard it, we'll be live airside tomorrow in Ontario, California for more airside action as we welcome Starlux coming in from Taipei on their A350.
679 heavy traffic holding the position at Juliet, cross and right, 5 right, and right on ground, contact ground. Horizon 2227 LA Tower, wind 2405, runway 25 left.
Somebody was, who's asking about that? Someone was asking about, I wonder how full those Air Canada flights are. Oh, David. David asking how full those are. Our friend Kevin, who flies from Toronto pretty often between here at LAX and Toronto, I asked him a couple of Sundays ago, I think it was last Sunday or the Sunday before, I said, you know, I noticed that they're bringing in heavy aircraft like the Dreamliners and possibly the A330s. I said, we're hearing the rumors that a lot of people are not coming here from Canada. How full are those flights? And he said that they're not full at all, that apparently the reason why we're seeing those Dreamliners or the heavies coming into LAX is because they were already scheduled for that time. So I don't think they're very full, but they're still coming and going here at LAX. Next takeoff is another JetBlue flight. This one heading to Boston, flight 188. It's an A321.
American 2850, wind 2405,
Delayed Philippine 777-300 flights there on the north side. Not sure where it's heading to. It usually heads to the west gates. Looks like we got a A350 with Delta heading into one of the north side gates. That flight was 8 coming from Tokyo Haneda as Philippine now makes that a right-hand turn onto Kilo. Next takeoff here on the south side is American Airlines flight 2850, an A321 Neo heading to Philadelphia. Do have a live drawing coming up sometime this afternoon. How about one of these official airline videos live? LAX 24-hour live coverage t-shirts could be yours. You just have to be in the chat. We give you a code word to enter. We'll explain all the details when we get a little bit closer. Go check them out at shopavl.com. Of course, I'm wearing this shirt as well as Charlie here today. Philippine, the 777 now making its way over to the west gates. Next takeoff is Alaska Airlines flight 1219 heading to Seattle, 737 at MAX 9. A United Dreamliner heading to Terminal 7. This flight arriving on the north side. 787-10 Dreamliner.
Wow.
What's going on?
They say hi. They don't speak any English.
They?
Coming from Mexico. I'm like, wow, here goes my Spanish, my aviation Spanish. It was 9 out of 10. I'm like, wait, how do you say?
Station 44 at Juliet, cross 125 right, contact ground 375.
This is United Airlines 2086 taking off to Houston Intercontinental on the 777-200. The look on Charlie's face when they tried talking to him, priceless. I'm like, Rudy to the rescue.
Do they watch us?
They watch us, and they watch us religiously, and they are huge aviation fanatics.
Very nice.
Coming from Querétaro and Torreón, Mexico.
Woo, listen to that tongue.
Yeah. And he said, his name is Isaiah, he said, we should definitely consider visiting Mexico City for some plane spotting there.
Okay.
Got his contact info. I think he has some connections, so yeah.
Okay.
I flew Aeromexico. Was this too much? Torreón, Mexico.
Do it again.
Torreón.
Oh, listen to that tongue twirl. I could never do that.
I have family from there, so that's the only way the only reason I really know how to say it. And Querétaro.
Jonas Anderson saying National A330 is 40 minutes out. Looks like it's heading to LAX.
Nice.
Is that a passenger or is that a cargo? I think they're passengers, those A330s, if I'm not mistaken. All right, the flight to Seoul now heading up there. We'll make a right-hand turn onto taxiway Echo, head to 24 left. Still waiting on that DHL Polar Air Cargo Queen heading to Honolulu, a 747-8. Be heading to 25 left. Goose on the loose. The $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Goose on the loose. Did you hear about the article in GeekWire about the startup of a live camera in SeaTac? The article mentions you, Kevin, and Avial. Then it links to the article in the Hollywood Reporter. Lots of good publicity for Avial recently. I did look at that yesterday. Thank you, Goose on the loose. Yeah, I'll talk about it here in a second. We do have a private jet rolling down taxiway Alpha here.
Global 6000.
So yeah, so apparently a guy has a house right outside of SeaTac, and he has now installed a 24-hour stream which overlooks, it's a static camera. I think there's two cameras, but it's static. It doesn't move, doesn't track the planes. But nice. It is a 24-hour stream, and so the GeekWire did an article about that he has put this up, and they talked about that, you know, the world of live aviation, live streaming is a big deal now. Of course, we're one of the biggest in the world, so of course they mentioned us and our 24-hour live streams as well. So I checked out the stream. It's a cool shot. I don't know if the cameras are going to eventually move or whatnot, but they're locked down. So I started doing a search, and I realized there's a few other 24/7 live streams. Beaker and Honeydew, which I think, I don't know if you guys are in our chat, Beaker and Honeydew. They have a 24-hour live stream at Dallas Fort Worth.
Really? This is Alaska Airlines 1374 taking off to Loretto on the MAX 9.
And of course, that is a lockdown camera as well. And it says video is courtesy of Fox News. So I don't know if they're just, I don't know where their feed is coming from. I don't know if, I didn't realize that Fox had a webcam there at Dallas Fort Worth, Texas, but look what we've started there, Rudy.
Good job. This is JetBlue 491 coming in from Buffalo on the A220-300. You have the EVA Air Cargo 777 freighter on short final coming in from Taipei, flight 622.
Don't expect that to go all the way to Lima. Should be Alpha 8 turnoff.
We have the DHL 747-8 freighter going to be taking off to Honolulu.
You guys are all saying our 24-hour cameras are the best. Well, you know, yeah.
Yeah, really good quality.
622 heavy, turn left, Alpha 8, turn left on Alpha, and contact ground, 0.75.
But it makes me wonder, like, you know, are we going to see more of these 24-hour live cameras on the interwebs? Is this going to be like is this going to be the new thing now? Every 24/7 this, 24/7 that.
I'm just curious how they're pulling it off, because I know, I'm just going to say it, it was no easy feat for us to put those up. I mean, it was...
Well, now hold on. It's fairly easy to put up a camera and just have it go 24 hours. I mean, that's originally what we did. To track the planes and all that jazz and all the other stuff that goes with it, that's the hard part.
Yeah.
The easy part is just installing. If you have a location that,
Well, I guess that's what I'm saying, is location is important as well.
Yeah.
Like, could we just mount a camera up there?
Well, if someone gives it permission, yeah. You mean up on the cable wire that Rita hit last Sunday?
No, on the post, not on the wire.
Oh.
Actually, that would be a good spot. Think about it.
Bill Eshoes, 7-7 with a $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Bill. This is Kevin Rudy. Thank you for providing us with the best plane spotting site available. Great work. Our pleasure there, Bill.
Thank you.
Appreciate the support. It is a Breeze Airways flight 123 heading to Akron, Ohio. It's a brand new A220-300 there on Kilo. United flight heading to Tokyo Haneda, flight 39 now rolling down at 25 right. Still waiting on that Queen. Of course, we're still waiting on that New York Times article. I'll check in on them this week and see if there's any ETA.
Yeah.
Should be seeing this China Eastern 777, the flight heading back to Shanghai. Should be pushing back here shortly. Network. The $3 super chat. Thank you so much, Network.
Looks like the A380 is starting takeoff roll.
American 2408, can you accept runway 25 right? That is 1013 at Juliet, cross runway 25 right.
Head back up to the north side, 24 left.
25 right, ground 175, American 2408, we can accept 25 right. American 2408, change to runway 25 right, runway 25 right, clear to land, caution, Turbulence, heavy, Boeing 747 first control. Clear to land 25 right, American 2408. Giant 8537 heavy, the next arrival for the parallel runway, runway 25 left, line of flight. Runway 25 left, line of flight.
This is Aviation Airlines 201 taking off to Seoul on the A380.
Of course, we still have Korean Air Flight 108, that A380 Super, still sitting there at the gate. Air France heading to the north side, Flight 22, as well as Virgin. Atlantic Flight 7 coming up from London Heathrow at A350 1000, just 9 minutes out.
That Queen now taxiing over to the runway.
All right, head
25 left.
25 left. Of course, this is a 747-8, which means it can only take off on the 25 left here on the south side due to the size, wingspan. Like it nice and loud.
Just push the A321neo with American to 25 right for arrival.
Use the turn it up emojis if you like it nice and loud. It's our second Queen departure since we started the stream a few hours ago. China Eastern 777 at 300ER now pushing it back.
DHL taking off to Honolulu on the 747-8 freighter.
Heavy.
Very heavy.
A few heads got in the shot. That's how heavy that aircraft was. That is the China Eastern at 777 at 300ER heading back to Shanghai. That tail to the north will signal a south side takeoff on 25 right. As you saw, that Cathay Pacific 777 at 300ER. Could also be a south side takeoff on 25 right. Of course, that is still sitting there at the gates. Still loading up some cargo as well as some bags and, of course, the passengers. Austria in Flight 81 coming in from Vienna, 777 at 200ER, just 19 minutes out.
We have an Aeromexico Dreamliner rolling on 24 left.
What a weird weather day.
It's super weird.
There's a lot of moisture in the air today. That's what's causing that haze that you see.
Friend here is flight attendant for Aeromexico. Aeromexico 647 taking off to Mexico City on the 787-8 Dreamliner.
Who's the flight attendant?
A friend sitting over here with sunglasses on. I'm not sure if didn't pick up if that's his daughter. She's a flight attendant.
She's a flight attendant.
She is.
Okay.
Yeah. I didn't get to meet her though.
Bill issue 77 back with the $10 super chat. Thank you so much. Bill says, how about getting later tater to the Big Sunday Show once a month? He's an encyclopedia of aviation information. You guys are doing a great job. Thank you, Bill. We've had him on a few times. What was he? Last time he was here, he was on for my birthday. So it was April. May, June. It's about a month and a half ago.
He's due for an appointment with AVL.
Maybe he'll stop on by the 24-hour live broadcast.
Oh, yeah. There you go. We have our lineup.
Adam, a later tater.
Air France Flight 22 coming in from Paris. Flight time is 10 hours and 38 minutes.
American 1231-2408, RNAV Doctor, runway 25 right.
The Breeze flight heading to Akron, Ohio, now taking off 25 right.
United 1225 LA Tower, full length, runway 25 right, left line. Nazi 123, contact hotel departure.
Little engine start up on that China Eastern. Joshua Siegel gifting one Airline Videos Live membership. Thank you so much. Trying to think what else happened this past week. Well, you all know we went to New York, stayed at the TWA Hotel for 3 nights, had our last dinner at the Paris Cafe on Thursday night.
Totally missed out on that. We had dinner at the Sunken Lounge.
Yes, that was actually, I think I had more fun with the Sunken Lounge dinner.
My sliders weren't that great, though. I don't know if I told you that.
Mine weren't either. No disrespect, TWA, but the sliders were like hockey pucks.
That was American 1230 taking off to Dallas Fort Worth on the A321. And they took forever. I think they forgot our order.
They also served me fries that were raw. Raw fries.
Well, the meat patties on my sliders, they tasted like they burnt it. You know,
yes,
like burnt meat.
Yeah.
So it was like,
yeah, it wasn't.
It's not great. The company was good though.
Yeah, we had great company there at the Sunken Lounge.
Hi, how's it going?
Virgin Atlantic Flight 7 coming from London Heathrow, the A350-1000, next to arrive there on the north side, 24 right. We'll head back here to 25 right.
106 LA Tower, can you accept an Alpha 4 intersection approach? Radio 106, 1 for French 8,400 feet available. Radio 106, 1 right at Alpha 4. 1225, contact hotel departure. Juliet, cross 25 right, contact ground 2075. At Juliet, cross 25 right, contact ground 2175, that's the 640.
Oh, Sarah says her food was good. What did you get, Sarah? Sarah's sitting right next to me, and I can't remember what you ordered. I was just hungry after Long day of plane spotting, live broadcasting. They did fix my fries. I sent them back and said, sorry guys, the French fries are raw. So they came back with some fresh French fries, but I was a little shocked that they were served like that. I don't know. I could go on and on about food service recently. Just not very good anywhere.
Radio 106, thanks for help.
In fact, we were at the Prodberg yesterday, and I hate to say this because I support all these places, and I really want every place to succeed. We were at the Prodberg, Charlie and I, and you know, they give you a little buzzer when your food is ready. You have to go in and pick it up, and I was sitting there thinking, this is taking a little bit longer than it should, and of course the buzzer never went off. So I said, Charlie, we want to go in there and just check to make sure the food. He said the buzzer went off just as he walked up. He brought the food. We were sitting on the patio. Everything was cold as an ice cube. All the food, all the fries, everything. We took a few bites, and I said, this is ridiculous. I'm going in there, and I'm going to tell them that all this food is cold. And they were nice about it and replaced it. And I don't know. For the price of the food there, I just expect to get warmer food. And we've had issues in the past with cold food there. And one other thing I noticed, you know, they've had an issue with people bringing food from the outside into the restaurant, which I think is the most bizarre thing. You know, they have the kids' playground. It's becoming a huge kids' playground. And I think people have this state of mind that it's a park, not a restaurant. So literally, the woman sitting next to us on the patio pulls out for her whole family In-N-Out burger and fries. She's even got an In-N-Out cup, and she's sitting there on the patio of a restaurant called the Proud Bird with In-N-Out burger. And I'm thinking, what is going on here?
I think that's a health violation too. Like, I don't think you can bring in outside food.
No, well, there's a sign on the door that says, do not bring in outside food. But I think people just, I don't know what's going on. Charlie and I were talking about it because we have a problem with so many kids at the restaurant. It's becoming like the biggest playground in LA. Like, word has certainly gotten out and said, hey, parents, go to the Proud Bird. Your kids can play on the playground while you drink and have a good time or whatever. And because I'm seeing more and more of that going on there. And if that's what they want to become, that's their business. That's up to them. But with that respect, I think people look at it not as a restaurant, but as a playground. And so therefore you can bring outside food. And I think some people have forgotten that it is a restaurant.
You know.
Of course, we go back for the views there. Of course, you can't get better views of the south side. But like I said, as well as the TWA, some bad food this week at both establishments.
You know, I'm trying to think of what to say with what you're saying about the Proud Bird, and kind of came across this. There's an issue with lack of restaurants around LAX. Like, I'm talking like in the near vicinity of it. After I landed on Thursday, I was trying to figure out, where do I go get food? You don't have that many options.
No,
it's
In-N-Out.
In-N-Out, and I'm like, oh, forget it. I don't want to go there. The line is going to be out the door. I need something quick. Then I thought, Proud Bird, I don't have time for that. But that's it. Where else are you going to go? So I literally went over to the In-N-Out on El Segundo on this side, got in and out quickly. And by the way, it's my student's uncle.
Oh, he looks familiar.
Yeah. He showed me a picture of, he actually came to one of my performances. He's like, see, that's you. I'm like, oh my gosh. Anyway, but yeah, it's a problem. And I think the times we've gone
AVL
to
Cafe needs to open.
something, because the times we've gone to the Proud Bird, people don't go there necessarily to watch the planes. It's just one of the few places that you can go to get food.
Well,
Here.
yeah, but I don't think that's what's going on over there, Rudy. I think
There is
it's
a
become a huge playground for the kids.
It's a management/staffing issue. I've noticed that there's been some turnover, and the last I spoke with one of the managers, yeah, they're concerned about it. Even they're seeing it with their own eyes that, hey, this is getting out of hand. People are bringing in stuff they shouldn't be bringing in.
We sat on that patio for at least 2 hours yesterday. Not one employee came out there to look at anything. The trash was building up on the patio, and not one employee came out to the patio to check to see how things were going. It's like I said, we're not sitting here trying to be negative about it. We love these places, we really do, and we want to see them succeed. But there's some issues that we see that need to be addressed, or else something's going to go bad.
It's too bad if I was there, I would have spoken up, because I've gotten to know the managers and the staff there. I've been like, hey, you need to come address this. This is not okay.
Yeah.
Like, how is this to your standards? I know you guys are busy, but this is not okay. But
I think someone needs to come out there. If someone's got In-N-Out Burger and they're sitting on the patio.
Yes. But I think I've even seen people bring other stuff they shouldn't be bringing, like outside bottles of
alcohol.
juice.
Yeah. All right, Singapore, the flight coming from Tokyo to Rita, flight 1-2, short final, 424 right there on the north side. We also have a heavy to be taken off here on the south side at 25 right. Telling you, Rudy, we need to open up the AVL Bar and Grill.
I'm waiting.
I think we do pretty well.
Oh yeah, I think so too.
Southwest 3589 at Juliet now, approximately 25 right.
This is China Eastern Airlines 586 taking off to Shanghai on the 777-300ER.
But you are right. The lack of restaurants, even though restaurants that are open late around LAX, it's non-existent. There is In-N-Out, which gets really busy, even at 1 o'clock in the morning, because there isn't any other option.
Yeah. Now, I wasn't about to try to get food on the, inside of the terminal. But yeah, we need more options around here.
We need more options. Who's going to change that?
Who's the dump truck?
Wait, 777 now short funnel for 2-5 left here on the south side.
Austrian 81 coming in from Vienna.
It's the 777-200ER. Grumpy one says, come to Vegas. Tons of stuff open 24/7. I wonder if the pandemic has a lot to do with places not open as late or the hours have changed. I was always amazed. You know, you guys would be amazed about Los Angeles. You would think that we're like Vegas. Oh, it's a party town. Things are open really late. And things must be, you know, you can go out for dinner anywhere until about 3 o'clock in the morning. You'd be surprised how early things close down, even in the party areas of LA. West Hollywood, the Sunset Strip, most places close by 11 at midnight. But the majority of the restaurants, even the restaurants around here at LAX, close by 8, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, the latest. So if you work late, let's say I do a live stream at the H Hotel, I don't get out of there until about 9:30, 10 o'clock. Before I get home, the option to eat anything is next to none. This is Austrian in the older livery. Got the baby blue on the cowlings. That's why I love DoorDash. DoorDash is my new favorite thing ever. Brenda says, don't forget tipping for everything. Yeah. Oh, we're just talking about since COVID, a lot of restaurants aren't open late anymore. And I was talking about Los Angeles, even in like West Hollywood, the party part of the city, you'd expect like it's Vegas. Like you can go to a restaurant at 3 o'clock in the morning if you really wanted to. That's not the case. Everything closes by at least midnight in West Hollywood. And around here, 8, 9 o'clock is the latest.
Oh, this is bad.
In and out.
Not too long ago, I went out with some friends and it was midnight. This is Spirit Airlines 2547 taking off to New Orleans on the A321neo. And it wasn't a club or anything like that, but it was midnight, and at least out where I live, they closed at 1 in the morning.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
See, it's better.
And it's a Mexican restaurant.
1 o'clock, that's a good.
Calaveras. There's one in Long Beach that we went to, and there's one out where I live. And yeah, 1 in the morning. We didn't stay till 1, but
you know, on the Sundays where we talk about going to the Broad Bird, you know, they close at 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock. If you don't get your order in by 7 o'clock, you're not eating. And I'm thinking 7 o'clock on a Sunday, people are just almost ready for dinner at that point.
Everyone in Europe is laughing because nothing's open on Sundays.
Oh, that's true.
We had this conversation, Allison and I, while we were waiting in line for soaring at California Adventure.
Yeah.
Never got to get on the ride, by the way. Just need to find more places to be able to enjoy dinner after the Sunday show.
Yeah.
I think we just need to venture out towards El Segundo a little bit more.
Oh, Marco. Oh, I'll tell you what, Marco. Okay, Marco just called me out. He said, what about Cantor's in the Fairfax district? Yes. I believe, is it still open 24 hours? I think that's a 24-hour deli. Oh, I've been there many late nights at Cantor's there in the Fairfax district. Love Cantor's. We do have a Queen heading to 25 left.
This is Atlas Air 8878, 747-400 freighter coming in from Anchorage.
All right, come on, go dog. Some of these Queens have to be heavy.
Especially coming from Anchorage. It's a fuel stop, right?
Yeah.
Should be heavy. Fueled up.
And by the way, We got another airport for airside access outside of California.
Oh.
Yes. They're just wanting to know, when do we want to come? And I said, I don't know. I want it to be good.
Interesting.
All right, I think we got ourselves to go long and missing that turn on Alpha 8.
Nice.
Canners tonight on a Sunday closes at 11:30 p.m. What about on a Friday and a Saturday? I think it's late.
It's Queen built as a freighter.
I'll wake it up.
Oh yeah.
Making that turn on Alpha, the taxiway. Oh, see, Cantor's is open 24 hours on Friday and Saturdays.
How far away is that?
That's in the Fairfax district, so not too far from the Grove, CBS, Television City.
Well, if we're going to venture that way, I was going to say we just drive just a little bit further south. There's Manhattan Beach. There's a bunch of places.
Oh, you're talking about LAX.
Yeah.
Well, let's not confuse the people at home. Manhattan Beach is not south of the Fairfax district.
Of LAX. I'm talking about from here.
Well, I don't know. I mean, Manhattan Beach, I don't know, is there even anything there that's open late? That's a beach community.
Do you guys have a Lazy Dog down here? I love Lazy Dog.
You know, there is a bunch of stuff in El Segundo off of Redondo. A350-900 coming in from Rome.
Yeah, Lazy Dog is about 20 minutes from here.
Touching down at 25 left.
Flight time from Rome is 11 hours, 51 minutes.
Of course, we saw plenty ITAs there at JFK, including the A330-200, the A330neo, which we do see here at LAX. Of course, we did not see any of the A350s.
Here you go.
Strike this one up for LAX.
American 1221, wind 2409er, RNAV Doctor, runway 25 right, 34 takeoff. Clear for takeoff, runway 25 right, RNAV Doctor, Airway 5947, LA Tower, taxi full lane.
It's a Gulfstream G550.
You know what, Rudy, after seeing the new Korean Air livery with that awesome looking blue, I'm starting to think now this ITA is just a tad dark.
No. No.
My mind is starting to go there now. I'm starting to question ITA's blue. Is it too dark?
It's beautiful.
It is beautiful.
It's just there's
Don't
no
get me
sun.
wrong.
We need the sun.
Yeah. But I will say the new Korean blue, love that blue as well. Of course, it's a little lighter blue.
Oh, I know. The other restaurant we were thinking of was Outback. Outback's a little, I don't want to say a little pricey, but if there's one not too far from here.
Rudy talking about food? What?
Oh, I'm still on the theme of trying to figure out where does one eat around here.
We don't eat. We starve.
Take that. Lufthansa 747. Next arrival on 24 right.
We go get frozen pizza at Target and stick it in the microwave.
Salt. Sodium. There was one summer where I ate nothing but frozen dinners and I started to feel it.
Yeah.
Like I was starting to get sick from,
Oof.
yeah, sodium.
Alan Heiner with an awesome $25 super chat through PayPal. Thanks so much, Alice. It's a great stream at a great location. Glad you're back at LAX. Of course, Allison's voice is now burned into my head. What does that mean, Alan?
That doesn't
I think
sound
that's a
good.
good thing. No, I think that's a good thing. If
I
I'm
hope so. I think instead of saying burns in your head, lives in your head.
Lives
There you go.
rent free.
There you go. That's a little more positive because otherwise it sounds like, I'm so sorry.
Allison goes, OMG, Alan. All right, we do have the Lufthansa Queen heading to the north side. Will be the next arrival on the 2-4 right. Flight 456, coming in from Frankfurt on the 747-8 Intercontinental.
Flight time is 10 hours and 42 minutes.
Of course, we saw the Lufthansa 747-400 coming in from Frankfurt. Flight 400 on a 24-year-old bird twice in a row, Wednesday and Thursday there at JFK.
Visa 510, contact SoCal departure on 124.3.
24.3, thank you.
Green Air, Flight 18, the A380 Super now pushing back. Skybri, PSP back with the $10 super chat. Thanks so much, Skybri. Says, Kevin, sorry to hear about the passing of fellow broadcaster Sam Rubin. Did you know him at KTLH? I watched him for years. Seemed like a really nice guy. That was actually a year ago. Sam passed there at KTLA. I can't believe it's been a year. Never worked with Sam. I was on the red carpet working for Fox, sometimes standing next to him on the red carpet. So really never got to know Sam. Of course, when I worked at KTLA, he was the morning show. I worked at night, so we kind of never really crossed paths or never worked with each other. But yeah, I can't believe it's been a year already. Robert Brunn with an awesome $50 super chat. Thanks so much, Robert. Says, hi, Kevin Rudy. If I saw people bringing food into a restaurant, I would go to the management and give them a piece of my mind. Well, Robert, I was thinking about going, but then we got cold food, and then I had to deal with that issue.
What a disaster. Missed out.
I gotta tell you, I have not had good food all week, really when it comes down to it. Not the best food on JetBlue. I've had better on JetBlue. Not the best food at TWA Hotel. Not the best food at Proud Bird.
I have you beat. I've had some really good food. The lounge food was really good. Yeah, the food in the Sunken Lounge was not good, but I had Outback. Was it Friday night? Filet mignon, lobster tail,
Filet mignon, lobster
broccoli,
tail,
baked potato, and the Outback bread is so good.
That's the one where you cut it yourself, right?
The bread? Oh yeah. Spirit Airlines 2352 taking off to Atlanta on the A321neo. Then where did I go yesterday? Yeah, I guess that was the best meal I had this weekend.
Tina Marie gifting one more Airline Videos Live membership. Thanks so much, Tina. LSU fan 95 with the $20 super chat. Thanks so much, LSU fans. It's just stopping in real quick on vacation in Kauai Island, South Carolina. Spent 6 hours in Atlanta overlooking 26 right, and Porsche's driving the track at the Porsche Hotel and going to Charleston to hopefully catch a Dream Lifter this week. Well, have a great vacation. Thanks for dropping in. Thanks for your support. Good luck on that Dream Lifter.
Is that Kiowa Island?
Is it did I say it wrong?
I said Kauai. I was like, ooh, Hawaii. I want to go there.
Kiowa 5370, wind 240 at Niner, RNAV Doctor, runway 25 right, cleared for takeoff.
Take off 25 right, go 6370.
RQ709, runway 25 right, runway 25 right. Red Jet 189, contact us departure.
This is NetJets 189, Global 7500 taking off to Las Vegas.
And that officially takes us to the top of the hour once again. Just after 1 p.m. here in Los Angeles, California, you are watching continuous live coverage of LAX Plane Spotting right here on your home for LAX live streams. That is Airline Videos Live. Today's Big Sunday show here on June 1st, 2025. June 1st, here we are heading into the summer months. Is everyone ready for that?
Oh yeah.
I am. I'll be honest with you, it still feels like it's winter. Here we are on the brink of summer.
Oh
How you
yeah.
doing over there?
Nah, I'm super excited for summer and super excited to be here.
Yes, we are.
Oh yeah.
Hopefully you guys are as well as we continue on here. Been a weird weather day. It's like hazy, but the clouds are the hot clouds are starting to clear.
And then now it's just a little bit chilly.
Temperatures have dropped, though the high today was about 75 here at Clutter's Park. I don't think we're ever going to hit that.
No. British Airways 283 coming in from London Heathrow on the 777-300ER. And we have breeze. Breeze Airways 709 taking off to Pittsburgh on the A220-300. Fiji now touching down on 25 left. Coming in from Nandi, flight 810.
And they love Tons of Queen now heading over to Tom Bradley as the Korean Air A380 Super now starts at Saxby. Will make a right-hand turn onto Lima and head up there to 24 left. Rita is not here today. Apparently she's in a parade. Is she in the parade or at the parade?
I think she's at.
Oh, she's at the parade, not in the parade.
She would have told us if she was in a parade, right? And at least invited us.
If Rita is on a parade float, I want photographs.
Yeah, come on.
All right, Korean Air heading to the north side. We'll head back to the Queen, making its way to Tom Bradley. Also, Rudy was mentioning Fiji, the A350, flight 810, coming in from Nadi, arriving here on the south side at 25 up left.
Yeah, that's a good point. That taxiway is reopened, so now we get this taxi.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
Runway 25 right at Foxtrot.
Good point, Gina.
All right, the Queen now making that left-hand turn onto Lima. LSU Fan 95 back with the $2 super chat says, awesome, just hit my 1 year. Well, thank you so much for your support.
Awesome.
Again, enjoy your vacation there.
Should be finding out hopefully this week. My dad has that appointment to see, you know, what his summer's going to look like. Just waiting on some health stuff to see if he's going to be able to fly. Be able to figure out if I can go to Hawaii this summer. Of course, I want my parents to tag along.
That's both the Queen and the King there in the shot. Also just had the Air New Zealand all-white 777 at 300 ER just touching down here on the south side.
That is 2443 set, full cross, runway 25 right, line of plane. Runway 25 right. CG 810 heavy at Juliet, cross, runway 25 right, and contact ground 775. Take care 321, contact
You know, for the first time in my 10 years as a teacher, I signed up to be a chaperone for the 8th grade trip.
For the what trip?
The 8th grade trip.
8th grade trip? Where is that?
Take a trip the day before they graduate. Knott's.
Are you going back to Knott's?
Going back to Knott's.
I'm telling you, these kids go to more theme parks.
Yes, they do. So, but now I get to be a chaperone.
Ooh.
So
Is that
instead of running the
less
whole thing
or more stressful?
I don't know. I guess we'll find out. To me, it seems a little less stressful. Like when you're actually running the field trip, it's a lot of work, a lot of responsibility.
This is that Air New Zealand all-white 777 to 300 ER flight coming up from Auckland. This aircraft being, from what I hear, wet leased from Cathay Pacific.
United 2443, 1250, honor on that document, runway 25 right, clear for takeoff. Viva 510 LA Tower, 1250, honor, runway 25 left for the land.
British Airways heading up to the north side. Air New Zealand waiting to cross over 25 right here on the south side.
By the way, is that available for purchase?
That's a good question. I can't remember.
I was going to say, mention it, but if you don't know, never mind.
Well, let's just go to shopavl.com and find out.
Our last day of school is Wednesday. It's a half day, so
Yes, it is.
nice. I like it. This is United Airlines 2443 taking off to Cleveland on the MAX 8.
Well, what Rudy is talking about, I don't want to leave you in suspense over here. This is a backpack. I actually took it for the first time to New York.
Under Armour brand.
Under Armour backpack, the embroidered Airline Videos Live logo. It's a big backpack. I fit two 16-inch Mac Pros in there, an iPad, 5 of the small Jackery batteries, and much more And there was even more room left in there. It's a great backpack. You can find it at shopavial.com. We're just going to take it. It's a little pricey, I will say this, but it's a really nice backpack. 89. Oh, it's not overly priced. $89.99.
It's not too bad.
I feel like QVC.
I don't know. The Jan Sports, I feel like, for what, 60, 70 bucks?
That's true.
And you're getting embroidery on it, so you're kind of paying for the embroidery. That's not cheap.
I really felt like QVC. Only $89.99. You could divide it into 3 payments of just, you know.
Yeah, and if you call now, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, that backpack weighed a ton, Joni. And of course, both TSA pre-check going through the scanners with that, they both went in there and took things out. Because I really had, TSA pre-check, normal people don't fly with a bunch of batteries and multiple laptops. So it's not a big deal. But me, that, doesn't happen. So they have to take things out.
That's a Gulfstream 5 taking off. Yeah, I just purchased another. I feel like I have an addiction to purchasing Anchor products. Not sponsored, but I purchased another. It's like a brick.
A brick.
And it's 100 watts, so it's just under what you can take on board a plane.
Oh yeah.
And it is marketed as airline approved or whatever.
Oh nice.
And it was on sale today on Amazon. And it has like a cable attached to it, which you don't normally see with Anchor stuff. Like you have to plug in the cable.
Yeah.
This has a retractable cord. Huh. So we'll see how it works. But I have a collection of batteries now.
You're like me. We have, I don't know how many Jackeries we have in the office. There's at least probably 10 old Jackeries that are sitting in the office that need to be delivered to Best Buy or someplace that recycles those.
I only have 2. This little one, and then there's another one. I think it's the 350 or... You don't even have those anymore, do you?
We do. I just don't take them out. This is that flight coming up from Tokyo, Haneda.
Now it's just the 100s.
No, today's giveaway is not the backpack.
Ooh, that would be quite the giveaway.
That would be. Not to say we can't, just not load it up.
A380 is now rolling.
A Viva Aerobus A320.
It's a cute Viva.
It's got the green, dark green on the engine cowlings.
Yeah. 320 with sharklets. That's a big dog.
Green Air Flight 18 heading back to Seoul, rolling down to 24 left.
Sector 53291, taxi hotel, hold short of runway 25 right at Lima. Next 94, offense sideline on the minute for wheels up time, runway 25 flight minus wing.
Question being asked, can you bring a power bank on the plane?
Yes, here in the U.S. you can.
You can, but there is a limitation as to the wattage. You can't bring anything over, I believe it's 100.
You guys want me to give away the backpack? Well, that's not the prize today. Maybe next week.
3951, Los Angeles Tower, 25011, Dub 19er, runway 5 left, 6 man. Left, clear land, 3950 left. Next 94 on F Docker, wind 25011, Dub 19er, runway 5 right, clear pickup.
Go to Frontier. It's going to be in the same shot here.
Brandon says that you can't go overhead anymore. I don't know if that's true.
Can't do what?
You can't put power banks overhead.
Oh yeah, you can. Certain airlines are banning them. I think Singapore you can't. I had 5 of those smaller Jackeries in that backpack in the overhead. Charlie had, I think, 5 in his overhead bag. And TSA in Terminal 5, of course, I had 2 laptops on top of each other, including an iPad, and of course, those 5 Jackery batteries. They pulled the bag for further inspection. I said, "Is it the laptops?" They said, "No, you have 5 big batteries in your backpack." I said, "Well, that's interesting because that's never set it off before."
No.
So they were all concerned about the batteries this time around, but you can have them. There's as long as they're under that certain wattage.
This is American Airlines 1994 taking off to Phoenix on the 737-800. Saying it's Southwest Airlines is requiring passengers to keep their power banks visible.
Oh, is this one of their new things?
Sounds like it's Southwest specific. I didn't have any issues at all on Delta, and not even on JetBlue.
No, we've been doing that for a while. 757 Chip with a $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Chip.
Yeah, 198 head up on Kelly, drop the North Complex, traffic crossing.
Japan Airlines Flight 61, the flight heading to Tokyo Narita on a 787-9 Dreamliner. Also, United Airlines Flight 198 heading to Shanghai in a 787-9 Dreamliner. I saw that Cathay Pacific 777-300ER now pushing back. Looks like that's possibly a south side takeoff at that tail heading to the north. Japan Airlines looks like it's heading to the north side unless it makes a U-turn. I haven't confirmed anything about next week's giveaway.
Oh.
Yeah, 198 heavy on departure now at shoreline from left heading 20 and 4011 elevation 5 flight.
Looks like Japan Airlines, unless it makes a U-turn right here, I don't know why it would make a U-turn. It could have just made a left-hand turn onto Bravo.
Right at Quebec, west 30.
Still waiting on that United Dreamliner. Next takeoff here on the south side.
United 1591, lost the possible turbulence, 125 by line point. Line point, 25 right. 2577, number 2, there's 2577, lost at the tower, wind 24012, gust 19er, runway 25 left, to land. 25 left, to land, 2577.
Swoop.
Swoop taking off there on the north side. We're going to stay here on the south.
This is United Airlines 198 taking off to Shanghai on the 787-9 Dreamliner.
228, visual summit. 228, lost at the tower, wind 24011, gust 19er, runway 25 left, to land. 25 left, to land,
Corporate jet over here on the Alpha. Looks like a flex jet.
This is a Challenger 3500 coming in from Cody, Yellowstone.
Nice nice little weekend trip.
Wyoming.
Descend 1 on F Doctor, run 24011, left 19er, when we 25 right, clear takeoff. Doctor, 25 right, clear takeoff. Right, 2183, lock on the tower, run 25 right, line point. Bridge 24, 12, thanks, get to the house.
Trance cracking me up. Oh, Margie is asking about the backpack. The backpack you can bring on as a carry-on, Margie.
Backpack.
Now you're asking, will it fit under the seat? It all depends on how much you put in it. It is a large backpack with a lot of space. Technically, it should fit under the seat, but of course, if you pack it full of stuff, it's going to be a little hard to push it under the seat.
Height-wise, that should work, but yeah, in terms of
Width-wise, or
depth,
yeah.
Like how big it gets when you stuff it.
You can get a lot in there, that's
the
for
belly's
sure.
full, it's not going to fit.
You just put it in the overhead.
Just think Dora the Explorer. This is United 1591 taking off to Houston Intercontinental on the MAX 9.
What, you, Dora the Explorer?
Yeah, backpack.
All right, put the backpack back on.
Backpack.
Well, here, let's close it. So it,
Can you say mochila? Backpack?
is that what?
Dora.
What's
Mochila is backpack.
Oh, it is. Okay. Well, that looks really good with your tracksuit.
Yeah.
Styling.
Only $89.95.
Plus that. And shipping. There you go.
Yeah.
All right. Here on QVC. What's next? What's our next item?
Well,
Here on The Price is Right.
yeah, what are we selling here?
If you guys want to know more about that backpack, including the size and whatnot, if you go to Shop Avial, click on the most recent additions to the website. You should be able to see, or maybe one of our great mods can link it in the chat. It has all the information about size and depth and all that great stuff. All right, Cathay Pacific, the flight heading about to Hong Kong, continuing it down Kilo, taxiway Kilo, will make that left-hand turn on the Bravo and head to 25 right.
Getting a Delta 757 here on the south side from Boston.
There we go. Allison's got your link to that backpack there at shopavial.com. If you want to check out all the information, what a weird weather day. So weird.
Yeah, tell me about it.
It's not bad, it's just weird.
It's just very fickle, changing all the time. This is Alaska Airlines Flight 6 taking off to Washington, Reagan National on the 737-800.
It was cool to see JetBlue A321s without the mint, because they have a different tail design for the A220, A320. A321s without the mint. Every A321 or A321neo that has the mint does have this design that you're looking at. The A321s without the mint have a, what I was calling bubbles, like a bubble design.
Hasta luego, nos vemos. This is United Airlines 299 taking off to Denver, Colorado on the A321neo.
This is that Delta 757 flight coming in from Boston.
Tower 606, visual 606, welcome tower, wind 240 and liner, runway 25 left, to land, 5 left.
Simi Valley Passes, the Aviation backpack is 27 liters in volume, saying that's pretty good size for sure. It is. The fact that I can fit 2 of those MacBook Pros in the back and still have room for more.
So I can fit how many liters of Coca-Cola?
I mean, we have those other backpacks, which I've been using. They're nice, but I could only fit maybe 1 MacBook Pro and maybe an iPad and some batteries or whatever. It was pretty tight. This one definitely is in a league of its own.
535 off of the tower, runway 25 right, 9 points.
Yeah, I was gonna go to Disneyland Friday night. I had a reservation, but I canceled it on Thursday. I'm like, there's no way. And I'm glad I did because I got a notification that they had grad night happening that night. So they close early. I'm like, it's gonna be so crowded. No, thank you. So I canceled it.
It's Air Tahiti Flight 8 heading to Paris in the 787-9 Dreamliner, now pushing back from the West Gates.
This is Frontier 4316 taking off to Atlanta on the A321neo, George the Stellar Sea Lion livery.
See ya, George. Now the sun is coming out.
Sun!
Afgeek Tours with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Afgeek Tours. TSA always checks my Jackery batteries no matter what airport I am at. They can't see through them. SFO is the worst when it comes to the batteries. So my question is, do you have TSA pre-check or are you going through the normal line? Because Rudy and I have been flying with these batteries for 3 years now, and the batteries have never been the issue. It's always a laptop and an iPad on top of each other. Though at TSA pre-check, you don't normally have to take anything out of your bag. Regular check, TSA check-in, you have to take everything out. And of course, at Terminal 5, I told the lady, I said, I have 2 laptops on top of each other. Should I take them out? And she goes, no, they'll be fine. And of course, they're not.
Yeah, now that I think about it, JFK, I left my iPad in my backpack. It was all zipped up. No problems.
Well, as long as you have TSA pre-check, it shouldn't be a problem. As long as it's not on top of, it's when things are packed on top of each other, that is usually when they pull it and start looking.
Which, at the end of the day, it's not the worst thing in the world.
No.
Just give yourself extra time.
Right. And when you have TSA pre-check, you got all the time in the world, right?
Man, when I left here Tuesday night, it was like 5 p.m. when I went through security. There was nobody there.
Yeah.
This is American Airlines 591 taking off to Washington Reagan National on the A321neo.
Moving this American 777 at 300ER over to Terminal 4. Should be the flights that will be heading to London Heathrow. It does have pre-check. FK Tour says pre-check, and they are taking your Jackery batteries out. Huh? How many you got in there? I would imagine you got the same ones we do. The 100 Jackery 100 plus is what they're called. See, I think the difference is, Rudy, before I had a backpack, it was a backpack made for the cameras, and everything would not be on top of each other, and so everything was spaced out in the backpack. And then we would use your check-in luggage, and that would be all spaced out with the batteries, and that seems to never be an issue. I think the issue this time around is I had them all on top of each other, on top of the laptops, all crunched in together on that backpack, and I think that's what
You didn't use my
caused the issue.
You didn't use my little suitcase? Oh,
No.
You could have.
I was telling Charlie to use it, but
It's easier to wheel around.
yeah, that's what I told him.
Come on, Charlie.
I told him it has wheels.
It has wheels. It's a Samsonite.
Hotel short of 25 right at Juliet, Market. Already 60, visual 25 right.
I did 757 taking off, 25 at right.
Runway 25 left, Turbulence. Turbulence 25 left, ready at 60. American 3, cross runway 25 right, Juliet, then contact ground point 75.
This is United Airlines 1950 taking off to Newark on the 757-200.
590 left on the tower over arrival plan runway 25 right there, then cross runway 25 left.
Cathay Pacific number 4 for takeoff. We also have China Cargo Airlines flight 222 heading back to Shanghai, and the 777 freighter will also be joining all the departures happening on 25 right. Air Tahiti Nui flight 7 coming in from Paris, arriving here on the south side 7 minutes out.
American 1988, keep moving, cross runway 25 right, Juliet, then contact ground point 75. That's cross. Was that for 1988? American 1988, cross runway 25 right, Juliet, then contact ground point 75. Okay, cross 25 right at Juliet, and then point 75, Market 1988. Bar 1714 taxi hotel, hold short of runway 25 right at Lima. Hotel, hold short.
And the big Q, flight 739 coming up from Doha, A350-1000, now just 24 minutes away. Of course, you saw the big Q there at JFK, bringing in their 777-300ERs. Of course, the big Q announcing a new special livery on one of their 777-300ERs. It's a blue livery.
Oh, that's different.
It's very cool looking.
This is Hawaii 1714 coming in from Guadalajara on the A321.
Further 662 up on the tower, room 25 right, 115 point. Kind of a range, go back right,
Interesting tail lineup there. Tom Bradley, Singapore, 777, the Lufthansa Queen, Austrian, and Air New Zealand in the all-white livery. Well, look at this, Rudy. Legend Jane back with a $550 super chat through PayPal. Jane says, I'm enjoying the show as always. The Avio backpack looks awesome. Just bought one.
Nice.
Well, look at you, Mr. QVC.
All right.
Thank you, Jane.
Back.
Thank you so much for your awesome support there, Jane. Enjoy the backpack.
Yeah, it's nice.
It is a nice backpack.
I'm like, hey,
I'm not lying. It is extremely nice. Thank you so much, Shane. Awesome, amazing support. Glad you're enjoying the show. Again, it was a pleasure to finally meet you at the TWA Hotel on Wednesday.
Not one, but two pockets to put your Stanley Cup.
Oh, actually, no. If we'll go back to the QVC moment here, here's what I really love about this. God, I really do sound like a salesperson.
Wait, where's my water bottle? Here.
This is what I really love about this backpack. There are new 2 compartments in the front. In fact, I never took the stuff out. How about some wet wipes, some gum, and a bunch of the sanitizer.
Yeah.
Not only that, now that's the front little pocket. Second pocket. How about a DJI Osmo 3? This does not come with the backpack, by the way. I'm just showing you. A wireless mic system, DJI, still sitting in there. Those are the front 2 pockets, and then you have the main pocket in the back. And as Rudy was saying, he could. Boy, we really do. Very cool. That is heavy. That's a lot of weight.
Well,
all
it's
right.
water. How many liters? Well, 24 ounces.
Oh, Beaker and Honeydew is in the chat.
Hello.
Hey, Beaker and Honeydew, I have a question for you. I came across your 24-hour broadcast there at DFW, and it says on the bottom that you're getting your feed from Fox News. Is that right? Trent says, Kevin Rudy moonlights as a guest on QVC. I don't know if I could really be that successful at trying to convince people to buy things.
Yeah, let's take our next caller. We have a caller with a testimonial. Jane, let us know. What do you think? United Express 5081 taking off to St. George on the CRJ 200LR.
That is St. George, Utah. It's Alaska flight coming up from Cabo. Alaska Airlines flight 96, 737 at max 8 waiting to cross over. So we still have 3 heavies lined up, ready to go on 25 at right. That includes Cathay Pacific flight 885 heading to Hong Kong at a 777 to 300ER. Cargo King, China Cargo Airlines flight 222 heading to Shanghai in a 777 freighter. And United 787-9 Dreamliner flight 1855 heading to Newark. Sarah says, it slices, it dices, it cuts.
This is 590, cut 12 o'clock and 2 miles, 2,300 climb at CRJ, the other side.
I'll tell you the one thing we don't have at shopavl.com, which a lot of people always request and always want, and I hate to say it, we can't put it on the store, are luggage tags. That is the one thing you guys have been requesting for 4 years now, and unfortunately the manufacturer that we deal with doesn't have luggage tags.
Yeah, that's too bad.
You know, they added some interesting things this past week. Shower curtains and bath mats. I got an idea for a bath mat. It could be our faces on the bath mat, and you step on our faces as you go in and out of the tub. How about that?
I don't know. I might wake up in the middle of the night. Ow! Air Tahiti Nui Flight 7 coming in from Paris on the 787-9 Dreamliner. Cathay Pacific now rolling on 25 right.
Targeting 222 heavy on approach now, turn left heading 0 and maintain 3010, 5 right,
Cathay Pacific Flight 885 taking off to Hong Kong on the 777 300ER. Oh my gosh, Joni. Oh.
What'd she say?
You don't want to see me naked.
Oh. All right, no bath mats. No shower curtains.
Airline 7 heavy, hold short of runway 25 right at Lima.
Do we have PJs?
No.
PJs for the plane jockeys.
I got that 777 freighter now starting his roll down to 25 at right. Yes, Air Tahiti Nui. There was 2 Air Tahiti Nui Dreamliners in the same shot. Heading to Paris, now rolling down. 24 left.
Perfect timing.
Gesture 839, the heavy at the approach end is holding its position in cross, 65 right to Foxtrot, that's final follow. Airline 7 heavy cross, 65 right to Lima, that's next to the left, equal to 201.
China Cargo Airlines, the Cargo King 222 taking off to Shanghai on the 777 freighter.
Here is an idea. So we were at the TWA hotel, and they have a gift shop. Everything TWA, everything. I almost bought the Jenga TWA game until I saw the price. Price was $150 for the Jenga game. I said, I don't think so. Oh, Linda's asking me right now, Kevin, did you ever get the bath towels at TWA? I did not. I forgot, Linda. That's why I'm bringing this up, which gave me an idea. We can have bath towels. We have towels you can take to the beach already at Shop AVL. But how about official AVL bath towels like we saw at the TWA? I really did like those. And I thought, you know what? If I like the TWA bath towels, which I was considering buying and I should have, why not have our own AVL bath towels?
There you go. There's an idea.
I think that's a better option than a bath mat or a shower curtain.
Yeah.
So yeah, so the bath towels, I just have to design something. Maybe it's just the official Airline Videos Live logo. Blue, navy.
Can they do it embroidery?
I think so, yeah.
It's kind of my style.
Oh, you want embroidered bath towels?
Just like the logo. Maybe that's too basic. I don't know. My towels are just white. I like white towels.
Well, the TWA had the red,
yeah,
with the TWA logo, and then they had a white one with a different design on it. I kind of like the red ones.
This is United Airlines 1855 taking off to Newark on the 787-9 Dreamliner.
A lot of pushbacks happening on the southeast corner of Tom Bradley, including the Turkish 777 at 300ER. This flight will be heading back to Istanbul. Flight 180 as well is flight 15 heading back to Tokyo Haneda. Both 777 at 300ERs.
Lap 1335, hold short of runway 25 right at Juliet.
So you guys like the bath towel idea? All right.
American 1979.
What are we thinking? A white or blue?
I guess it could be blue.
I guess we can have both. We don't have to.
I prefer white.
Okay, well, a lot of people would want white. I think we'll give two options. Two options, kind of like at the TWA.
Yeah.
Our signature blue and a white. And we'll see if maybe we do embroidery on some, and some have the logo all over it. See what we can come up with.
You know, and the embroidery would just be like on one part, the logo
Right.
just on one part of the towel. It wouldn't be
Right.
on the whole thing.
Right. Which is no fun.
Yeah, no, because
What?
I wouldn't want embroidery all over the towel, because then when you try to dry yourself off, it's just going to scrape you.
Yeah, Linda, I agree. She says the TWA towels are pretty reasonably priced. I agree. Compared to that Jenga game, boy, oh boy.
This is American Airlines 1979 taking off to Chicago on the 737-800.
I will say they had a better sticker selection the last time I was there in January, too. Sticker selection wasn't as good this time around.
No, I almost got the luggage tag. They're nice,
Yeah,
but
no, they have great luggage tags. Yeah, I wish we could make luggage tags like what they have.
yeah, that would be really nice.
I'm going to put that into the manufacturer's ear and be like, listen, we need luggage tags.
Yeah. Come on.
Listen, we need luggage tags. SWAT Cats back with an awesome $20 super chat. Thanks so much, SWAT Cats. It's regarding Eric Tahiti Nui's logo on the tail. It's called the Tire flower, a symbol of greeting visitors, connecting the airline to the country's rich culture and stunning natural surroundings, designed by Alex Lee. Now, did I say that right? Tire flower? Tier flower?
Interesting.
Thank you, SWAT Cats. We can zoom in to that tail. Get a better look at that. SWAT Cat says AVL underoos. You know, we can have underoos. That is an option. Is that really something you guys would want?
No.
No?
No.
Everyone say no. All right.
No. Yeah, no.
No?
No?
Well, it's got to work for someone, or the manufacturer wouldn't have that out as an option.
Not us. Maybe a different line of... Yeah.
Yeah. No? All right. Cross that one off the list there, Bob.
Who's Bob?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say Bob?
Yeah.
Ah, yeah. Who's Bob? All right, we're waiting on these two 777s, see where they head to. My bet is Turkish stays here on the south and Japan Airlines heads to the north. What do you think? Well, Joni says socks with the AVL on them.
Yeah. I mean, Turkish has already pointed going to the north, kind of. West and then north.
I'll tell you one thing that didn't take off very long here on the channel. Rayettes. That didn't last very long.
Who?
The Rayettes. That lasted like a day.
Allison really didn't like that, apparently.
She really did not like the Rayettes.
Like, what?
Kevin and the Rayettes.
Kevin in the Rayettes.
Bobby.
It doesn't even flow. It's a mouthful. Kevin in the Rayettes.
It's interesting that the person that wrote that article, he's fairly young. That sounds like someone who, you know, a baby boomer wrote that.
Yeah.
So, no go on the Rayette.
We have a viewer on board that American flight coming in from Dallas, Fort Worth. Right here. Marge. Welcome to LA.
waiting for on the north complex, runway 25 right now.
Yeah, do we have socks?
No, you guys are saying no to the underwear and no to the socks because you're not going to be able to show off the AVL logo, and that's what it's all about.
I mean, I have TWA socks. I just have to go, hey, look at my socks.
Yeah. Hi. Yes, yes. How's it going?
American 2656, you're filling 151, it's blocked 5 taxi via hotel, hold for the hotel niner. Hotel, hold short, hotel niner for
Oh, jeez, that's right. Ah. Yes. Oh my gosh. Yeah, how's things going? Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Well, nothing has changed. Just keep the. Yeah, that's still not going anywhere. Wait, what's going on up there?
Looks like Frontier is going around there on the north side.
What is it?
And then that's takeoff. That's Delta 392 taking off to Washington Reagan National.
There we go. Wow.
That was crazy.
Well, I was wrong on Turkish. That is going to the north, and Japan heading to the south. So flip that.
Oh, is that what you said?
Yeah.
I meant Turkish North because it was.
This is why I don't
west.
gamble. I'm always wrong.
Someone said AVL lunchbox.
I wish they had lunch boxes. No, that's another item not on the list.
Qatar now touching down on 25 left. So that was Frontier that was going around there on the north side. It's Frontier 1755. Gordon, the Golden Eagle, going around. I wonder how the north side cams handled that go-around / departure. What thread count for what? Thread count for the towels? No idea. Kind of a rare arrival here at least on the south side. Well, you see this land on 24 right.
And as they will hold for the Kilo 1. Got 25 right with Lima, and then 2-1.
Here on 24 left, we have the KLM Dreamliner now rolling.
What kind of dog did your parents adopt?
Labrador Retriever.
Well, that's a retriever. Is that how big it's going to get?
Probably.
KLM Flight 602. It's a 787-9 Dreamliner heading back to Amsterdam, taking off 24 left.
Heavy contact city ramp 131.07. 131.07. Los Angeles Airport Commission Victor's now available. Wind 27011.
Bigger and Honeydew with a $5 super chat. Good to see you guys. It's a great job today, guys. Fox News has a live camera of DFW Airport, and their site only does 5-minute durations. I can do all day. I'll tell you more on the side. Yeah, please do. to see you. Beaker and Honeydew. That's a new launch, isn't it? I was doing a search yesterday for that one in Seattle, and I came across your YouTube channel with that live camera. I believe it's fairly new for you guys, correct?
This is Alaska Airlines 842 coming in from Puerto Vallarta on the MAX 9.
I gotta tell you, Fox. I used to work for Fox. They really want our 24/7 cameras.
Nope.
Nope, you're gonna have to pay for that coverage. No. You know, it's like, the other day with that SFO thing, the near miss. I get an email from ABC News Network saying, hey, did you capture the video? I mean, these news networks know what we're doing, and the chances of us actually catching something, certainly here at LAX, is pretty high, especially with their 24/7 cameras. So the news media, they would love to have access to those cameras, but it's not for sale.
Nope.
You know how good that makes me feel, Rudy, after all these years of working for these big media companies, and I've got something in the back of my hand they want so badly, and I can say, nope.
And the times you've gotten stuff, are they willing to pay up?
No, they're not.
No.
Nope. Sorry.
Yeah, China Airlines 8350-900 about to land on 24 right.
All right, we'll head that back to the north side. We're doing that Japan Airlines 777 rolling down at 25 right here on the south side.
Flight time from Taipei is 11 hours and 25 minutes.
Head back here to the south.
Japan Airlines Flight 15 taking off to Tokyo Haneda on the 777-300ER.
I thought for sure that was heading to the north side, and we were going to get Turkish here on the south side.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Cool. What's your dog's name? Poncho. How old is Poncho? 5. Boy, you're a big dog. Yeah? Aw. All right. We'll enjoy the planes. We'll be around. Coming up to the top of the hour, Alyssa M. with the $10 super chat. Thanks so much, Alyssa. Says, hey, Kevin and Rudy, both Rig and I are curious to know if Singapore Airlines had stopped flying the A380 to LAX temporarily or for good, as we already found out that it's a no-show at SFO. So, Alyssa, they were the first A380 here at LAX. First in, first out. I can't remember what year they pulled out. I think it was 2016. I think they pulled out of LAX with the A380. No signs of it ever coming back here to LAX. We would hope so. But right now they have the 777-300ER. This is the flight that originates in Singapore, stops in Tokyo Narita, heads here in the morning, and then in the evening we have 2 A350-900s that fly in directly from Singapore, head back to Singapore. Now, we have seen the Singapore A380 here on our live shows before. In fact, we saw 2 on one random Sunday. It was about 2 years ago. Apparently, from what we had heard, that a gaming company in West Los Angeles, one that has a lot of money, chartered 2 Singapore A380s as well as an A350 and flew the whole crew of this gaming company. I can't remember where they were going to. I think it was it like Portugal or something.
Yeah, I remember that day. I was going to mention it, but can't remember. That was so random.
It was a very random thing, and it was on a Sunday, and that was the only time we've seen the Singapore A380s here on the stream.
Too.
One landed on the north and one on the south. We should go back and repost that. I didn't clip social media posts back then like we do now.
Good luck finding that. When was that?
All right, here's everyone's homework here today. When did those Singapore A380s arrive on that Sunday show? If anybody can find that for us. I've asked this before, and Legend Jane, that you were able to find the time when I was talking about Miss Piggy, but called what did I call it? Winnie the Pig.
Winnie the Pig, yeah.
I got Winnie the Pooh and Miss Piggy confused. Somehow Legend Shane found that video. So now there we go. Here's another homework assignment. Help us find the A380 with Singapore's on that random Sunday. I think it was about 2 years ago.
This is DHL operated by Polar Air Cargo 992, taking off to Cincinnati on the 777 freighter.
And that officially takes us to the top of the hour once again. Just after 2 p.m. here in Los Angeles, California, you are watching continuous live coverage of LAX plane spotting right here on your home for LAX live streams. That is Airline Videos Live. Today is the big Sunday show here on June 1st, 2025. And we're your plane jockeys here at Imperial Hill, Columbus Park. Thanks, you guys, for tuning in here on this Sunday. Uh-oh, I better go to the north side.
Yes.
Turkish. Take it off. Here, I thought that was heading to the south. Take it off, heading back to Istanbul.
Turkish flight 180.
Just had a China Airlines cargo 777 freighter touching down here on the south side, and they're making that turn onto Alpha 8 turn off.
We have the Qantas A380 coming in from Sydney now, flying downwind.
Oh, I can actually get it.
There.
Come on.
There.
Camera focus.
Right there.
There we go.
Flight time from Sydney is 12 hours, 57 minutes.
Piece of cake, right? 12 hours.
Oh, almost 13. On the A380? Yeah. I was telling Matt, I was like, well, I would go by myself, but the thought of that scares me. 13 hours all by myself.
All by myself.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Why does that scare you?
I don't know. It's a long time being alone.
You're not alone. You're with 400 other people on that plane.
Yeah, I guess so.
China Airlines, the A350-900, the flight coming in from Taipei, now making its way over to Tom Bradley.
Michelle says she'll go with me. Let's go. Sydney.
Right, Michelle, if you're going to say that, you got to commit to it.
Kevin's like, watch out. He talks a lot. I'll never forget the first time. I think the first time we flew together,
Oh boy.
and you were like, "Ugh."
To Dallas.
Well, someone make him be quiet, please.
I don't think you're like that anymore, are you?
No, I think it was just nerves from just the first flight together in general. Now I know. Don't talk.
Oh, he was chatterbox. So this one time at band camp, yes, Rudy, you've told me that story 5 times already in this 2-hour flight.
You know, I think this is my first time on my second time on a 777. Oh, you know how the 777 works? And then, you know, blah, 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 blah. Norse, coming in from London Gatwick, flight 711. Next arrival on 24 right. Flight time is 10 hours and 38 minutes.
At the China Airlines A350 heading to the southeast corner of Tom Bradley.
So just do it. Book it.
What's that?
Just book it. Okay. I ought to be gone in December, y'all. You guys. Y'all. December is summer in Australia.
Michelle asks, what have a great moms with a $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Michelle. Says, what is the thread count of the towels going to be, please? Michelle saying hi to Rudy.
Hi, Michelle. Yeah, do you have a thread count on the towels?
You really want to know the thread count? All right, let me find out for you.
Super soft. Super silky soft.
Let me find out.
No,
That's a great question.
No fabric softener needed.
Let's see here. Let me find out for you. Oh. All right, I'm looking. Stand by.
That song stuck in my head. All by myself.
All right, we're talking about bath towels, not hand towels, right?
Right.
All right. The bath towels.
2503 Los Angeles Tower with 260 and 9er, runway 25 left. 25 left, clear line,
Let me just fake design one here so I can. All right. So the bath towel. The bath towel is fabric composition in the U.S. All right, it has different compositions for different
That's pretty
parts.
similar.
In the U.S., it's 52% cotton, 48% polyester. Is that good?
It's a blend.
In the EU, it's 50-50. 50% cotton, 50% polyester.
Okay, thread count.
Thread count.
I don't think that information is available.
I'm not seeing a thread count.
But it's half cotton, half polyester.
52% cotton, 40% polyester. So it's more cotton than polyester in the U.S. 50-50 for the EU.
Which means they won't shrink as much, right? So if it's all cotton, oh, forget it.
Yeah.
Shrink.
All right. Is that good?
Qantas A380 coming in from Sydney, flight 11.
How do people feel about the composition?
Some people are saying towels don't have a thread count, do they? Or at least they don't advertise it. It's more about bed linens.
Right.
Hi.
Hi.
Can I be honest with the viewers right now?
What's that?
It seems like everyone gets excited for every A380 except this one. Or am I wrong? Everyone's excited for the Lufthansa A380 when we see it. Korean, Asiana, British. But when Qantas comes in, I don't see the same excitement. What's up with that? Or is that just me?
I think it's just you.
There we go. Who isn't excited for King Brew?
Oh, by the way, as we were taking off from a 25 right on, what day did we take off? Tuesday. I had a bird's eye view of the extension of the west gates. I can confirm just by my eyesight, there are gates, jetways going in on the west side. So they have to be tearing down that American hangar in order to have those jetways extended on the west side of the west gates. Now, for the longest time, we're talking years, I have asked everyone at LAX, somebody who works at LAX, someone in charge at LAX, people that work with American, I have asked every single person, are they tearing that down? And I haven't gotten a single answer that is 100% either going which way. So just by looking at it from the aerial view, as I was taking off, there are jetways being installed on the west side. And in order to get those jets in there, that has to be going bye-bye.
That makes sense. Well, now we know. This is Alaska Airlines 1315 taking off to Portland on the MAX 9.
And another Frontier A321 Neo heading here, landing on the south side.
D and A, the Hispaniolan Parakeets livery coming in for JFK.
Saw this one last Sunday. Didn't you guys call it Kevin and Rudy? This is a flight you won't see your plane jockey Kevin taking any time ever. The flight coming in from JFK. That's one of Frontier's newest routes here at LAX. OGE. Already with the answer, Singapore A380 was March 26, 2022. 3 years ago. My gosh, GE, thank you. Over 3 years ago? How can that be?
Huh?
March 26, 2022, GE says that's when the Singapore A380s were here at LAX.
Wow.
That's over 3 years ago.
I was thinking 2023, but wow.
We'll have to look up that date. Spencer with a $5.22 super chat. Thanks so much, Spencer. Says, hi, Kevin Rudy. Who is ready for summer vacation? Rudy, how's Toby doing? Can't wait to meet you, Rudy. Hope you will be at the Hill next Sunday. Tell Rita hi.
Yeah, super excited for summer. Toby's doing great. So is Daisy. They're both doing really well. Thanks for asking. They're really liking their new litter box.
Oh, yeah?
Spent a lot of time maintaining it yesterday. It's nice that I don't really have to do very much, you know, to keep it clean. It does a good job of running itself.
Nice.
But yeah. they're doing really well, and summer is just right around the corner, just 3 more days of school. I am running a summer camp, just so everyone knows, so the week after I'm still kind of busy with school, but it's only 1 week, and then that leads us into the week of the 24-hour live stream. That's where summer is officially all mine.
You're not going to be here next Sunday, right?
I am here next Sunday.
Oh.
It's the following Sunday. I may or may not be here. I'm still not sure, and that's because it's Father's Day here. Volati 7855 taking off to Aguascalientes on the A320. I'm just trying to figure out what my dad wants to do for Father's Day. I asked yesterday and asked twice at Crickets. So we'll see. Yeah, my parents got a new dog yesterday. It's a Labrador Retriever. Has this beautiful golden coat of hair. 6 months old. Beautiful. That was American Airlines 636 taking off to Charlotte on the A321neo.
United 777-200 30-year-old plane coming from Newark, flight 1321, will now cross over 25 right, head to Terminal 7 here on the south side. By the way, we still have a live drawing coming up for this official Airline Videos Live LAX 24-hour live coverage t-shirt. You can find it at shopavl.com. Comes in many different colors. You can go there and pick out what color you like. All you have to do is be in the chat when we give you a code word to enter. Of course, we'll explain that later.
Yeah, they did change the packaging on this. Well, at least now I know which one's mine.
Quad S A380 Super now here on the south side. It's been going to the West Gates. We'll see where it ends up. It's heading to either the West Gates or Tom Bradley. I think when we left on Tuesday, I did see it sit at the West Gates. Let's turn up ATC just a tad here.
Gus 4916 on out, Doctor, wind 2706, runway 25 right for the takeoff.
Doctor, 25 right,
Have we heard this controller before? Sounds new.
No, this is Mr. How do we describe him? This is Mr.
Golf announcer?
No, he's the one that always seems to, do I dare say, kind of in a sour mood more often. All right, well, now I make that left-hand turn on to Lima. Will it make another left-hand turn heading to the West Gates, or will it make a right-hand turn and head into the older Tom Bradley? All right, perfect.
Up 2519, 25 right, 927.
All right. It's good to see you again. It could be worse, right?
What's the call sign again? Air Portugal 247F. Portugal 2, Air Portugal 247 heavy loss in tower number 2, wind 2806, runway 2 left for them. cleared land, runway 25 left in Portugal, 247.
Air Portugal, that is TAP checking in. Number 2 for arrival here on 25 left. TAP Air Portugal 247 coming in from Lisbon on the A330 Neo.
So Qantas heading over to Tom Bradley.
Yeah, was that a right turn I just saw on an A380? Not a left turn.
Oh, here I thought it was heading in between the Singapore and the Queen. It's in between the Queen and the Austrian.
1083, LA Tower, runway 25 right, lane, line up away, traffic is crossed.
GE back with the $2 super chat says March 16th. March 16th, 2022. Even going further back, March 16th.
Just a day before St. Patrick's Day.
Wow. Thank you, GE. Legend Jane back gifting 50 Airline Videos Live memberships, a total of 100 gifted memberships here today. Awesome support from Legend Jane continues. Thank you so much, Jane.
Wow, thank you.
50 more emails going out. 50 more gifted memberships.
Absolutely incredible. Thank you so much.
And of course, if you're just joining us here today, Jane's new profile photo is with the three of us there at the TWA Hotel.
That really happened. That is not AI.
Yeah, that's a real photo. There, right outside the Sunken Lounge, the main lobby area there at the TWA on Wednesday.
Good times.
Thank you, Jane.
Thank you.
Romeo can left at Alpha 7, cross on Alpha, taxi the ramp, where you park. Have a good day.
I've had 2 aw snaps here today.
Oh, snap. Wait, isn't that a song? Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Snap.
Oh, snap. I think, was it Snap? I've got the power. Wasn't that the group Snap? Oh, Snap. I've got the power. Yeah, there you go. You got it. I've got the, yeah.
Get it, get it, get it, get it.
Wasn't that aw snap or snap? Dun, 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 dun.
Snap.
Snap.
It's just called snap. This is Alaska Airlines 1083 taking off to Seattle on the MAX 9.
Have a heavy arriving at 25 left. Looks like TAP Air Portugal coming in from Lisbon. A330 Neo. I think the last 2 Sundays, of course, this aircraft only arrives here on Tuesday, Friday, and Sundays. Of course, the 3 days of the week that we normally live stream. Last 2 Sundays, it's been arriving on the north side. I think this is the first time we've seen it here arrive on the south.
Air Portugal 247 heavy, turn right, Hotel Niner, cross me 25 right, contact ground 0.75 over.
Roger, please my ground 0.75, now Hotel 9, and cleared across 25 right, Portugal 247 heavy.
It's so weird. I don't know why this aircraft looks bigger in San Francisco.
Is it closer?
I don't know. Well, not the 2.8s. When it arrives on the 2.8s.
Oh yeah, that's really far.
That's farther away, but I don't know why the A330neo with TAP always looks like a bigger plane. I've seen it take off on the ones before. Of course, that is right in front of our cameras there at SFO, but it's interesting because the livery, for whatever reason, makes the aircraft look bigger. But it is just an A330neo, technically an A330-300. Oh, Jonas's TAP is also flying in on Saturday now. All right, good to know. Of course, they head to the west gates.
Foxtrot pushing on 25 left. Go aircraft runway 25 left, runway 6.
We'll be heading to the west side of the west gates, making that left-hand turn. By the way, you might be wondering, where in the world is the Emirates A380 Super Flight 215 coming in from Dubai? It is running late, almost an hour late. Original scheduled time was 2:15. Estimated now at 3:09 p.m. The Lufthansa A380 is actually going to arrive before the Emirates A380 Super here today.
Wow.
Doing a little runway check and 25 left is TAP heading to the back west side of the west gates. We got Singapore now pushing back. Hey, Lufthansa King, 32 minutes out. We're in about 15 minutes behind, or 15 minutes early.
We also have Japan Airlines Flight 69, the Dreamliner headed out to Osaka, now pushing back. Also, Air China 988, 777 will be taking off to Beijing, also pushing back.
Looks like Singapore heading to the north side. It's warmed up a little bit.
It's a little steamy now.
That won't last long. Looks like both those 777s looks like they're heading up to the north side, both with their tails pointing toward the south. That includes Air China and Singapore. As Rudy was mentioning, Japan Airlines, the Dreamliner now pushing it back. We'll be heading to Osaka. What's in Boston?
What's next to the Lufthansa Queen? Are they? Is that a like?
It's a cherry picker, and that's been there since the morning. And I zoomed in on it earlier, and there's nobody on it.
Oh, it's just there.
It's just there, and it was sitting in front of the Eva this morning. And I zoomed in thinking maybe they were doing something with the Eva, and there was nobody in the cherry picker. So it's just sitting there.
Huh. Well,
maybe I got stuck.
Interesting. So currently not in operation or being used.
I mean, isn't that a hazard to have something up high like that? I don't know what how close it is.
Is it taking up space or like a spot?
As you can see, no one's up there.
Nope.
Doesn't seem to be causing any issues as far as we can see.
We have a Kaleta Air 777 freighter coming in from, is it Oscoda? I've said this wrong so many times.
I think so, yeah. That's there in Michigan. That's their maintenance base. Bohemian, Germany. You can use that cherry picker for Honolulu plane spotting.
There you go. If only the tripod would fit. Maybe it will.
It would. Just be kind of hard to get to Honolulu.
I wonder if they have those for rent there in Honolulu.
Japan Airlines, looks like that tail heading to the west will be a south side at takeoff. Brenda says, just get a Sky Chef's truck for plane spotting. That would work too.
Oh,
Plenty of room in there.
There you go.
I like that idea.
Where do we find one of those?
At the airport? Come on.
I mean, like, for us to use.
Well, we just call up the local Sky Chefs. Remember, we did the behind the scenes here, and they said, you want to come up on the rooftop and do a live stream? Go for it. And I said, all right, well, let me see what the ladder looks like. Or the staircase up there, and it's a straight up ladder. We talked about this a couple weeks ago. There was no way we were going to get all the equipment up there to the rooftop. It's a straight up ladder. I'm like, straight up. But they did offer for us to go live on the rooftop. But maybe we just call them and say, okay, instead of your rooftop, can we borrow one of your trucks in Honolulu?
There you go. It's a JetBlue A220 off to Buffalo, New York. It's flight 492.
It's the only JetBlue A220-300 we see here at LAX. The flight heading to Buffalo, to and from Buffalo, New York.
History has its eyes on blue.
That's true. Brandon says we can add a sofa and a bathroom inside the Sky Chef's truck.
Nice.
Just a reminder, we will be live tomorrow, Monday, for more plane spotting action at Ontario, California.
This is Spirit Airlines 2070 taking off to Newark on the A321neo.
We will be airside for you guys once again there at Ontario as we welcome Starlux. Inaugural flight tomorrow. I believe the flight arrives around 5:30 in the afternoon, late afternoon, early evening. Of course, we have all the UPS cargo action as well. We were talking about it earlier. So the last time I went out there, I had airside access. We were close to 26 right, which is where the majority of the takeoffs with the 737s and whatnot. 26 left is where all the 747s, MD-11s, and all that with UPS took off on 26 left. I remember the FedEx, I think, took off on 26 right. I think this time around, if they allow me to, which I think should not be an issue, I'm going to try to get closer to the other side, 26 left, to get closer, because the arrivals, heavy arrivals, do happen on 26 left as well. So it's better to be over on the other side rather than the right side. A 5 p.m. arrival? All right, so I'm going to talk to them in the morning. I'm going to try to say that we need to be up and running by 4, which means we need to be out in the field by 3. I don't think it's going to be an issue. We'll go for about 3 hours. And the reason for that is that we are being supervised by employees of the airport, so we don't want to take too much of their time. So about 3 hours is pretty much what we did last time. I think you guys all enjoyed this show.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we'll have another good time there in Ontario tomorrow. Another 777 freighter heading to 25 left here on the south side.
That's the flight from Oscoda.
You know, now that I think about it, Rudy, I think you are saying that wrong.
Yeah, it doesn't sound right. Someone fix it.
It's not like, I don't think it should sound like Dakota. It's Ascada. I remember as a kid, people used to say the name of this city all the time, and now as an adult, I can't remember what they said.
Ascada?
Margie in the chat. Margie's from Michigan. Margie, how do we say that?
Stay firm.
Ascada?
Back to the ramp, Connie 9793.
I don't think so, Brandon.
They wouldn't give us a side badge. No way.
That's not going to happen. You know, I will shout out to Ontario. I mean, they are just the nicest group to work with. And, you know, there is a busy day for them tomorrow with the whole Starlux. They're having a party inside the terminal. Their main focus is on that, but they're still allowing us to come out there and do the airside live stream. So, hats off to Ontario.
Ascuda.
Ascuda? I don't know if that's right either. Ascada?
Oscoda.
Ascoda?
Oscoda.
It's not Ascada? See, that sounds more Midwest. It's like a...
Oscoda. See, Margie's saying Oscoda.
Ascoda.
Isn't that how I said it? That's what I said.
It's like it's a Canadian name, isn't it? It's like one of those Yoopers. Upper Peninsula, Canadian, Michigander.
Live in the moment. Taking off to JFK. JetBlue 324. That was your flight. The A321neo.
Oh, there we go. On time.
Very on time.
We were very on time leaving here on Tuesday.
Air China Flight 988 taking off to Beijing on the 777-300ER. Side check.
I think it's with a, you got to have the Michigan accent when you say that. Oscoda. Oscoda. It's almost like Canadian, right? It's like a Yooper. A Yooper is Upper Peninsula, Michigan. Hey, It's very Canadian. They go, hey, it's moose country up there. They like their moose, and they have an accent where it's like Canadian, and they go, hey, who? Scooter. Am I right, Margie? I know I'm right on that. That's why it's a weird name. Oh, it's an Indian name. Aussie Flights with the super chat says, hi, Kevin Rudy. Sorry I missed the streams from JFK. It was hard with the time difference, but I still hit the like button. How was the turbulence, Kevin? Thank you, Aussie Flights. Definitely go back and watch the live stream, especially Thursday. It was a great show. Turbulence was pretty bad coming back. We had about just over 5 minutes of extreme turbulence, but everyone was all right. The champagne was saved. Just a little spillage, nothing too bad.
Indian as a Native American?
Oh, see, Chris says Rudy got the name right. And he's not here from Michigan. People are starting to wonder, is this guy really from Michigan?
I definitely am not.
Sarah says, give it up. I am, Sarah. Apparently I'm wrong. Almost as bad as the Boston accent.
See, I knew this was all going to happen when I saw the airport code on this 777 freighter. I'm like, oh, forget it.
Class 25 right to Juliet, ground 0.75.
Oscoda.
Class 25 right to Juliet, and then over to ground.
I still think you say it with the Uber accent. Oscoda.
There you go.
That's for you.
That's what I said before. Everyone said, no, you're wrong.
Class 25 right, hold short, 25 left.
We have a couple of corporate jets will be crossing over, including this one now, making their right-hand turn onto Lima.
It's a Challenger
300.
300.
Italian trail, the heavy bomb 777, Cashway Turbulence 1280101, 25 left to the land.
Oscoda Township. Yeah, I think that's how I remember that. You guys got a lot of tornado warnings and thunderstorm warnings. I think I remember that. Just that Speedbird, a 777 that touching down here on the south side. That is what is holding up this Challenger from crossing over.
21 Bravo Heavy. Yep, Hotel 7 here to your right, the next high speed. Turn right to host, the high speed traffic will come downfield. 290, class 25 left, turn left on Alpha, traffic jet moving upfield. Class 25 left on Alpha, jet Speedbird 21 Bravo Heavy, class 25 right to Juliet, contact ground 121.75. I agree, class 25 right to Juliet, ground 121.75, Speedbird 21 Bravo Heavy.
Just had the British Airways 777-300ER coming in from London Heathrow, flight 281. What happened to our sun?
I don't know. It was like 2 minutes ago. It was like warm. Now it's getting chilly again. What is this? Oscoda?
Is that your favorite special livery there with American in the background?
Oh, yeah. Don't get me started. Well, that came in this morning. It's still sitting over there at the gate.
Yep.
Reno Air Retro on the 737-800.
Runway 25 right, light up on the way to Japan, Santa Heavy.
Yeah, I mean, that thing landed, and right before we turned on the cameras, still sitting over there at Terminal 4.
Oakshot 327 tower. 27. 327 to run a golf.
Oh, that's right. Allison wanted me to start saying that Nige. This is Nige. Nigel.
Nige.
Fan 6 on heavy, change your departure frequency to read 124.3. Fan 6 on heavy, change departure frequency to read 124.3.
I think the aircraft that I get really excited to see up close, besides the A380 at TWA, are the 777-300ERs. These things are just massive when you get really close to them.
Yep.
Jonah says the Reno Air is going to Austin, Texas around 3 p.m., so should be pushing back here.
Singapore Airlines Flight 11 now rolling on 24 left.
Of course, we saw the Singapore 777-300ER, a flight that came in from Frankfurt, really up close, starting on our show on Thursday from the TWA.
You didn't see the 350, did you?
Huh? Did we? I think on Thursday we saw it arrive.
18 hours.
Yeah, that's the longest flight in the world.
Yeah. Yeah, just come to LA first.
Yeah.
Then we have the Japan Airlines Dreamliner, flight 69 now rolling, taking off to Osaka.
Triple 2801, class 25 right, ground flight 75.
All class 25 right, 208,
Line 34, Charlie, runway 7, hotel 6, come up to hotel. Charlotte Hotel. Right on hotel. Got it, about this point.
Nigel making those final turns, heading to Tom Bradley.
1363, repair number 2, and 270, runway 25 left, clear to land. 25 left, clear to land.
Coming up to the 3 o'clock hour and no Emirates.
And Sun India, see you on the turn, heading 220, contact with that departure, 124.3, good day. 124.3, good day, heading 220, goodbye. Supervisor, just pull down the way down the Gulf, please. The way down the Gulf, that was a pleasure.
Lufthansa A380, 12 minutes away.
Golf 6534, Golf 65 right, Golf 175. Golf 25 right, ground, that was 564.
What's that? Hi, how's it going?
Also have a Green Air Queen coming in from Seoul, flight 101, the 747-8 Intercontinental, 32 minutes away. No newer livery for us here today. We've seen that newer liveries, Queen with Green Air, many times here on many of our streams here on AVL. Of course, we caught the newer livery on the 777-300ER up there at SFO last week. So let me tell you guys what our schedule is like this week. We are live tomorrow at Ontario. And then no show on Tuesday this week. We'll be back on Wednesday, more than likely at the parking garage for you guys. Wednesday, north side coverage, and then it sounds like Friday, Rudy's going to join me for nighttime at Nighthawk plane spotting high atop the H Hotel for Friday, and then we'll be back here for the Sunday show. So once again, Ontario tomorrow, Monday, Wednesday, back here at LAX, north side coverage at the parking garage, and then Friday, high atop the H Hotel.
Tower 26, something will be 5 left. Sir, 2686, tower number 2, 12809, runway 25 left.
So there you go. So no travel outside of Southern California in the next few weeks, as we are also gearing up for our big 24-hour live stream from high atop the H Hotel. Camp AVL this year. It's going to be a long 2 days. A lot of you guys coming in to cheer us on.
Who's cheering us on? What's happening?
Talking about the Camp Aviation.
Oh, yeah.
19 days.
Bring your
Geared up for that.
1659 on that Docker, wind 280 and a runway 25 right, for takeoff.
This is the ANA Dreamliner coming from Tokyo Haneda.
And 1092 tower, discretion. I'm sorry, French Republic gate double tree, runway 25 right, full length, line up away.
Alright, 25 right, full length, line up away, French Republic 1268.
Philippine Flight 113 that was running late. 112 running late here today.
Map 1363, class 25 right at Lima, contact ground 0.75.
Pushing it back.
This flight's supposed to take off. Was supposed to take off at 12:50.
Talking about Philippine.
American 1659, contact departure.
Coming up to the 3 o'clock hour here in the Southland. It's been an interesting weather day here today. Not too warm, not too cold. Kind of
Breezy.
It's like
Cloud cover.
just when you think you're getting warm, then it cools off, and then when you think it's getting cool, then it gets warm. It's been an on and off kind of a day when it comes to weather.
Frontier 10, 1268 on that
What is tornado weather like?
25 right, take off.
Just come close.
Tornado weather.
1092, LA primary,
Gosh, I can't remember.
Runway 25 right, line up away.
Like, I don't know. From what I've seen in movies and documentaries, it seems like it gets really dark
Yes, yeah.
and then windy, rainy, and then of course the twister. Or is that just Hollywood? I've never experienced a tornado, so I wouldn't know.
Well, it's kind of like a thunderstorm because a tornado is kind of just, it's isolated. It's one cloud formation. It's not that spread out for the most part. It usually is involved with severe thunderstorms and then...
Got a 1092 on that Docker, wind 2608.
Yeah, David says tornado weather is very humid. The air is thick. Yeah.
United 1092.
Stay in Cali. Well, I'm not planning on leaving. This is Frontier 1268 taking off to Salt Lake City on the A321 Virginia the Wolf livery.
Spirit was 2686, can ride at Hotel 6. Frontier 1268, contact departure, see you later.
Oh, I think we're stuck. Stand by 1 second there.
Oh, well, we got a good view of Virginia.
Oh, the nice close-up of the wolf.
Nice.
Spirit was 2686,
It's gonna be one moment here. Have we showed off that backpack recently, haven't we?
Yes. Get your backpack, backpack.
ShopAviation.com. We'll have that live at the drawing. It's not for the backpack today.
So many pockets. You can put all your goodies in there.
So we are fixing the camera. Just 1 second.
Think about this during back to school time.
Or summer vacations to the camp.
There you go. Yeah, back to school, not yet.
American 777 at 300 ER now pushing it back from Terminal 4. His flight will be heading to London Heathrow.
That was a nice frame to pause on. Get it?
It was.
Pause. Like, pause.
Second 2143 tower, runway 25 right, pulling, line up and wait. Last wait.
A&A heading over there to the southeast corner of Tom Bradley.
Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of the newer movie Twisters. I think it was all right, but I really like the original Twister.
With the cows flying in the air.
We've got cows. What's her name? Poor thing. She was so terrified. She's in that truck and spinning around.
Second 2143 on out, Docker, wind 260.
Hello. How are you?
That's the 36 Traffic will hold a position. Wind 2608, runway 25 left, middle end.
25 left, middle end, American
4008, 60 tower, runway 25 left, line up and wait, traffic 8 mile final. Switch up 379. You have golf here? That's golf. Okay, keep up your speed, no late exit, please. And left at Alpha 7, left at Alpha, don't stop. Alright, let's get up Alpha 7 now. Remain restricted to the parking, where do you park? Go ahead.
Tower Airtrain 335, visual 25 left.
Sure, 335, late tower number 2, wind 250, runway 25 left to the right.
Good land, 25 left.
I see Lufthansa King, the A380 Super coming in from Munich, flight 452. We also have the Eva Air Cargo 777 freighter pushing out to taxiway Alpha. Looks like Philippine flight 113 heading back to, I almost said Munich, back to, that would have been bad. Manila and the 7-year-old 777 at 300ER heading up there to the north side. Eva Air Cargo flight 621 heading back to Taipei. 777 freighter should be our next heavy takeoff.
4008, contact departure.
Pushing right in.
Austrian, the 777 200ER heading back to Vienna, now pushing back. We hope for a south side takeoff.
Control aircraft runway 25 right, runway inspection.
Got that American 777 at 300 ER heading to London Heathrow. Heading on down to 25 right.
Thank you. Number 1689, turn number 3, wind 250 at 10, runway 25 left, clear land. 25 left, clear land, yeah. Class 25 ready to join, ground point 75.
25 ready to join, ground point 75, and 52.
Right tower, cows 40, 41, Eagle 27. That was 40, 41, LA tower number 3, wind 24011, runway 25 left, clear land. Right here, 2286 tower, runway 25 right on the board.
25 right, 36.
22 Golf, LA tower radio check. 22 Golf, I have one arrival here. Hold short of runway 25 left at Golf. That's 2286, maintain 3000 on departure and change your departure frequency to read 124.3. 3000 on departure.
Christopher Brown back with a $2 super chat. Thanks so much. Christopher says, how can we petition the Etihad A380 back at LAX? Well, we didn't actually have the A380 with Etihad here. We had the 777 and 300 ER. I don't think we're going to get those back. But Etihad, probably, there's a good chance of them coming back. Will they come back with the A380? No. I believe that A380 that we see at JFK is actually is going to be leaving there this month and going to Toronto. So the Etihad A380 won't even be at JFK. It's not heading to Toronto. There's a good chance they'll come back, and maybe with the Dreamliner, the A350 1000, both those aircraft that we see in Chicago. So we'll hope that Etihad comes back. Wouldn't mind seeing the A350 1000. I love Concept King and not making its way to the gates of Tom Bradley. Emirates A380 still not here. Philippine at 113 heading back to Manila. The 777 at 300 yard rolling down to 24 left.
To go update, now you stop. So hold for the runway 25 right. American 136 Heavy on that Docker, wind 24013, go 20, runway 25 right.
Up next for departure here on the south side, American Airlines Flight 136 heading to London Heathrow. A380 Super Emirates number 2 for arrival on the north side. It's not too often we get the Lufthansa King arriving here before the Emirates A380 King. All right, the 777-300 ER flight. Kevin's think the New York week is trying to hit me a little bit.
What'd you say?
Oh, I'm not making any sense, Rudy.
Well, I'm back.
Let me know when
Mushing
you're
my
ready for
words
25
together.
right.
Uh-oh.
Oh, okay. You said it. Okay, I will let you know when we're ready for 25 right. Eva 6180, hold short of runway 25 left. Hold short 25 left, Eva 61. 22 golf, cross 25 right, run on Bravo full length. Cross 25 right, full length on Bravo. Number 679, go ahead, Delta Juliet, cross 25 right, bound 175. Hotel Juliet, cross 25 right, 1989.
This is American Airlines Flight 136 taking off to London Heathrow on the 777-300ER.
Which one do you have numbers for?
All right, Lufthansa King heading to Tom Bradley. We got the Emirates A380 Super short final for
Okay,
24
so expect
right.
runway 25 right. Expect 25 right, okay? Okay, 25 right.
25 right.
A little confusion going on with the EVA Air Cargo and of course our ATC controller we all love.
David 61, I just want to reiterate, hold short of runway 25 left, okay? David 61, I just want to make sure we're holding short of runway 25 left, okay? David 61, Eddie? David 61, Eddie, you are hold short 25 left. Thank you.
3 times. Flight time from Dubai today, 16 hours, 2 minutes.
It's definitely important with the ATC controller trying to get confirmation with EVA Air Cargo. There is a plane arriving on 25 at left, so don't blame the ATC controller wanting to clarify and make sure that those pilots understand hold short of 25 at left as we do have the plane arriving.
Just give me a good rate to the full
Took them 3 times to acknowledge that. Communication.
5570, give me a good rate to the full length, please. 22 golf, runway 25 right to full length, line up away. Eva 6180, you'll be number 4 for departure at Foxtrot, cross 25 left, hold short of runway 25 right. Eva 6180, LA Tower at Foxtrot, cross 25 left and hold short of runway 25 right. Roger, Eva 621, cross 25 left, hold short 25 right on the Foxtrot. Scout 4041, hold short of runway 25 right to Juliet. Actually, hold short of runway 25 right at Quebec. That's going to be about 4 departures. Alright, hold short 25 right at Quebec, 40. Number 22 Golf, Arnav Docker, wind 240, wind tree, gust 20, runway 25 right, full length, clear for takeoff.
Right, with that arrival, that takes us to the top of the hour. Just after 3 p.m. here in a cooler Los Angeles, California. You are watching continuous live coverage of LAX Plane Spotting right here on your home for LAX live streams. That is Airline Videos Live. Today's Big Sunday show here on June 1st. 2025, and we are your plane jockeys here at an Imperial Hill Clutters Park here in El Segundo. It is cooling off, I'll tell you. What a gorgeous day for plane spotting. Thanks you guys for tuning in. 3 o'clock hour, we have a live drawing for that t-shirt, the t-shirt I'm wearing here today.
Nice.
So stand by with that. How you doing there, Rudy?
Good. I was going to ask if I can step away for a couple minutes.
Oh, all right. Well, we won't have the live drawing until Rudy heads back.
Okay, I'll be back.
In the top of the 3 o'clock hour, we do have the Lufthansa Queen now pushing back. Flight 457 heading back to Frankfurt there in Deutschland. Flyer KG gifting 5 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Flyer KG. Edward becoming a silver member here today. Thank you so much, Edward. And Renette Adele, one of our friends up there at SFO, gifting 5 Airline Videos Live memberships as well. Thank you so much, Renette. Number 22 Golf Tower. Eva Air Cargo, the 777 freighter on taxiway Foxtrot, will be taking off on the 25 right here.
Wind 24010, wind 25 right for the takeoff. Got 5570, contact the bridge. Target, yes, that's on
And a friend at Think Planes, Simon and Liz, they're in Manchester, says Kevin, and say Nigel for me. I did. Listen, Allison N., who was my co-host there up at JFK on Thursday, we saw British Airways, and she said, Nigel. I said, now what is the story behind that? She told me the story, and I said, all right, fine. She said, Think Planes want you to start saying it, Nigel. And I did finally today, for the first time. Well, looks like the Lufthansa quad jets overtaking the two taxiways right outside of Tom Bradley. A380 and the Queen. Say, you're not getting past us on Lima or Kilo. All right, the Austrian at 777 now taking off, 24 left, heading back to Vienna. Look at that. I don't think in all the years I've been here at Imperial Hill have I seen the Lufthansa King and Queen completely taking over those two taxiways. No one's getting past these two. Of course, on the left-hand side, that is Flight 452 coming in from Munich. On the right-hand side, the Queen heading back to Frankfurt. Flight 457 as we have the Eva Air Cargo 777 freighter now rolling down to 25 right.
Maintain visual separation and caution turbulence. Country 427 visual approach 25 left. It's just 777, come up the golf, taxi to the left, where do you park? We're left on golf.
You just stepped away. Here, come on this side.
American 1657, wind 24012 on that Docker, runway 25 right. Let's take off. There's takeoff on that Docker.
Mr. Rudy.
After 1370 tower, runway 25 right, line up and wait. Country 427, tower number 2, 124013, runway 25 left.
When do you go back? You go back next month, so you got a whole week. Okay, well enjoy. Should have nice weather. Yes. Speaking of Queens, Korean Air Flight 101 now on the downwind leg. This flight coming in from Seoul, wearing the older livery. Will be arriving on the 24 rights. In about 6 minutes from now. Of course, this morning we had Korean Air bringing back the A380 for flight 17. Heading back to the two taxiways outside here. Lots of Lufthansa action. As the Lufthansa Queen now starts its taxi heading up to the north side. We'll take off on 24 left. not extremely busy at Tom Bradley, as Emirates is still making its way over to Tom Bradley as well, running about just over an hour behind. So you got two A380s now heading in to Tom Bradley. So it's going to get busy at PF Chang's here in the next hour. If you want some PF Chang's. I'm always in the mood for PF Chang's. By the way, I was watching a video the other day. It looks like they changed the lettuce wraps. The lettuce wraps, the lettuce is now a greener, leafy type of lettuce. Lufthansa now first to head into the gates of Tom Bradley.
603 Tower, runway 25 left, clear to land, 24011. All right, clear to land, American 1334, hold short of runway 25 left. Hold short 25 right for 30.
Oh, Luke, you don't like PF Chang's? Then that video, they were saying that I guess that PF Chang's opened up in China, and I don't know if this is true. This is what they said in the video. Could be wrong, but I thought it was funny, is that I think it was Chengdu, China, is where the PF Chang's opened. They call it American food in China. That's what that video said. I don't know if it's true or not. If it is true, that's funny. All right, Emirates next to pull into the gates of Tom Bradley. Now making that left-hand turn onto taxiway Lima. Viva Aerobus, A320 taking off. Looks like the Queen is still sitting there on Kilo. Still has not headed up to the north side. If you're looking at Flight Radar 24, it looks like Emirates is heading to the In-N-Out Burger. Actually, it's heading up the 405. I can guarantee you right now, I can confirm the Emirates A380 Super on Lima not heading up the 405 freeway. Korean Air Flight 101, the flight coming in from Seoul, the 747-8 Intercontinental, just 3 minutes out. Heading to the south side, Condor in the Green Island livery, Flight 2088, coming in from Frankfurt on that A330 Neo.
A41 Alpha, wind 23010, runway 25.
That's true, Adrian says. You never take the 405 at this hour.
449 Tower, runway 25 right.
The King and the Queen in one shot. As the Emirates A380 Super now heads into the gates of Tom Bradley. You have a Delta 757 lifting off pretty early. We got 3 Kings there. That's it on the southwest corner of Tom Bradley. Can't say that every day.
Condor 28 heavy, LA Tower, wind 2310, runway 25 left, clear to land.
Guess what? We're going to add another one to that lineup. Asiana Flight 204. This A380 Super coming in from Seoul, now just 8 minutes out. We join in those other Kings. Sitting there at Tom Bradley. The Queen now starting her taxi, heading up to the north side, making the right-hand turn onto taxiway Lima. We've got the Korean Air Queen heading to 24 right. Condor heading to the south side. Asiana A380 Super now in the downwind leg. Head to the north side. Korean Air Flight 11. Short funnel for 24 right. Look at this shot. Get your cameras ready. Maybe. There we go. All right, let's head over to 25 left. That's where we find the green striped Condor A330 Neo. Next arrival on 25 left.
The 124 tower, runway 25 right, line up away.
It's Frank coming in from Frankfurt.
always love it when Condor arrives here on the south side.
On 2880, hold short, runway 25 ready for that.
to the west gates. As soon as Rudy comes back, we will have our drawing for that chance to win that LAX t-shirt. The Green Air Queen heading to the south side. Asiana Flight 204, the next A380 Super, heading to the north side now, just 2 minutes out. Mina Pia with the $7.47 super chat through PayPal. Says happy Sunday, Aviation. Happy Sunday there, Mina. Thank you for your support. And HamTot71 with the $10 super chat through PayPal as well. Says welcome to June Gloom. I watched a video yesterday about the A380 storage costs. So expensive, but interesting. Where is the plane storage in Southern California? So Victorville is a big storage area. I think Qantas, that's where those A380s went. The China Southern A380s, which some are still sitting there, are up in Mojave. So Mojave, California is where those A380s of China Southern are, and the Qantas. I believe there's 2 Qantas A380s still sitting in Victorville. They're being used for parts.
Here we have Lufthansa 457 taking off to Frankfurt on the 747-8 Intercontinental. Auf Wiedersehen. Yankee Foxtrot.
Of course, the Lufthansa, the Korean Air Queen heading to Tom Bradley is the Asiana A380 Super, now short funnel for 24 right.
There 2045 124010 are now Docker and 25 right, click to take off.
We have an Atlas Air 747-400 freighter. We'll be taking off to Hong Kong. You see Allegiant has a new livery?
No, do they?
I don't know if it's new, but I haven't seen it before.
Oh, it's like is it a whole livery or a sticker?
It's a whole livery. I mean, the engines are also painted.
What's it?
It's the Bradenton. Let's see, November 194, November Victor.
Remember the Dolphin livery they had? I can't remember the Dolphin's name. The Dolphin died, and then they eventually got rid of the livery.
Sad. Asiana Airlines, Flight 204, coming in from Seoul. Flight time is 10 hours and 23 minutes.
Green Air, Flight 11, about to make that left-hand turn onto taxiway Lima.
Winter 3644, wind 230 at 8, RNM Docker, and 5 right, click to take off.
RNM Docker, click to take off.
American 4 Los Angeles, 25 right on Juliet.
Sharon with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Sharon. This is flying to Portland to Oakland to watch my grandson graduate high school on Thursday.
Nice.
Congratulations to your grandson. Have a great flight there, Sharon.
Congratulations to all the graduates. Who's graduating? It's that time of the year.
Sure is.
Of course, time of the year where we hear Elgar's Pomp and Circumstance. It's the graduation march.
Dun, 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 dun. Does that just automatically just make you tear up?
Every time. Because it reminds me of my graduations. High school, college, twice. I cried at my high school graduation. I think it was a mixture of excitement and a little bit of nerves because I knew I was going to leave my parents' house for college. And just everybody who attended my graduation. See, at that time, pretty much anybody could go. Now, I feel like it's more common that graduates are allotted maybe 2 tickets, you know, to minimize the crowds. But yeah.
I was going to say we could do the live giveaway, but we do have an Atlas Air 747 heading to the 25s right now, so it's still on the move. Though I can remind you what we are giving away here. It is for one of these Airline Videos Live official 24-hour live coverage t-shirts. Comes in many different colors. Go check them out at shopavion.com. We'll give you all the rules coming up just as soon as the Queen takes off.
That Queen is lining up.
South 969, turn right, and then hold short of runway 25 right at Juliet.
Turn right, hold short of 25 right at Juliet.
Looks like it is now crossing over 25 right.
Diane,
Head to 25, I'm sorry, 25 left is crossing over. We'll head to 25 right.
We also have the China Southern Cargo 777 freighter lighting up. We'll be taking off to Shanghai.
Flyer KG, you hear that music somewhere else? Yeah, you know, our music library is used by a lot of commercials. You know, when I hear music in a commercial, I'm like, wait, that's our music. Instantly remind myself of the channel. We have the Queen lined up there on 25 right. Where she is in between those two white tails.
It's my first year teaching middle school. I was approached and asked if my students could play Pomp and Circumstance, and I said, absolutely. It's not super difficult to play. The problem is, I learned the hard way, is playing it over and over and over for a solid 10 minutes.
Yeah.
My poor students, they didn't have the endurance. By the 10th minute, they were panting. Like, again? It's a lot. So now we just play the recording. Most high school bands can pull it off.
Well, that's true, because it's just song that repeats over and over and over.
and over and over. I think my students now could do it. I just think they would get bored because it's a lot of repetition.
Yeah. So 777 arriving on the 25 left, and we're going to head back to 25 right. That is where that Queen is now rolling.
That was Air France Flight 24.
798 Romeo, thanks. At Foxtrot, soft, runway 25 left, hold short of runway 25 right.
This is Atlas Air Flight 9013 taking off to Hong Kong on the 747-400 freighter.
All right, what do you guys say? Ready for some a chance to win a T-shirt?
T-shirt?
You guys are all like, what about that backpack, Kevin?
No. That's not for giveaway.
Not this week. Maybe we'll surprise you one of these weeks. All right. All right. Herb, clean up aisle 6. Herb, it's all yours.
Time for the giveaway. Attention in the terminal. Hello? We're getting ready to board this flight. It's flight 601. In just a moment, we are going to display a code word on the screen. Type it into the chat if you would like to participate in this live giveaway. That is the code word, which we will announce in a moment. This is open to everyone who is a subscriber. That is free. If you're not already subscribed, sorry, you're gonna have to sit this one out. It takes 20 minutes before you can enter the chat. We don't got time for that.
Ain't no time for that.
Type the code word exactly the way you see it in just a moment. We'll show you. Type it in once, twice, no more than 5 times, please. Once we take the code word off the screen, that is the end of your time to be able to enter the giveaway.
498 Romeo, wind 2209,
Hello?
Arnhem Falcon, runway
Oh,
25
I
right
should
at
have talked to her. And then we will announce the winner. We'll pick someone at random. Winner, whoever you are, we'll ask you to go back into the chat before the end of this music. Let us know that you're still here before the end of this music. Sounds like that. Okay. Enough. Winner, once we have verified you, is that right? Yeah. We'll ask you to send us an email to info@airlinevideos.com. Again, that is info@airlinevideos.com, giving us your first and last name. It's good to know. Who are you? What's your name? Your mailing address, where do we send it to? Your t-shirt size. It's pretty standard to size. Pretty much. And t-shirt color.
Keep going, mister.
That's a Global 7500 taking off. Give us your t-shirt preference color, otherwise we will default to royal blue. And a link to your YouTube channel so we can verify that you are the chosen winner, the chosen one. That's all for now.
All right. We all good? We all good?
We are ready to board. Ready to start this live drawing.
All right. We're all ready. On your mark, get set. Go for it. Code word to enter is LAX. That would be LAX. Make sure it's all one word, no space, all caps, LAX. That's your code word to enter. For the official Airline Videos Live 24-hour live coverage t-shirt. Good luck.
the winner here today. You can head over to shopavl.com. All this merch ships worldwide. Worldwide. It's a great way to support the channel. Get something in return. If you're not the winner here today, we do this every Sunday. So you have another chance next Sunday as long as you're in the chat and are a subscriber to AVL. For the LAX, use your code word to enter for your chance to win this t-shirt. Attention, guess you. Don't delay. You're about to lose out on the opportunity. Enter the code word now. It's almost time to choose the winner. Almost time. All right, and the time is now up. To bring it back here, we will now announce the winner, maybe. All right, who is the winner? John Powell. John Powell. John Powell, you are the winner. Let us know that you're here. Paging passenger John Powell, please let us know that you are still here before the end of the music. John Powell, pick up the white paging phone. There he is. Congrats, John. We'll be on the lookout. We have just verified John Powell. Congratulations. Send us an email to info@airlinevideos.com.
We have that 777 freighter now rolling on 25 right. China Southern Cargo 2522 taking off to Shanghai on the 777 freighter. On 24 left, we have the Virgin Atlantic A350 1000 lined up for takeoff to London Heathrow.
Of course, if you guys are new to the channel, make sure to hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. We're almost approaching 2,000 likes, and make sure your notifications are all set. As I've been mentioning all day long, we will be live tomorrow for Airside at Ontario, California. We've done that a few weeks ago. We're going back for the inaugural flight, as well as some other airport action there at Ontario. We'll aim for a 4 p.m. start time. Be on the lookout for that. Make sure your notifications are all set. And then we will take Tuesday off. We'll be back on Wednesday, more than likely at the parking garage. And then on Friday, Rudy's going to join me for some Nighthawk action. And then we'll be back here next Sunday for the big Sunday show.
Yes, the giveaways have been non-member for, I feel like almost a year now.
It's been about since the beginning of the year.
Okay. Half a year. It's been half a year.
Push it back, the Qantas A380 Super, originally flight 11 coming in from Sydney. That will be towed over to the Qantas hangar. be brought back more than likely to that same spot later. Tater.
Take off, color affirmative.
Was Virgin Atlantic Flight 8, A350 1000 heading back to London Heathrow. Next takeoff here on the south side, Alaska Airlines Flight 1147 heading to Seattle on a 737 MAX 9. Linda Kavinsky. Friends there in Chicago, gifting 50 Airline Videos Live memberships. Also Linda hanging out with us there at the TWA Hotel this past week. I think Linda had a great time there at the TWA. We've seen her posts on a few comments in some of the social media videos we posted. She says it was nothing like having a front row view of the airplanes there at the TWA Hotel. And I think you're absolutely right on that, Linda. There is nothing like the front row seat at the TWA Hotel. I think Linda had a good time there at the TWA. Right, Linda?
Had a blast. Let's do it again.
I'd say yes. Thank you so much, Linda.
Thank you.
Gerard, one of our great mods, gifting 1 Airline Videos Live membership. Thank you.
This is Alaska Airlines 1147 MAX 9 off to Seattle.
Well, a little membership train going on here. Danny Dusseldorf, one of our great mods who also visited us and joined us there at the TWA Hotel this past week, sending 20 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Danny. I think Danny had a good time. Danny had such a good time. She stayed at, what, 2 days more?
Yeah, she actually hit the city.
Yes, I'm jealous of you, Danny.
Lucky. Thank you.
All the times I've gone to JFK, I've never gone into the city. Not once.
Well, maybe in the summer?
Maybe. Danny, thank you so much. Christopher Brown gifting 1 Airline Videos Live membership. Thank you so much, Christopher. Richard Foreman gifting 1 Airline Videos Live membership. Thank you so much, Richard. Julio gifting 1 Airline Videos Live membership. Thank you so much, Julio. Thanks, you guys.
Wow, very nice. Do they have Wicked playing? Like, can you go watch Wicked?
You know what? After watching the movie, I don't think I could go back to the play.
Darn. That was my chance.
All right, Frontier A321, next takeoff.
This is Frontier 1756 taking off to Houston Intercontinental on the A321 the Golden Eagle livery.
Well, the membership train continues here. Sarah, the real deal. 55 Airline Airline and Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Sarah. Bride Guy gifting 1 Airline and Videos Live membership. Thank you so much, Bride Guy. Christopher Brown gifting another Airline and Videos Live membership. Thank you so much, Christopher.
Nice.
Game Boy Lyrics gifting 1 Airline and Videos Live membership. And our friend Darren gifting 5 Airline and Videos Live memberships. Good to see you last week there, Darren.
Wow.
Oh, by the way, Darren, I did get your email. I got your photos. Darren's been here the last 3 years and got the same photo with us here at Imperial for the last 3 years. Thanks for sending it over there, Darren.
I assembled the Freedom 1 livery model that you gifted us, or me. I put it next to my 1-400 model, and along with Paige's, she gave me a card, the picture of Freedom 1. So it's all together now. So thanks again.
About 1343 LA service on Airbus 3 miles ahead and 24010 runway 25 left to
I actually took the time to dust off my models because they were collecting dust. Kind of rearranged them a little bit. That alone, like just rearranging my models, is like a mental escape for me. I have to really focus. You know, I'm very gentle with the models. I don't want to like drop one.
No, you don't want to drop them, that's for sure.
No.
I need to get a case for all of ours in the office. Kind of just scattered everywhere.
Yes.
By the way, the Reno Air still has not pushed back. Eek. Allison N, one of our great mods. Dare do I say, a new potential co-host on the East Coast. I like
Co-host
that.
on the
Co-host
East
on the East Coast.
Yeah, there you go. Is there an acronym that comes with that? Co-host East
On the
Coast.
East Coast.
Does that spell something?
Our friend Sue gifting 1 Airline and Videos Live membership. Thank you so much, Sue. Robert Braun gifting 10 Airline and Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Robert.
Thank you.
And Mark G 777 also gifting 1 Airline and Videos Live membership. Thank you so much, Mark. Right there, and towing away that Qantas A380 Super. Taking it to the Qantas hangar. Hawaiian Flight 10 coming up from Honolulu, A330-200, just a minute out. Will be a north side arrival. SAS Flight 931 coming up from Copenhagen at A350-900, 3 minutes out. Be a south side arrival, as well as Swiss Flight 40 coming up from Zurich on the 777 at 300 yards, just 6 minutes out. Virgin Atlantic Flight 141 coming up from London Heathrow, the A350-1000, 8 minutes out, north side arrival.
Flight 1715, wind 24012, RNAV Docker, runway 25 right, with takeoff. Snap Docker, Echo Bay, Wax here, what are they called? Are you going to one time? American Bob 13, runway 25 right, on its way. Bob 25 right, American Bob 13.
Sue Vanderlip gifting 5 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Sue. And Darren with a $5 super chat. Thanks so much. Darren says, I apologize for not being active on the show as much at JFK, but because of the time zone difference, hope there was a lot of fun action there. No problem, Darren. I'll tell you, a lot of you guys didn't tune in. I got to tell you, Wednesday's show was good, but Thursday is even better because we had the four runways, which is the closest runway. They were taking off on 4 left, arriving on 4 right, and then toward the end of the stream, they switched it to 2-2 right for takeoffs as well as arrivals. I gotta tell you, the 4s are great, but the 2-2s are...
2-2 is all the way.
It's not bad as well, so we had great action on Thursday. I will say, I think Thursday's show at JFK might go down as one of my favorite shows in a long time.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Volaris 1715 taking off to Guadalajara on the A321.
Just a lot of planes we don't ever see, obviously, at other places, but just you can't ask for anything more on the 4 takeoffs, 4 left.
I took off on 4 left.
You did.
It's like, all right, see ya.
You know what I've noticed? I didn't notice, and I was paying attention to, well, what 4 left, 22 right, as we took off on 22 right on, was it yesterday?
Yeah.
Was it
Friday?
No, Friday. Gosh, all the days kind of blend together. I noticed that the runways at JFK don't have the rubber marks like we do here at LAX. They are crystal clear. They are really clean, and it's concrete.
I feel that the reason for that is that they're not always using the same runways.
Oh,
it's constantly flipping, and and even then, I don't know. When you guys took off, did you notice that they used runway, is it 13 right?
Yeah.
As a taxiway?
Yes.
That's interesting. Very interesting.
Well, they were doing that on Wednesday. They were using 22 right as a taxiway. Arrivals happening on 22 left. Also, well, no, the takeoffs were 13 right. They were using 22 right as a taxiway, and 22 left as an arrival.
Which just helps to speed up the taxi.
Yeah.
Because you're kind of making a shortcut. It can be a little nerve-wracking if you look out and you're like, wait, we're on well, it's technically not an active runway, but yeah.
But I just couldn't get over how clean the runways are.
Right.
There at JFK. I don't know if they're recently redone, but they are in great shape.
I think just because our runways here are constantly being just used, you know?
Hammered.
Yeah.
I mean, if you think about LAX, we have 4 active runways any day of the week. They only have 2 active runways. I mean, they can use different runways, but they only have 2. They have 1 for arrivals. Well, technically, they could use the departure runway as an arrival as well, but you only have 2. We only have 4 here at LAX being constantly used. They only have 2 at a time.
And always the same 4 here. But yeah, that's a good point too. I just think, I don't know, I could be wrong, but the fact that they're constantly flipping and changing
It could be, yeah.
the flow, that might explain.
It's not picking up the rubber like we do here.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not as warm there as well.
Constant rain. Maybe it washes stuff away. I don't know. Maybe. Hi.
Ita now pushing back. It looks like Ita will head to the north side for takeoff on the 24 left. Aaron Ching with the super chat. Thanks so much, Aaron. Says good morning from SG on Saturday, flying back to Bangkok on the Thai A350. Have a great flight. We're hoping we see Thai back here at LAX. Alan Espinoza back with a $2 super chat. Thanks so much, Alan. This is a great show today. Thank you, Kevin and Rudy. Our pleasure. Thank you for your support. Glad you enjoyed today's show. Darren back with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Darren. This is also that wave from Captain Chris was the highlight of the show. I hope you can get him to join on the stream. Well, no, we've had Captain Chris on the stream here before, and I did put it out that next time he's in LA, that we do want what's going on here? That we do want him to join us, hopefully on a Sunday show for a little Q&A once again.
Picture?
Yes. Now who's got the camera?
Jack.
Actually, come back over here on this side, guys. All right.
Here, let me get to your left.
Jack, stand over there. There we go. All right, now look that way. Charlie, go on that side. All right, one more. Oh, one more. If you guys want to be at the end of the show, there we go.
25 right, and ground 0.75, you're at 12.
All right.
Awesome. Good to meet you guys. Thanks so much. Thank you.
Virgin A350 1000, flight 141, next arrival on the north side.
We also just had Swiss 777 coming in from Zurich, touchdown here on 25 left.
Of course, we saw Swiss A330-300 multiple times during the day at JFK.
Flight time from Zurich is 11 hours and 18 minutes.
Frankly, flying, no, I did not see any impacts at JFK due to the reduced capacity at Newark. Now, I mean, we had that emergency landing on a Wednesday. That was a Delta 737. I heard the ATC communication with that crew. They had just taken off from LaGuardia. I think it was heading to Miami, Florida. Diverted to JFK. We caught it all live. It was breaking news here on Wednesday. Apparently, as they took off at LaGuardia, they heard a loud bang. They said it was a loud bang, and they did not want to land back at LaGuardia, so they diverted over to JFK. I think I'm going to clip that on the highlights on our other social media channels.
That is a Challenger 300 taking off. No destination listed.
Hawaiian Flight 10 coming from Honolulu, now heading over there to Terminal 6. Swiss waiting to cross over 25 right as it takes us to the top of the hour once again. Just after 4 p.m. here and now a sunny Los Angeles, California. You are watching continuous live coverage of LAX plane spotting right here on your home for LAX live streams. That is Airline Videos Live. Today is the Big Sunday show here on June 1st, 2025. We're your plane jockeys here at an Imperial Hill. I gotta tell you, Rudy, I'm getting exhausted. I think the week is finally catching up to me.
Yeah, fair enough.
So it is a 4 o'clock hour. I think we will be ending this hour. I'm not quite sure exactly when, but we'll look at the radar here as we continue on here. Thanks, you guys.
It's just informed that that last takeoff was actually a FedEx private jet.
Oh. Interesting. Val with a $5 super chat. Good to see you, Val. Says, hey, Kev, just had back surgery and I'm home resting, needing cheering up. So I came here. You going to Reagan National this month or next? Did we announce that? As my voice gets really high. Did we announce that?
No. I don't think so.
Val, I don't know. I got to figure this all out. I got some news this past week that wasn't the best news in the world, but I don't think that it's going to impact the summer travel. I thought it was, but now that I'm looking at the cards being played out here, I don't think it's going to impact. So now I've got to kind of sit down. Now that JFK is over, of course, I got to prepare for the 24-hour live stream. But as you all know, during the summer, Rudy and I do travel to destinations that we can never get to together during the course of the year. So stay tuned. We'll announce as soon as we confirm or deny. Of course, we just got back from SFO and New York. So far, we're doing pretty good.
Yeah. Oh,
Rudy's like, well, I haven't been on either one of those trips. I had to make a day trip for New York, don't you remember?
Exactly.
Ronald back with a $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Ronald. This is a great show as usual. Linda and I sent a package for you. Ontario will be a great view. JFK was very well done. Thank you so much, Ronald. You know what? I just reminded that I did not go to the P.O. Box yesterday. That was on my list of things to do, and I did not do it. So we'll get there this week. Thank you so much, Ronald. Alan Espinoza back with a $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Alan. Says, when are you guys going to do AVL shows international? Well, we did St. Martin last year. That was our first international show. If you're talking about Asia or Europe, it's not going to happen this year. I don't know. Does that even pique your interest?
I don't know. I would love to.
You know, there's a lot of live streams from all over the world on YouTube now at airports, and I watch every single one. And we're talking about here in this U.S. or around the country, or around the world. And I gotta tell you, there are some that pique my interest, and I say, wow, that's a really great shot. Then there's some that I'm just like, well, thank you for the live streaming. Now I know where not to go.
Yeah.
And I'd like to go to Amsterdam. I think that would be an excellent location. I think that is certainly on the list. I'm still not sold on Germany. There's a lot of live streamers there in Germany, and I gotta say, it sounds like you guys have a lot of plane spotting locations, but the shots seem too far away.
I think what makes me, I am a little nervous about it, and I think what makes me nervous is traveling all that way and then realizing, wow, the internet doesn't work, or something doesn't work. This is Spirit Airlines 2687 taking off to Kansas City on the A320neo. I've been paying attention to the chat, our chat, and I noticed a lot of viewers asking for certain locations, and I'm like, why is that? I think it's just a sense of pride in, you know, this is our home airport, so come here. Because I've noticed some small airports being mentioned, and I'm like, that would be kind of tricky. I couldn't give you an example, but say, for instance, someone was like, you should come to Reno. No offense.
Well,
Reno.
I'll tell you what, we are, and we're reaching out to these airports and saying, hey, if you can offer airside access to us for a few hours, we will come to your smaller airports during your busy time. And that's what we did with Ontario, and now we're going there twice. Of course, that's kind of in our backyard, but I can confirm that we have been looking at another airport that you guys have been asking for a while. It is a smaller airport, but it does have a lot of traffic. And they have agreed to allow us to do it. They're just they're asking, well, when do you want to come? And I don't want to go there when they're not as busy as certain times of the year. So I'm just saying, we're working on going to other airports, getting you the airside access. I think that's the big difference. If an airport's going to give us airside access for a couple hours at a smaller airport, I'm all up for it, because there's nothing like getting as close as you can to the planes. If I'm going to an airport, even a major airport, and I'm shooting 2 miles away, that just doesn't make for a good live show. I like to hear the planes. I know you guys like to hear the planes as well.
That's the thing, even with a really good camera with good zoom, unless you have like
you got a lot of heat
microphone.
haze. Well,
yes,
you know.
And there is heat haze. That is an issue. This VistaJet 6 taking off to Florence on this Global 6000. Ita now rolling on 24 left and up in the air.
Heading back to Rome, flight 621, A350-900.
Phoenix in the summer? I don't know about that.
Well, it may happen this year.
Oh?
Yeah, it may happen this year. We may do Phoenix shows
I'll bring the
during the course of the monsoon storms. They may happen this year. We've done it before. This year might be the year we do it again. Mike D gifting 5 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Mike. Harrison with a $5 super chat says, "Come to DFW, Kevin and Rudy." Now that's a place we've been to twice, and we're certainly going to go back.
I would love to. Maybe, again, maybe not in the summer.
And probably not in the summer. Good to see you, Harrison. Weatherman 477 with a $5 super chat. Good to see you, Weatherman. Says, Kevin, would you ever consider coming out to Charlotte, North Carolina, birthplace of aviation and lots of history in the defunct Piedmont and U.S. Airways? Yeah, a lot of people always talk about Charlotte, and then of course they have the new Spotting Park location. Again, I've seen live streams from there, and it doesn't wow me to the point of wanting to come out there and do the live streams. Maybe the live streams from there just, I don't know. There's something missing. I don't know how to put my finger on it, but it doesn't wow me. I'm going to be wowed. I'm going to be wowed because it costs a lot of money to travel with all this equipment, and I want to make sure that I want to spend the money wisely and create a show that people are going to want to watch.
Yeah, you need the wow factor. That's important.
Wow me. Vamos, Latam wet leasing this A330-200.
Missouri 1 about to land on 24 right.
Still on a 737-700.
This is Southwest Airlines 4196 coming in from Oakland. Number 2 for arrival here on 25 left is FedEx 333. I don't know if we're going to see it, but wearing the 100th Boeing 767 FedEx sticker. Definitely won't see that.
25 left, clear to land,
Delta 8969, where are you parking?
JP Mac Aviation says, Kevin, you are the wow part of the show. I know a lot of you guys will tune in wherever we go.
Okay, you're going to base 411.
Okay, thank you.
This is United Airlines 2019 taking off to San Francisco on the 737-800.
Have a great day, United 2019.
Sarah the Real Deal back with a $25 super chat. Thank you so much, Sarah. Says, hey guys, enjoy being at the TWA Hotel, watching the planes, and seeing you and the other friends. Thanks for a fun time. Incredible planes. Conversation with Ryan, a Delta pilot, waving goodbye from my plane was fun. And hey, I had you on the show as well, Sarah. So fun to hang out with you, Sarah.
Oh yeah, always a good time with you, Sarah. Until next time.
We'll see you in Boston soon. How about that, Sarah?
Woo, Boston for some chowder. It's chowder time.
You know, I just noticed there's an Atlas Air Queen that's sitting over there outside of the Qantas hangar. Might be doing some maintenance on that Queen. Alan Espinoza back with the $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Alan. Says, please stream a show here in Albuquerque. It's way busy. I'll tell you, Alan, I never thought about Albuquerque. I'll have to look into it and see what's going on there. Going Slightly Mad, back with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Going Slightly Mad. Says, I'm so happy you're going to Ontario. We're little but mighty. You sure are. Perfect timing for tomorrow. I'm off at 5 tomorrow, so I can catch the stream. Excellent.
Nice.
Of course, we're there with Starlux. Their inaugural flights coming in from Taipei on the A350.
Couple 472 Taxi Hotel to Lima and Lima hold short runway 25 right.
Here's that FedEx 767.
American 3081 runway 25 right.
Looks like it has a little decal in the back of the plane. British Airways 777 at 300ER flight heading back to London Heathrow, now rolling down at 25 right.
That is Ariella, by the way.
Couple 472 at Lima, cross runway 25 right, contact ground post 75.
This is British Airways 282 taking off to London Heathrow on the 777-300ER.
Big Q pushing it back. Norfolk, Virginia. Val, I don't know about that.
Big shot 323, Taxi up 2 hold short runway 25 left.
I got that A330. Should be taking off here shortly.
We have a Delta 757 coming in from Ontario.
Delta 89 Taxi Hotel to Quebec, at Quebec hold short runway 25 right.
Hotel to Quebec, hold short, 25 right, Quebec.
It's Delta 8969 from Ontario.
Oh, this one.
Yeah,
Wait, what's the number again?
8969.
Oh, sports charter.
Flight time is 15 minutes.
Can we take this
Yeah.
to Ontario tomorrow? Just hop off the plane. We'll be on airside.
Yeah, exactly.
Target 781, target 1100.
This is American Airlines 3081 taking off to Dallas Fort Worth on the A321.
Hotel to Lima and Lima hold short runway 25 right.
Yeah, 15 minutes for this flight time for the 757. Looks like a sports charter, or was.
This is One Giant Leap for Mint Kind taking off to Fort Lauderdale, flight 1100. It's the A321.
All right, the big Q now with his taxi lights on. Should be heading here to the south side.
Whoops, I forgot I mentioned Reno, and Harrison is watching. Whoops.
DJ Garcia with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, DJ. Says, hello, Kevin and Rudy. Great job, guys. Just go where you want to go. We're good with it. Hawaii, SFO, New York City, Boston, DC, Variety, Wellness. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, we want to go back to Alaska. We haven't been there in almost 2 years, believe it or not. So Alaska was on the itinerary for this summer.
Gotta go
Rudy
back
said,
to
when are we going? I said, well, when it's hot everywhere else.
I said we go in July.
I think that's probably a good idea.
JSX 323 taking off to Las Vegas on the E145.
Do we have an alert too? I'm not getting alerts on my phone. Doesn't look like it. We have a couple of ARF trucks. Maybe possibly just heading to one of the gates. There's 2 ARF trucks. So they're heading. No, they're heading to this American jet over here. It's at the gate.
Next travel on 24 right is Iberia, the A350-900 from Madrid. It's flight 351.
So it looks like ARF truck's heading over to this A321 that's actually parked right next to the Reno Air Retro 737. Looks like there's some people down there looking at the engine. China Airlines A350-900 now pushing it back. It's in the alleyway between Tom Bradley and Terminal 4. Yeah, it could be a fuel spill. Looks like 2 ARF trucks now pulling up there. Keep an eye on it. That Wamos A330 at Latam flight now rolling down at 25 right.
Almost there. Tom 603 taking off to Santiago on the A330-200.
The big Q continuing down at taxiway Bravo. Twas Express asking if I got scared with the turbulence. No, I was laughing, but you know, it came out of nowhere, and so when you don't expect it, you know, sometimes the pilots will come on and say, I'm turning on the seatbelt sign because we're going to expect some turbulence. You kind of expect it. We had just gotten our lunch, and everything was normal. It was pretty non-turbulent flight up to that point, and then all of a sudden, bang, it just came out of nowhere, and I don't think I was scared. It's just I always had the fear of dropping. I don't like to drop. Rocking back and forth I don't mind. But the flight attendant, the purser was still up delivering food, and so I was kind of concerned for his well-being. And we didn't drop, which was good. It was more just left back forth, like you're going down a huge gravel road. But I mean, Charlie, I don't know. He says he didn't mind it. I was over there kind of laughing because I was trying to hold the champagne from spilling. That's when I grabbed my phone. Actually, it was probably the worst of it happened before I even grabbed my phone, and I was like, all right, here I am. We're in some turbulence. Don't spill the champagne. It already spilled onto the side desk a little bit. That's why I picked it up. That thing would have been long gone.
Oh boy.
But no one else on the plane. I mean, there was no like freaking out signs, no nothing. There was no, oh my gosh, there was none of that. Oh! All right, China Airlines, the A350 now started its taxi, should stay here on the south side. Hey! Yeah, the clear air turbulence, aka CAT. Thanks, Robert. Yeah. I mean, the pilots did come on after, once it was done, and said, we apologize for that, you guys. We didn't see, we had no idea we were going to hit that. It happens. No, I will say, and all the traveling, and this, you know, for any nervous flyers up there, turbulence never brings down a plane. Second of all, that, in all my years of flying, that is the only second time now that I've had turbulence like that in all my career of flying. Last time was 31 years ago, so that just shows you how rare it really is. For the most part, flights are very calm.
The only other thing that has ever made me nervous about turbulence that I do want to bring up is if you're sitting anywhere near the view of the wing, seeing the wings flap can be a little nerve-wracking.
Yeah.
Seeing the engines move about.
Yes, yeah, that's true.
It's all built to do that.
It's all been highly tested.
Yeah. Have you ever seen them test the wings? They can flex a lot.
Oh yeah.
Before they, you know, very unlikely for them to snap.
All right, so that was China Airlines Cargo, 777 freighter making that turn on the Alpha 8. We do have that China Airlines A350 continuing it down to 25 right, as well as the big Q going to be taking off here shortly.
Air Canada 557 taking off to Vancouver on the MAX 8s.
The Iberia A350 arriving on the north side. It was zoomed in to that little action there. An American seems to have been resolved as the ARF trucks didn't head back to the station.
This is American Airlines 2241 taking off to Chicago on the MAX 8s.
Sarah, the real deal. Back on the $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Sarah. This is, by the way, Mike from his Boston stream filmed the Mario plane while I was at my hotel. He came in early in the morning. Ah, that is one that I want to make sure we get, as well as the Duncan Mario plane, the Mario Brothers plane, A320 with JetBlue.
Sorry, 44 Papa 12512 are now Dr.
Eva Air Flight 12 coming in from Taipei, 777 to 300 yard. Next arrival on the north side. Do have a JetBlue A321 now taking off here on the south side.
This is the royal treatment taking off to JFK. JetBlue flight 924. It's an A321.
Have a good day, JetBlue 924.
Big Q now rolling it down to 5 right here on the south side. Rudy, if you don't see anything on the radar, I think we're probably going to end with China Airlines departure.
Let us scan the radar. Oh, yeah, we have a queen.
Position 137 at Foxtrot, cross runway 25 left, cross runway 25 right, turn right on Bravo. Crypto 44, left, cross runway 25 right, turn right left, left, cross turn right on Sorry, 44 Bravo,
Qatar Airways 740 taking off to Doha on the A350 1000.
See, we have a queen.
A queen arrival, flying downwind there.
737, 5 miles ahead, 125.011, runway 25 left to the land. 25 left, 32.
FLA 321 with the $2.82 super chat. Appreciate that. Says, hi, Kevin Rudy. I've heard from Spencer today. Yeah, he's been around. Janet Pinky Todd with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Pinky. Says, thank you, Kevin Rudy. And the mods, a special shout out to Allison for a great job at the TWA. Good night, everyone. Have a great week. Thank you, Pinky.
She did great.
She did.
We missed you, Pinky. So I just remembered something. How did I forget this?
What's that?
But who was it? Last year, I knocked over a pizza
Yeah.
in the Sunken Lounge.
Yes, you did.
Who knocked over food this time? It wasn't me. I'm trying to remember who it
knocked
was.
over food? Who was that? Charlie, I think.
No, I don't think it was Charlie. Charlie, who knocked food over at dinner? No, food. At dinner at the JFK. Anybody remember?
Who was it? Linda? Was it you?
It wasn't Linda. Who
Was it Sarah? Sarah? Was it you? Was it me? It wasn't me, was
It was Charlie.
I think it was Charlie.
Didn't you knock food over? It was like nachos or something? Yeah.
Yeah. So it was Charlie.
You got nachos, right? Oh, it was Molly.
Oh, Molly did.
Yes, Linda and Danny are both saying it was a Molly. Or was it Adrian? I can't remember. It wasn't me though, and I was like, ha, it wasn't me this time. And it was, what was it? Was it nachos?
It wasn't pizza sauce, I know that.
No.
It didn't match the carpet.
It went all over the place, and I was like, I literally put my hands up in the air. I'm like, it wasn't me. I didn't do it this time.
China Airlines, the A350-900 heading back to Taipei, now rolling it down to 25 right.
It was a burger. A burger?
A burger rolled on the sunken carpet?
I can't remember. China Airlines Flight 5 taking off to Taipei on the A350-900. Remember, I was very sleep deprived, so it's kind of a blur. I just remember putting my hands up in the air. Not me. Followed by China Airlines Cargo 777 Freighter.
Heading to Taipei, Flight 5137. That's the next takeoff here on the south side. The Colette Air Plane Jane Queen, Flight 985, coming up from Anchorage. 2 minutes out, making that wide swing to the south. Number 2 for arrival. Oh, that's right. Linda would know. She was sitting right next to O'Malley. Did you get any good video of it, Linda? Apparently, that night we all went to the Sunken Lounge and had dinner. I went back to the hotel room because I had work to still do. You guys all played Twister, apparently after I left. And I asked you guys, was there video of it? No.
No, we took pictures. And then I wasn't ready to end the night. I'm like, I want to extend this evening. I moved my flight, so let's stay up a little bit later.
Oh, what did you guys do?
We went up to the rooftop, and it was drizzling. It was cold, windy.
Wow. See what I missed out on? So the party continued while Kevin went back to his room to work on Thursday's show. Well, I'm glad you guys had a lot of fun.
Yeah, I wanted to make the best out of the end of the night, and yeah, I went to the hotel room, and as soon as I laid down, I was out. Lights out. The next thing I remember is the alarm. I mistakenly left my alarm set for 5:30.
Oh boy.
And at that point I was wide awake, and I got up. And yeah.
Chris MZNZ, our friend Chris there in New Zealand with a super chat. Good to see you, Chris. It's hi, Kevin and Rudy. Great to be able to catch today's live show. Public holiday in New Zealand today. TWO shows were amazing and unleashed. Plane Jockeys, Allison N.
Oh, yes.
She
was a hit.
She certainly was. Not too long ago, Allison didn't want to be on camera.
She was all natural. Like, wow. Okay. I told Charlie this morning, if she ever moves to LA, I'm out of a job here.
Allison, my favorite quote of yours was when Captain Chris was pushing back, gave the wave, and you said, "Thanks, pal." Thanks, pal.
That was a good moment.
All right, we got the Queen up next for arrival, 25 left. Will it go long?
Yes.
Rudy says yes. I say no. What do you guys say? Maybe.
I'm curious to know why it didn't do the figure eight over the airport. That's a long final. Or maybe I have it backwards. Maybe that's why they took the north route.
Burn off some more fuel.
I don't know.
Will she go long? I say no. Rudy says yes.
I don't know anymore. I say no now. You know. Done.
I say yes, please.
Alpha 8. Western left and also touching close. Left Alpha 8, left on out for the parking. Copy 9,
Nope.
8, copy. Big Dog GPS 5900 heavy visual 25 left, and be advised we're going to the Bravo 1 cargo area. 5900 early tower, wind 24014, runway 25
All right,
left.
so we're going to start closing things up here today. Like I've been mentioning, we'll be back live tomorrow at Ontario for some airside action there.
Nice. That'll be a lot of fun.
Then we'll be back at LAX on a Wednesday, and then some Nighthawk action on Friday. Of course, if you want more LAX action, we do have 2 24/7 live streams from high atop the H Hotel. Before we head off here today, we'd like to give a shout out to our Emerald and Diamond members here on the channel. Another awesome day of plane spotting in the books. We'll see you guys tomorrow at Ontario, California for some airside action as we welcome Starlux for the first time to Ontario. Then we'll be back on a Wednesday for some afternoon plane spotting action, late morning, early afternoon plane spotting action from the parking garage. Then we'll be back high atop the Edge Hotel for some Nighthawk action. And Rudy, you will be done with school by then, so he'll be joining me for that show. So a lot more live streaming ahead this week. And of course, as I mentioned, we have 24-hour live streams any time of the day right here on Airline Videos Live. Rudy, thanks for joining me here today. We'll see you on Friday.
See you Friday. Have a good time tomorrow. Say hello to everyone there in Ontario.
Yeah. All right, we'll do. And thanks you guys for your awesome support here today. A lot of awesome support. Can't thank you guys enough. Thanks for great mods, doing a great job. It's been quite the week. New York, back to LA. And here we are. All right. Thanks, you guys. Don't go anywhere. We still have the end of show coming up as well.
Oh, my goodness. What just happened? I have no idea. It's time to go home for the day after a great Sunday show. Thanks so much for watching us. We are AVL. Until we meet again. Thanks for watching us today. We had such a great
Airline, hold short runway 25 right. Okay, Juliet, hold short 25 right, UPS. Runway 80
Are you ready?
5013.
Oh, we're ready. Yeah. Here we go. Up to the sky we go. Thanks for watching ABO on the big Sunday show. We saw lots of E-jets and lots of cargo planes too. We love LAX. Thanks for watching Airline Videos Live. We had a great day. We can't wait for tomorrow. Here we come, ONT. We can't wait for tomorrow's show. Boots and cats and boots and cats and boots and cats and ticka. All right. We had enough.
Too much fun. Oh! Herb! Yeah, whatever happened to Herb? Boy, that cleanup in aisle 6 is never gonna happen, is it?
Stay
All
tuned
right.
for Halloween.
All right, enough of us. Let's see.
We're done.
You.
Wait, don't leave.
See you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye.